PPI numbers out, guys, 7.4%. As opposed to 7.2 expected. That is a miss there. Core also higher, 6.2 versus 5.9. That should have some market effects. That is a big move, guys, on the PPI number today. We were expecting that out 8:30. A big decision now for the Fed. What they're gonna do going forward. So interesting number there. We got a lot on the hopper today, guys. We're gonna be talking a lot about some big tech. Netflix upgraded, DocuSign upgraded. A lot to talk about today, guys. It's Friday, December 9th, 2022. Trader TV Live starts now. All right, guys, let's have a look at North American markets today. Yeah, probably a big move right now, guys. We're going to send it to the guys at the desk while I just fix up some stuff here.
Yeah, that's a crazy move. And the futures market, for anyone who's looking at the futures market and wondering forget about the PPI, what happened before that. Keep in mind, we had rollover last night. So the front month contract is now the March contract. For anyone wondering, H23 is a new contract, but volume still tends to be on the Z, the December contract, which expires next week. So I'm still going to be following the Z contract. And right now it is trading at 45 to the downside. So 39.45 is where we're at. That's the wrong one. Let me pull out the right one. Here we go. 39.45. To the downside, and this is where we started up in the 80s, right? So if we're following the Z contract, we were starting in the 80s, and I went through the book too. I saw what I was trying to figure out where we actually stopped. The last trade, it seems like, was 83 before we just fell off, closed the books, opened back up at 45.25. So this move, there's about a 30-point drop where you could not trade it at all, at least from the Z contract side of things. So here we are kind of working this market to the negative side. It's obviously a higher number of 6.2 versus the expected 5.9 or 6, depending on where you get that information. Makes the Fed think inflation is still on deck. Make people think, is he actually going to cut now 50 basis points, or are we back to the 75 basis points? Not cut, raise. Let's clear that. Are we going to raise 50 basis points, or are we going to raise 75 basis points? And I think this puts it in the direction of more people leaning towards that 75. Now, again, CPI is going to be the next number. We also have consumer sentiment coming out today at 10 o'clock. A lot of activity happening today on a Friday, on a rollover Friday, which tends to be quieter, but it should be an interesting and exciting one there today.
Yeah, what's up, guys? If you want to drop that ad, you can for a second. I am short the TQQ right now, or just come over to my screen. It's fine. Excuse me. Yeah, shout out to Sharif, by the way, kicking some butt over there. It's a tough, seat to fill with Brendo, but we shorted. I agree with you, man. We shorted it way late. The move happened late there. I don't know. I see here, where was it? US PPI for November came in at plus 7.4 year over year, above expectations of 7.2. So that had to, I don't know what the problem was. It had to figure itself out. It was dancing a bit. It actually started to go to the upside, the TQQ, and then eventually it came back in and we were able to get it short and out twice, but we still have some shares on board here, as what's been happening recently is the market has sort of has continued its move off of these PPI, CPI numbers. So let's see if it's going to stay like that today. It is starting to bounce a little bit back up. We are still net short right now. I'm going to give it, honestly, probably up here, 21.50, something like that, 21.60. Let's see if it does want to get back to positive land here on this number. It's not a good number. I feel like the market wanted something better. We've been having a little rally off the bottom, but have we now seen the bottom? What if CPI now comes in worse than expected on Tuesday, the 13th? Then we have ourselves a big problem as well. So PPI not great here, CPI not getting much better, maybe on Tuesday, and I think that's going to be the issue. We will check the Fed funds rate for you soon, just to see where that is, but for right now, it's a move down in the TQQ. Let me see where Netflix went. That's going to be an idea of ours today. Ooh, I wrote down 316. Is that actually where, we got to 315 and then bounced back up. Very dangerous to put trades on ahead ahead of this number, or even as it's happening in equity, right? It's one thing when you're trading futures, you could probably get out of the way, you see how it moves, but equity, the levels are very thin. You have a dollar spread here on Netflix. How low did Apple go right there? I was looking for a 142 fill today. It went to 142, but again, now bouncing back to the upside. So as some of these markets get a little bit of a relief move here, I'm actually going to go short TQQ again if I can get it at 13. Come on, there's so much liquidity. Give it to me at 13. Oh, now it's going to the downside. Oh, darn. Oh, as if right there. Just bumped back up. I'm going to try to get, there we go. Give me some 07s. I can't even get this short now. Oh, I did get it. Okay, good. I was going to say I should have just punched in. But there it is. We just reloaded that TQQ at 7, so not a great reload. I'm going to sit there and see if I can get some 13s or 14s in case we come back up. But I don't know. It doesn't seem that bad after all here on the TQQ. It's a nice move down. It went down about 1.3%. Now you're back to 0.43. So I'm going to try to keep the short on board. If we take out like this 2130, 2140 on the TQs, then we will get out. But there it is. Good reload. Good reload on that. Now we'll see if we can get back to the downside there on this equity. So, well, it's not an equity. It's a inverted Qs. So this is triple NASDAQ, if you guys were wondering. NASDAQ down 0.5, TQQ's down 1.5, well, whatever it is at this point. But yeah, so far so good there. Did you put on a trade or no? I missed what you said there.
No, what I was saying is like the reason you thought it was acting a little funky is because I actually went into the book to see how the trades went off, and there's a massive gap between 83 and I think 45 on the future. Okay. So there's a big range where there's no trades. Right. So of course the ETFs that are following that are going to have an issue as well, trying to track that going down.
Price it. Okay.
Right. So it's just one of those things where it's very tricky, and that's what you're getting these days now with these numbers coming out the way they are. It is just all over the place, difficult to get your hands on. But now at least we have some information on how this market wants to at least play the morning going into 10 o'clock. Keep in mind that we have consumer sentiment, and attached to the consumer sentiment is that CIE number, the Consumer Index Expectations, I believe is what it's called. The consumer inflation expectation from the University of Michigan as well, the 5-year consumer CIE number. So that's going to be one of those numbers that we're going to have to pay attention to as well. So that's going to be at 10 a.m. Should be an interesting one to start with that drop that we got and the pullback. It's going to be, I wouldn't necessarily say that this is completely positive, but the fact that we started positive on the day is kind of mixed, I believe anyways, just because keep in mind, when we went from, this is related to rollover, when we went from the December contract, which expires next week, the rollover happened last night, when we went from the December contract to the March contract, the difference was 30 points. So if you're looking at a daily chart on the futures, let's just say, and you're wondering why did the futures jump 30 points, it's rollover related. So that automatically puts you on a day-to-day. Remember, we closed right about here on the daily, and we opened up right here, about 30 points higher. So that puts you on a day-to-day, making it look like we're actually up more than we really are. So that has to be discounted when you actually consider and factor in the rollover. We are back down negative on the day so far, 0.5% on both of these markets. It does look like we are ready for our, I believe, our watch list?
No, we have the board. Let's go over to Sharif and figure out what these markets are doing right now.
Yeah, guys, aggressive move there, 40-point drop on the ES off that PPI number. That's a big boy move. I mean, we don't typically see that kind of an aggressive move off a PPI number as typically we do off a CPI. But here we have the S&P 500 now down 0.5%. The Dow not really feeling the effects of that move. The NASDAQ also down 0.5%. The TSX not really responding, but not too much in the pre-market on the TSX. Brazil up 0.6%. Crude up 1.4% on the day. The moment Bitcoin down 0.32% and Ethereum also down 0.5%, guys. But this should be an interesting day on the market going forward.
Yo, put up the ones in the chat, man. Let's put up the ones in the chat for Sharif. I mean, come on. Right there. Let's go. Thank you to Sharif, man, filling in for Brendan. Brendan was here earlier, couldn't.
He set up Sharif.
He set everything up. He got everything going. Got the watch list out, watchlist.tradertv.live. Make sure you check that out. We are going to go through a one down. There it is. Look at the chat, Sharif. The chat is going nuts right now. Thank you so much. They love him. And that's great. That's the kind of, diverse skill set that we have around here that Sharif can just fill right in. So I want to say a big shout out. I mean, the chat's not even stopping right now, Sharif. I don't know if you see this. All these ones getting blasted through. There's a reason why we have Sharif on that desk, not Prad. But no, Sharif, very professional.
No, to be fair though, I sat on that desk one time. I know how hard it is for Sharif. I did not last up there because I couldn't do it. It was bad.
I want to do that job.
It was bad. I would not want to do that job. That is one of the hardest jobs, if not the hardest job here in front of the camera. Don't even look at me like that, Shawn.
That's not even close.
You know trading is a lot easier than sitting up there and dealing with all those things.
The preparation of that. I say credit to Brendan every single day that we do this show. We couldn't do this show without him. That's the toughest job. Trading, a little more entertaining, but that job is the news, and that's what. And the thing about it too is that the desk actually gives a lot of credence to credibility. Like Brendan drops the stories, goes over them, reads them out, and that's, so yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. All right, man, yeah, Brendan's a natural scorekeeper, yeah, exactly. Brendan's great, so is Sharif, and I don't remember when you were on there, but I thought you probably did.
It was one time.
Oh, it was one time, and then you were like, never again?
Never again. And then then Neil went up. And now it's Sharif's going to be the replacement.
But what we've decided to do is that basically because Neil and I and yourself are traders, and that's what some of the traders have come to expect, the viewers on the show, that it is best that we train up somebody else to do Brendan's job so Neil, myself, and you can remain on the desk. And I give a big shout out to Sharif. But let's just talk a little bit about this market quickly here. The miss wasn't that bad. I mean, the market is reacting. It's 0.1 different. These numbers are not like exact. They can fluctuate. Like if this was released next week, we might have got a different number. If it was released the week before, we might have got a different number. Does that really mean that the market should react in dramatic ways? I think that we're pretty close to what we wanted here today. What I'm most nervous for is next week now, because I know that there's a lot more attention based on CPI because the consumer rather than the producer, which is today the PPI. So I'm a little nervous, throwing a little bit of wind here to the sails of this rally. Let's see if we can hold these levels right now at the bottom. Like I'm trying to get out if we get back to the bottom. Let's see if there's one more flush down. But I am just noticing that we're holding out pretty good. This is the NASDAQ, right? I mean, here's the NASDAQ here. Big move to the downside, and now holding this 11,570. So we'll have to see what happens. Here's the 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ. Like you can see, it's not even back to where we were yesterday. So, we did get a nice bump up. Now you're pulling back in, and look where we stopped. Right down. I mean, the NASDAQ right now is at 11,600. So you are right back into yesterday's level right here. So that's what we're trying to hold, 11,600. This chart's not updating for today's move, but there it is, trying to hold it out on the front contract. So watch out for the NASDAQ. We're just battling back near yesterday's levels. We're going to see if we can make a little bit of cash here on the short, but it wouldn't surprise me if we bounced off of 2070 or so on the TQs. Kind of where we were before. Let's see what kind of a move we have down. Like I said, here's yesterday's levels. We're right into them and making a little bit of a move down. So we'll see if we can hold some of these highs or some of these lows, I guess, and then maybe create a bigger high. But we have to wait until 9:30, right? This market is going to tell us what we want to do. It has continued. The moves in the past have continued, but they've been a little bit more dramatic than just simply down 0.6. So, all right. I know Fahad's not at his desk right now, so he's not going to be able to switch off me. So let's just keep on talking about some opportunities. Where did Netflix go? First of all, I am bidding 80s here. So if this comes back in, although I'm thinking right now we've bounced off of, maybe I should be patient with this. We've bounced off of here a couple times. I'm going to put an 88 there, cancel my 80s. Just take a bid right there if we can. Oops, I canceled my own bid. See if we can get a bid here at 87 now, I guess, and then move on from that. So far so good here on the TQQ. Let's just see where we go. But anything you're looking? Actually, hold on a second. Let me look at Netflix real quickly here, as Sharif is still getting work done over there by Fahad. Where did it go? So this is a name here today. Cowen brought it out as their best idea. I'm loving this 320 break. That's exactly where we were at before this drop. So if the market can settle down a little bit here, Netflix is on the list. It's on my sticky note as the best. Yeah, okay. As the best opportunity for me today will be a Netflix break higher here of 320. So I'm just looking at that. I'm also waiting to get out of this TQQ position. I'm bidding 87s. Can we get an 87, Phil? There it is. So there we go. So a little reload, then and out. Let's go up, guys. Yeah, we are in a little bit of a skeleton staff this week. Neil, again, is going to be off. He's off Monday as well on a holiday, but he's not feeling well, so hopefully that sucks when you're not feeling well on your holidays. Arun's been here all week, so thanks for that. I did the show by myself Wednesday. Were you here Wednesday?
Yeah, no, that was the afternoon when...
The afternoon show. Was Wednesday?
No, I wasn't here when
it was
Neil
Wednesday.
left. Yeah.
Neil left earlier, yeah. So we were a lone wolf, and that's when we had Fahad on the show as well. So, all right, back over to the big desk with the big guy. It's Sharif.
All right, guys, we got Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician for Trade Ideas coming in. Michael, it's good to see you, actually. First time I get to interview you. How's your Friday going?
It's going well. It seems to be going better than you guys over there. It seems like the plague or something is going around the office a bit. But I've watched, and so far you're handling it like a champ. So kudos to you.
It's been tough out here, yeah. What are you looking at this week, Michael?
Yeah, so I'm going to get into a follow-up that basically I had from Brendan when we were chatting on Wednesday, which Shawn was just talking about. There's a bit of a skeleton staff, so I just kind of popped on a bit. And he asked a really interesting question about if the market is going to continue to be kind of choppy like this, a little bit range-bound going into the end of the year, which I agree is probably going to be the case because as the year goes on and as things start to wrap up, people take less and less large bets, and by people I'm talking about the large institutions. They're not going to take a massive bet that could potentially ruin a quarter or an end of year bonus structure or something. So generally speaking, you see a little bit of volume drying up, you see a little bit of volatility drying up coming into the year. So it means it might be time to adapt some trading styles. So if we just get right into the charts here kind of immediately, you can kind of see that happening already, where we have a bit of a high right there and then a bit of a high right here, and then we've been kind of chopping around that, and then inside this giant range we're inside a little range as well. So what I expressed to Brendan is the way that I personally like to trade these markets when they get choppy is look for, instead of breakouts of support and resistance, failures at support and resistance. So here's one trade that I took recently, and I've been talking about a little bit on Twitter on AMC. And essentially the idea is you look for a prior swing high or a resistance point. And if you have a candle that breaks through that, but then gets immediately slapped back down and puts in one of these large wicks, maybe that was a large institution filling orders. So what can happen a lot of the times is essentially if I'm an institution and I want to short or I want to sell some AMC, I just can't hit the bid like a normal person because I'm going to move the market. So what I'll do is I will wait for stops to get triggered. I'll wait for new highs to get hit and stops to get triggered to the long side, new lows to get hit and stops to get triggered to the short side. And I will use that liquidity to get in and out of my position. So that's kind of what this scan that we have within Trade Ideas. You can always hit me up, just Michael Noss on Twitter, or info@trade-ideas.com, and we can share this with you. We're working on an intraday one because I know Shawn already expressed interest in that, so we'll get that to you guys soon. But this is both daily and intraday and long and short. So what we'll do is we'll end up going through a couple of ideas that I have for you guys to keep on watch. I actually have stop limit orders out on all of these at kind of the price that's going to be described to take these trades. These are all ones that I'm really interested in. So HIIB, first one, which is a retail trade, something to do with sporting goods. You can see about $70 a share. It poked through that yesterday and then just got slammed right back down. So in all of these, I'm looking for an entry at the low of yesterday's candle for the shorts, and then a stop at the high of yesterday's candle and flipped for the longs. I want to buy that kind of breakout. Another one is HDSN right here. You can see $12 was resistance before. We poked through that, and then we got slammed right back down. So if we break this kind of topping tails low, that's going to be my entry point on this one. Last for the short side is EXAS. Now, this one's something to do with bioscience and health. So be very careful shorting those kind of names into any sort of swing, right? Swinging biotech shorts kind of scary. So, but same kind of thing. We had about, I think, 47 where we broke through and crashed back down. On the long side, INSG, this is a nice cheap stock for you guys, $1 a share. Poked through, pretty much hit $1 exactly, and then kind of bounced back up. GE, right, big and boring. So more for the slower traders out there, but the same thing. You can see two equal lows going on here, and then we broke through that, bounced back up. Last but not least is Zoom. Everyone knows Zoom. I'm talking to you guys on it right now, and the same thing. A huge support area around $70. We broke $70 yesterday, and then rallied all day to close pretty much at highs. So that's what I'm looking at going into today.
Awesome, Michael. I like the common theme there, looking for the reversals on these, I guess, bull traps, if you want to call them that, creating new highs.
Yep,
and
exactly.
then, yeah, excellent setup there, Michael. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll see you next Friday.
Thank you very much. Talk to you soon.
All right, guys, time for upgrades and downgrades. At the moment, we got some interesting upgrades today. DOCU getting upgraded by a number of individuals here. Looks like, yeah, it was an earnings winner. It was a bit of a mixed result, though. We'll talk more about that during the watch list recap. But yeah, coming in, getting changed from neutral to underweight. So interesting stuff there. Netflix as well, up on the upgrade. Pinduoduo and Fariza, some downgrades. LULU coming in also as an earnings winner or loser, I guess we'll have to see. I think it sold off yesterday. Yeah, down 6.1%. Coinbase, Carvana, and Alcoa all getting downgraded today, guys.
Yes, Carvana, Shawn's favorite stock yesterday.
I actually want to talk about
that. Shawn's favorite stock. And then Netflix. Netflix is the biggest one.
That might be your favorite stock.
What's that?
Netflix. You traded Netflix.
I traded Netflix quite a couple times this week, and I'm like, damn it, Netflix. Like we had a great short the first day we traded it, going on through that 310, I think it was right here somewhere. And then it just, like, okay, we're looking for that long against that 305. I've got the alerts out, and then they do this upgrade. Yesterday we did a whole lot of nothing, and then the upgrade takes us right to 320. I'm just like, no, that puts us at the top end of the range. That means I gotta let the high break, which sits close to 323. And you know how Netflix is. I mean, it's fairly thin. It moves aggressive. Market's already getting a little hot here. And I can't step into Netflix with an upgrade with the market that's fallen off. I mean, what am I going to do here? It's just one of those things where you got to wait for Netflix to trade out, because a trade that you would have liked, that would have made more sense, is kind of gone. So you got to wait for the high break, which is like $5 away from where we are right now in the pre-market. And at that point, this market make a full comeback after the open. So we're just going to wait a little bit here. A lot of the names that I'm kind of trying to get in on, this PPI kind of just, as expected, kind of just moves things out, right? Like this is LULU here. LULU fell off, went up here, looks like a little move, just a counter move, and then sideways action. I'd like to go for the short again, but I can't do it around here, around that 346. The risk is too high. I'm gonna have to tighten things up a little bit here after the market opens. I need to see how this market's gonna digest this PPI here. Are we gonna do a full reversal? Because we did bounce. It seems like going forward, at least for today, I'm going to be still referring to the Z contract. Monday will roll over to the March contract. So for now, market's still at 39.55, a low of 39.30. So we've bounced 25 points off the bottom, and Lulu's still going down. So I would expect some negative movement in Lulu to continue yesterday's move to the downside, but we're at the bottom end of the range, and I want to see this open before I commit to anything else. So we're just going to stick around a little bit, be patient. We need to see how this market is going to digest this. There's been days where this market continues this move from the number, and then there's been days where the market opens and reverses completely, right? And then we've got that 10 a.m. headline here with consumer sentiment with the CIE as well. So a lot of risk coming on the table here between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. after this PPI here. So we're just going to have to be a little bit more patient. We're going to set up the numbers and the levels we want to work with on the names. But definitely Lulu's there. Definitely Netflix is there. And then Shawn there, Carvana. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I feel good about Carvana. Just quickly here, we just reloaded TQQ on the short again. And Neil, hey, what's up, Neil? Both Arun and I will be looking at futures today because I'm in the TQQs, and it is bounced. It just hit a nice little level. Look at the NASDAQ right there at 11,600, 11,615 or so was it stopped. We took that advantage as well on the TQQ, pulled it back in, and actually I'm just going to bid some out now at O's if we can get it out there. What's up, Randy? Hope you're doing good. I could take a reload. Why not there? Thanks, Randy. On that, we're bidding 21 here, but I'm on a gateway that has to pay me, so that means it needs to rip through it. Hopefully that will happen. There's a lot of volume on this. So CVNA, Carvana has been on the watch list now 3 straight days. Great downgrade opportunity that happened right here. We were lucky enough. We missed this whole move. It pretty much happens in the pre-market. But we got 5 short, hit that all the way down sub 4. That was a fantastic trade the day that it actually happened. But then yesterday, are my trades going to show up? No, they're not. That's too bad. But yesterday we were short again. It did take out some tops. We were able to mess around with it and get a little bit of money back. But the thing that I'm looking at right now today is once again a breakdown. So there's 5 breaking down to that sub level, and then yesterday again, the trades aren't showing up, but it was an upside move yesterday. Look where we stopped though, 520. That 520 is kind of meh. It's because it was such a huge rally there at the end of the day. You guys remember we had Carvana and we actually wound up getting out there at the end of the day on that last print, which was 496. So we got a nice little last print happening there on Carvana yesterday, as you guys remember. So when we back into this trade today, I don't think it's going to break 5. We'll see if it does. That 480 has been a top. I'm looking at that level, and we only spent a couple minutes, like 20 minutes or so here, above $5 yesterday. So a big move up. We had this move. We had the 470 break long, and it's sometimes if I shake this, it'll show my trades, but I don't know why it's not loading up. But we had this break long yesterday. You guys know we took advantage of it, except for we didn't get out up here. We got out on the way up, and then we were able to take that very last print right here at 496 at the end of the day there and got that print out. So it was a great break long, but it was struggling to stay above 5, right? We saw that. So without momentum today, I don't see this name breaking through $5 again. And if it does, then I am going to give it up to 525 where we were yesterday. I'm sitting for the offer. I'm waiting at 480. That might not come through, but remember, we did have that nice CPI or PPI move down, so maybe the market will drift back up if it wants to, and we'll be able to get Carvana. But I'm noticing this is 475. I'm actually going to put another order at 475 on Carvana. I don't know if we get to 480, so we'll put an order there. We'll sit around. We'll take some shares on CVNA, but it's one of the other ideas that I really like today against that 525. So is it getting chilly in here right now?
I hope you're not getting sick too, man.
No, I'm not. But my hand, I told you last couple of days, I feel like you're wearing this sweater. That's the problem. I just got on this shirt here, but is it or no?
I think I do feel air coming in now.
Yeah.
I think maybe one of the vents started blowing air now.
All right, that's Carvana. That's a few ideas. Netflix is on the board as well. It's all on our watch list. Let's go over to the sheriff himself, Sharif, at the big desk.
Yeah, guys, time to look at the European markets. England down marginally 0.06%. Germany up 0.35%. France likewise, same with England, 0.06%. To the high side. Italy down, the Borsa Italia down 0.3%. Spain also down up 0.38%. Sweden up a percentage point. The Swiss market down 0.3%, and Turkey up 1.21%. Let's have a look at the social sentiment board. Some stuff coming up here. There's Shawn's favorite stock, CVNA, Vanna on here, PHVS. This was a small capper running like crazy yesterday. I was trading this from the comfort of my home on my desk while I had a fever, so that was awesome to enjoy. Amazon also on here, guys. Lucid, Coin, a lot. DWAC making an appearance. GME, SoFi, Neo, Mara, all sorts of stuff on the social sentiment board today, guys.
Yeah, that PHVS. Oh, good to hear. You know what was so funny there? So I hit, when Sharif goes, I was trading at home yesterday, PHVS. I hit Awesome. Then about 2 seconds later, just naturally, because Sharif doesn't know what I'm about to hit, he goes, it was awesome. And it was like some back-to-back jacks there. So PHVS, we'll definitely have a look at that one. Let me just call it up now. Arun's going to go over the futures in a quick second, as he does every day at 9 o'clock, whether or not he's here or not. So we'll get that to Arun quickly in a minute. But this PHVS yesterday, what a crazy trade there. Were you profitable on this yesterday, Sharif? Yeah, good. Okay, good. I know it was a tough one to trade. That's why, because we had a couple halts. We halted early there at 5. Then we halted again at 8. Then we halted up here at 12. And that's tough, man, because every single time we halted, we opened back up. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. So we opened back up. So we halted here at 570, opened back up at 650, but then faded out back to 6 before ripping back again. Look at that. There's the halt. I remember Pratt had this halt, and I was sitting here debating it with Arun. I was like, do I want it? Do I want it? Opened up about 30 or 40 cents in the money. They gave it all the way back again. Ripped back up. Halted again at 12. Gave it all back. And then in the afternoon, it was kind of like, you know, another move down to $8 and then back upside. So let's see if we zoom this chart back out a little bit here. You do have 1050 as a level to possibly look at. And I always say to play on halt levels, right? So if we halted at 12 yesterday, I feel like we could take 12 again here today. And that's probably a punch long. It did wick as high as 1240. Remember what the volume is going to look like on this thing when we do get ready to halt. It's going to be really thin on reopen. So just be careful. You guys trade with whatever amount of shares you want on this name. But honestly, the float is only 30 million. This short float is going to be way incorrect. It's going to have to update. But the thing is, yesterday it did what, 89 million shares? So it did 3 times what its available shares to trade were, right? So a lot of traders are going to get caught off guard a little bit with the float there, with the ability to short it, with the ability to even get shares, even long. Like when you short this name and you got to get out, that's where the market orders happen, and then it just starts to blast. So I think I'm going to try this trade, to be honest with you. I like a 12 break. Let's put it in order to take the long at 12. I mean, you could go long now and worry about it at 9. That's not a horrible play either. Go long here at 1034, see about it breaking 9 to the downside. I might actually... I'm sort of convincing myself to do this right now. You are in a nice little range. You're starting to go back to the upside right now. Volume's not, I mean, you can't see it. Oh, I want to say a big thank you to Surge Trader. Forgot to do that, who sponsored our opening segment and our last segment. Go to surgetrader.com, use the code TraderTV to get 10% off. But I don't mind this on this name. Volume, again, you can't see it. Fahad's over with Sharif, but you can see here a lot of volume coming in at these levels. So that was right at 840. So after PPI came in at 950, some volume right here, back upside. I actually think this is worth taking a little bit of a shot long here against that $9, because I feel like we will take 12. So I am going to right now take a little bit of a trade here on PHVS. You can see it's already starting to go. I'm just going to punch in here a little. There we go. We got 47s. I just took it out. It's not a big trade right now. If it does fall back in to this 950, I like it a little bit better. But there we are. We're going to go long right now. The volume is starting to ramp up. I'm taking this name long against $9. PHVS. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a rally. I will take a piece out most likely in this 1130, 1140 area if we can get there, and then we'll see about a break long through 12. But right now, PHVS long in charge. All right, Brendan, I just wanted to talk about that because I was looking long, so now you guys know I'm long. Okay, yeah, sorry, I said Brendan. Let's go over to Arun with the futures.
Yeah, let's go over to the futures here. Let me pull up the contract. So for anyone on eSignal, this is the eSignal chart. If you do a consolidated contract, they automatically move you over to the March contract. So I'm going to pull up the Z22 contract, which is the December contract. This is what we're going to be working with today. On Monday, we'll switch over. For now, this is a Z contract. And you can see that we kind of, you know, where do we open here at? We opened at 64.75 and then kind of trickled up to 90 and then fell apart here with that PPI number. It broke a trend line clearly to the upside, but it broke a trend line right into previous action, which makes sense as to why it bounces. We're gonna need to take all of that out to make sure that this is still a short. So I'm gonna have to box this thing in here a little bit. As big as this move was, the continuation aspect of this move has a lot to get through because of how we've traded for the last couple of days. So there's still some residual volume that needs to be taken out if we're going to actually make this a sell. So I would say 39.15 on the Z22 contract or the Z contract needs to get taken out before we move on through there. Of course, the high being 90. If we can get back above the high, we're sitting at 54 right now. If we can rally a good 30, 35 points here, then there's a good chance, there's a very good chance that this is very positive. But keep in mind, though, we still have the consumer sentiment coming out at 10 o'clock. All right, we still have that attached to a CIE number that comes out at 10 o'clock. So there's going to be that headline risk until 10 a.m. as well. After 10 a.m., I think the dust should clear and we should get a much clearer read on how this market wants to go. So for now, we're just using the highs and the bottoms of the last couple of days. So today's high being 90, low of a few days ago being 39.15. Break it through either side. This is starting to be a wide range, even with the minor trend in between. But this is starting to be a wide range, so I'm going to let this market break through, and then I'll step into it. But I do want to point out one thing. Somebody put this in the chat, so I took a quick look at it. Nat gas on fire today. Wow, 4.3% to the upside. And it caught my attention as soon as they got above 620. Why? Because if you go back to last week here, there's a small little gap that I want to see what they're going to do between 620 and 625. So it's still running strong, but it is, you know, taking its sweet time now that it's at 620. And we've seen what crude did yesterday when it rallied for 2 hours straight, decided to turn, and then sold off for for pretty much the rest of the day here, and went from positive 4-point-something% to negative. So here we are with nat gas in an area that could potentially stall out. I'm keeping an eye on this. I want to see how this trades. Remember, nat gas, although it's $6.20, the level 2 looks like this. It trades in thousands, right? So there's 10 ticks per penny in nat gas. So to move down 5 points, or that's about 50 ticks that it has to go. So just be aware what you're dealing with if you decide to trade nat gas. If you don't, you can always go into the futures contracts that are there as well. So those are the levels I'm looking at. Oh, crude. Let's take a quick look at crude, because I know it was just up 1% and change, but it has turned off and came back in. And of course, it turns off right here around that 33 mark. This is the range top, right? Yesterday, we took out that 71 and change low, just went sideways. We came back in, caught an offer. I thought we actually would go a little bit higher into that 73, but nope, we caught an offer here. That's the 30-minute chart. And if you go to the 5, there could be a decent shot. Oh, man, that could have been a good one, too. Damn it. All right, 72.60 again, 73 could have been a good one as we play the range top here and moving on down to the bottom of the range. So you're kind of stuck in a range here between on nat gas between 73, I would say 72.50 if you really wanted to push it, and then from, it looks like whatever this is, 71.80 going on down. So it's an uneven range, but still the range is still intact. Of course, if we take out 71, that should open up crude to the downside against 70. Oh, there you go. Some acceleration in crude as we just took out 72 for the second time.
Yes, guys, make sure to sign up for that watch list. Just scan that QR code on the screen, and it will take you to a link to our watch list. Sign up every day. I get it in my inbox every day, and I definitely use it to help me prepare for the day. So, guys, first thing on the watch list today, DocuSign, an EPS winner. 57 cents per share versus a 42 expected. Also, revenue was up year over year, 18.3%. They did report a quarterly loss, though, guys, but this one up 12% to start the day.
Yeah, DocuSign was never going to make money anyways, well, right now, but yeah, big beats. I mean, I put this, it's on the sticky note today. Follow me at TraderTV, Shawn. You can get the sticky note live. And we also just tweeted out our PHVS position. But right here, man, it's a little bit of a slow week for sure. But the sticky note, we said PPI will change the game. It didn't really, to be honest with you. I don't feel like the market's really doing anything. I mean, I'm sitting in this TQQ position. You just went over oil there, but I don't know. The futures aren't really doing too much. But we wanted to watch DOCU here. We wrote it down here. Nice report looking at support of 45. Good with beats, revenue and EPS. Thanks, Sharif, for all that. Looking to stabilize, and then we want to take a long. I mean, some of these names, it's tough to trade. Like you're already up 10%, right? The short interest on this name, let's do a double check. Yeah, we'll check FinViz, why not? DOCU here just to get a short. I was going to go to that flow checker again, I think I might have closed that website or minimized it somewhere else. Where is the short percentage? Go alphabetically right here. So they only have about 6% short on this name. We'll double check it with Float Checker, but that sounds about right. I don't remember DOCU ever having too big of a short float out there, but hey, look, nice move. We did touch 51 there, did pull back. It is starting to trend a little bit to the downside now. As you can see, some traders are going to be taking profit on this. And the problem, and what I was getting at, the problem with trading names that are off earnings, I'm not really sure where the books are on this. Like, was there a big short heading into this? You know, did a big house have a trading firm or you know, a bunch of traders, I guess, have a bunch of shorts on, and then now they're going to get blown out? So off the open, we could see a big move to the upside, or they could punch the short even more now because you're up that 10%. And again, a company not making money in rising rates environment, I mean, forget about whatever the quote was or whatever your report was. It's still not a right stock to buy in this environment. There's been a big switch over now. It seems like value's getting hit a little bit with energy names coming down, financials coming down. So I do wonder if DocuSign, you know, does get a little bit of a boost up here on not a bad report. And then, like I said, some of these names getting to the upside right now, but you just did break through 50 again. So if you're going to look at $50 as a level, we've already been here, right? And you know, it was basically a wall on the upside for resistance. We stopped there at 50. We stopped here at 50. We retraced it back both times. So right again today, we busted through 50 yesterday on the report. We were just at $42 2 days ago. You bust through 50, stop at 52. So I think the long, if we're wrong on a dip, the long is going to come in at about $50 for me on a break to the high side. But for me, I wrote down 45. Let's see if we can get back into some of this consolidation areas where we want to get the long for DOCU. So I like it back here at 45. If it can dip down, I am bidding there. So that's a little level that I like, 45 back into 44. If we break back down below 44, which would be these levels back on the 30th, then you know, then we can get out of the way. But 44 looks pretty damn solid to me, including yesterday's highs, right? Yesterday, $44 was as high as we got. So if we do fall back, let's start the long halfway in between 45, 45.50 and hold it back to 44. To me, that's DOCU, but again, with these levels coming through, it's very, very tough to figure out, hey, what exactly is the right play to make off the first 5 minutes. Watch volume, it should be able to tell you everything.
Yeah, I mean, for me, DocuSign, first thing I'm going to do is start off with the daily here, 50 even, very clear on these charts that 50 is going to be a problem here. It's just above the high of December the 1st there. So here we are kind of coming into that. That's the daily chart without the overnight action. And now this is what you get with that red line. That was 50, and then we broke above, and then completely reversed and then trickled up. And I was waiting to see how this market was going to handle this price right here, which is 48, right? It was hesitation on the way up, and then it found like, and this is pre-market, or it's after-market, so there's not a whole lot of volume here anyways, but it's just interesting to see that they're going to pick around the same prices. So here we are dipping back into that 48, and then catching some sells as we got closer to 50, and then coming back down through that 48. So as long as we're going to stay underneath that 48, I'm going to offer my way into 48. I did send an offer in, sitting in front of 48, but man, this thing's already at 47, 44. The bids are like, as soon as the bids pull, the offers just step down one more leg. So we've moved quickly from what I saw when I put the offer in, it was sitting at 85 on the offer, and then it went to 70, 59, and here we are at 44. Moving on down. So I do like the idea of a short around that 48 against the 50. I think the fact that we took out that 50, set off some stops, and then complete reversal the following, what is this? This is like 5 minutes. So we took it out at 410, and by the time we got to about 450, we were already back underneath in a big way. So I would say that, you know, any sort of move back up that starts to taper off, and this does look like it's tapering off, I'm going to take a shot at the short. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to lose like $2, but it's against a chart setup that is absolutely solid. So I'm all for that here. Short potential against 50 here on DocuSign.
Tesla, guys, next on the list. Bloomberg coming out overnight with a report that Tesla intends on cutting, I believe, 30% from their Shanghai facility as a result of growing inventories, guys. So this one down 51% year to date. Where do we go here from Tesla?
Oh boy, it's going to be Tesla time one more time here again today. That name has been really the mover, especially now that it's like sub $200. It's really not easy to trade, but there's a lot more traders in there now because, again, it doesn't take as much buying power to get back in there and trade it. What's happening right now, though, let's just quick, well, I'm going to go to Tesla in a minute, but this TQQ position, the futures are starting to fall back in a little bit. So I'm going to put, just in case you guys are watching or trading at home, I do have a... do I have it? No, I don't. I canceled my 80. So I'm going to put an 80 out there right now. Actually, just put an 83. If we can fall back into some of these levels right now on the futures, I'd like to get that into the TQQ. And again, look what we've been doing. Short, 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 back in. And again, you know, this is what I do. You're going to see me doing this on Thursday, on Tuesday and on Wednesday when we have actionable trades in the market. So that's, you know, that's something that we're going to look at. All right, Tesla, just to let you guys know that we did get a piece out again of that trade for the NASDAQ. All right, so what's Tesla doing? Downside. I mean, again, like that number comes out. Tesla was kind of cruising 177 again, just trying to break back to the upside. We still like that 180 short all day, every day. That's going to have to come in though again today, and I don't think it's going to rip $8 unless this market really gets going. Like Fed, there's a quiet period now ahead of their announcement next week. So this market's not like you're going to get saved here by someone coming out and talking about PPI unless they're not part of the Fed, which there are lots of people that could come out and talk. It's just, I don't think we get back to 180 today, but that's going to be a good short. So that puts the focus right here at 170 again. We talked about it. I think it was you yesterday. You're like, oh, it's breaking 170. And it did break 170, but it only went, and it went pretty early. It only went to 169 and change. So here's the break early. This is what Arun was saying yesterday, because he was telling me, because you don't really trade this name, of course, but you're like, oh, 170 is breaking. I was already in some other names, but that did tick down to 169. Then we went back to there again and broke down again to 169.30. So I feel like there is some strength here at 170. You know, we had an opportunity to break 170 yesterday and continue the move down, and it quite frankly didn't do that. So if it didn't do it yesterday when we had a big move down, obviously we talked about the market had this move and then it rallied back up. So I feel like it is following the market, but we are, you know, down 0.4 right now on Tesla. The market's down 0.4, so I think that's accurate. I like a long here at 170. Let's see. I'm not going to put the bid now, but I do want to be reminded of it. I do have it up on another screen here. So when Tesla comes down to 170, actually, you know what? Just so I don't forget about it, I am going to put that bid there. I'm going to put a bid down near 170 on Tesla. When it fills me, we'll see about holding it down to that 169 break level. So let's take a long here at 170, see if we can grab it, then bounce back. That'd be the trade that I'm looking for. If not, we'll hold it to a 169 break, and then we'll lose that $1.50 if that happens. So for me, Tesla strong today. Good possibility if the market rallies, and we know this has a couple dollars in it. So let's go long here on Tesla. But for now, it's only we're getting ready to the open. We haven't even looked at the market imbalance locator, and for good reason. There's absolutely nothing on here for a Friday. Kind of surprised, but again, it's a slow week. It's into next week. There's traders waiting for this. So I'm not surprised that there's not much on here, but I am disappointed to see really no names that will trade. XOM's on there. You already did sort of that look on oil. XPeng there as an EV name. But other than that, man, we'll have to wait to see what's going through. But for now, Tesla, I'm sitting at 170 to try to catch that bid. You like that trade?
I'm going to stay away from Tesla. It's just, the chart's gotten messy. It's like, it was an easy trade a few days ago. What is this, the 5th, when they broke through that 190? That was an easy one. I mean, if you were there to catch it. And then in the last couple of days, it's gotten messy. Well, this is the daily chart, so we kind of got through that 180, all the way down to 175, bounced back, and then tried to go up into that range, bounce back. And today, if we were in that top end of the range where we were trading, 176, 177, 178, that's an easy trade against that 180, 181. But now we've moved this far down. I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, 170 bounce, that could be one option. The second option, a clear option is probably that low break, right? It's a messy chart. You got to be willing to step in. And this is my hesitation here. It's an index name. So if the indexes don't like the action from the pre-market and they decide to reverse, so Apple, Microsoft, Amazon go, obviously Tesla can do its own thing, but at the same time, pressure from the index is going to kind of influence it in a certain way. And for me, I think because it's an index name, I'm not a fan of catching moves that are messy. So if we're going to get a breakout or some sort of setup and go, I'm all for that. If we're going to take 170 out and sit below that 169 for a bit and kind of work that bottom, sure, I'm all for that. But I'll set the alert off, and I do have an alert here below 169.50. But that's the only alert. I just want to get below 170 and sit underneath 170 to work the trade. Otherwise, I think with this downtrend coming into play, even with this little move up today, this PPI did reverse it, right? So for me, that kind of makes things a little too messy for my liking. So 170 and below with some consolidation, at which point I will step in, but that's it. That's all for me.
Netflix, guys, next. Multiple upgrades today coming on Netflix. Most important of which is Wells Fargo. They raise it to overweight from neutral with a new price target of 405, up from 340. Piper Sandler also in there with a price target increase. Have a look at this, guys. We got a really nice gap setting up here yesterday from yesterday's close and this morning's open. This one should be interesting, guys.
Look, Netflix, you also missed one there. I saw on the watch list as well. Cowen upgraded it. I don't know if it was on the watch list or I was on another list I was looking at. Cowen also upgrading this to their best idea for 2023. To me, I think like you could probably find some better ideas, but hey, man, I mean, these guys are what they're doing, and that's what they do. So the research is saying that they like that ad-supported tier, right? So if that's going to come in and start to float around, we like Netflix on the show. It's great to trade. I mean, you get some huge moves. I cannot believe that we wrote down on the sticky note here, and it's stupid because like you don't want to. I wrote down 313, but I was going to put in 316 on the bid there, not because of Stone Cold or anything, but just because those were some dip levels that we had seen before, back down there into 316. We had some decent levels there. I chose 313 to go a little bit lower off that PPI number, but we never got there at all. We got to 315, I guess, was where we stopped, and then we ripped to the upside. You know, the 200 period is following it to here. Upside, that was a drop. Look how fast it recovered, man. I mean, this is the name that we should have got into if you were looking long. The fact of the matter is, it's still up 3%. The market's doing nothing, and Netflix is choosing to go back up to its highs. Netflix is a break long at 320. It's just, do we actually want to do the break? I mean, I sit here, Arun, every single day, and I guess the solution to this problem is just take less shares and hold it against yourself, because it's up 3%, the market's down. I am nervous about breaking longs, but there really is no better of an idea for me anyways. Look at, I mean, I have a few other ideas. I like the Carvana short a lot, but right into there, this is the daily chart for Netflix. We've bounced off. Okay, hopefully it'll stop loading now. There it is. We've bounced off these levels a couple times with the high being about 323. So the fact that now we're right back at this breaking spot for Netflix, and we have some positive news. I think Netflix goes through 320 today, and we might not get an opportunity to trade it except for off the open at that level. So I don't know. You want to take that break long?
No, I think I was looking at the chat. Dale Flinch said it right.
What was it?
Netflix isn't the greatest because of the amount of space. He stays away from it because of the amount of space you have to give it. And absolutely,
right.
I mean, that's my whole thing with Netflix is that there's windows. There's tiny windows where the trade is solid and the risk is perfect. Like you can do that great risk reward. Most of the time on Netflix now, these moves are nuts. So if you take that 323, we're sitting at what, 318? Where's your support base for us to take that high out? It's going to be like $5, $6, maybe $7 away. That's expensive. That's way too much, I think. You can take those quick breaks, but then you look at the level 2 on Netflix, and it's not going to make a difference in the pre-market because it's going to be fairly thin. But the level 2 on Netflix is ridiculously thin, even after the market opens. So 323 break is there for you if you want to do one of those quick break and offers type of situations, those dangerous moves there where you go for the level break. But I prefer to have trades that actually set up.
Yeah.
And if we can get above 323 and then set up and then come down a bit and still be strong on the buy side, and I have a decent risk profile on the trade, yeah, I'll do it. I'll give it that extra little space. It makes sense if the risk reward is there. But on those initial breaks, I'm just going to stay away from it. And the problem with this is, though, these are the type of moves that'll move like $10. And you're like, oh, I could have gotten $10. But you also forget the risk that you need to put up to get that initial catch, right? The amount of times that could have gone wrong. So for me, I'm going to stay away from it. Once it gets above 323, I'll start looking at it. But so many things have to fall into place for me to actually trade Netflix in a proper way today.
Lululemon next, guys. This one reported in the aftermarket yesterday. Have a look at this chart. A big move down from around 375 or so. I think it made its way down to around 330. This one, a mixed, and that's why the board says mixed, because, you know, they raised their annual revenue forecast on what they believe to be strong demand, but they think that this quarter, this holiday season, will miss expectations. Basically, they're trying to blame it on decades-long inflation as a reason for the decline in demand. So where do we go with this awesome Canadian company, guys?
Yeah, good. Nice to throw that in there. I know there's some competition now with Aloe, and there's they do have, a little bit of a pull forward there for Christmas holiday season. Should be pretty big as well. I don't know how Black Friday, I guess not that great. They're missing down 7% here today for Lulu. For me, this is not a name that I trade. I mean, it's a dollar spread. I don't, if you're going to look at the daily chart, the 200 period is 327. We did dip down there. I don't know if that must have been I don't know if that's a bad wick or not. Did we dip down there yesterday? Yeah, so we came right, look at this move here. 380 all the way down to 330. We've retraced quite nicely here this morning. So for me, it's not a name that I trade, but that 200 period is at 352. So that would be the break spot long for sure. Yeah, this is looking, I don't know. We have this guy turned over. I guess we got to put this into, we'll leave it for now.
He's mixed. He should be mixed.
That's what I mean. So let's wait on that. I don't know. I'm not confident in a bull versus bear yet today. But Lululemon, the spread for me is already $2 here, 345, 347. So it's too big of a spread. You do have a nice base here at 345. I think I can pass this over to Arun, but I don't think you're even going to really look at this, are you today?
I mean, Lulu is one of those situations where it's just like Netflix, right? Where the spread is going to be ridiculous, especially on a day like today. Now, you have the bands, 345, 355. If you get a setup where it gets above, trade sideways, built up a level with decent risk reward, sure. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those situations where it takes off on you and you're going to be looking at it going, oh, I could have caught that, but that's only after the fact. So we'll put some alerts out. We'll keep an eye on 345 and 355 and see how Lulu wants to play after the open.
Next on the list, guys, we've got Palantir Technologies announcing a new multi-million-dollar deal with Crisis 24, which is a Garda World company. They're basically trying to leverage critical information to provide innovative solutions to basically reshape the securities industry. So I know Shawn likes to trade this one. Maybe not in the last little bit, but Palantir now around $7. Where do we go on Palantir today, guys?
Actually, Sharif, we have traded this the last couple of days. It's because exactly what you just said there. We're at that $7 level. So, I mean, for me, Palantir, and by the way, guys, big up to Sharif right there. Brendan had to step away, again, not feeling well as he got the plague as well. So we're going to wait to see if everybody else can sort of just flow through here today. I know it's a little bit of a skeleton staff behind us. Arun and I feel great. Fahad is like really pulling forward today as well. And yeah, just a shout out to everybody that works here at Trader TV Live. Get well, Neil, Brendan, Prad. Prad's actually not going to be here for the midday show as well today. He's not feeling well, and then he's got to go get married. So there's that married, as well. But okay, down here, 6'9". Wouldn't that be hilarious? Like, he may come back married. I wonder, you know what, Justin's not here, but I mean, if somebody can throw up a poll, that would be kind of fun.
We all believe that he's going to get married.
Will Prad get married?
Like
let's say that for the midday show. He says
he's not going for his wedding, and that may be true to some degree, but it's entirely possible that he comes back with an arranged situation where you may have to fly back next year.
I think he's so stubborn that, like, he just, if he's not down for it, he ain't doing that.
He can do that, but he's stuck in the country, so he's
hopefully
and his mom's going to be there, and his mom will drag him back and get him married if he needs to be. So
I don't think he needs to be married. All right, so just Palantir, if you want to come to my screen real quick. I'm staying away from this today. That PPI number was not great. Whether or not it signals 75 points or 50 basis points, we will check the Fed rate funds tool as we go. Maybe Sharif can call that up if he can get it. The CME Fed rates tool, we can see what that's at. Because it was 70, 75%, 50 basis points. Oh, there it is. Will Prad come back married? I'm going to say no shot on that one. I say no shot. Thanks for putting that poll up, whoever did that. Shout out whoever did that, Justin, or whoever did that. Thanks so much for doing that. All right, so Palantir, I'm going to stay away. I just feel like, honestly, It's at a good level. If we get down to 690, fine. We'll look at it. We'll play off that bottom of 650. But for me, let's just leave Palantir alone for a little bit. The one name that I do like, though, on a rip, if we get going, is Apple. We've talked about that. I love this 143 area right here. We just dumped from 144. I think we could get a clean break, 143 to like 143, 60, 70, something like that. So I am there for the long with only a minute to go. We don't have anybody on the bell, I don't think. Maybe Brankos or somebody. You wanted the bell? Obi's going to get the bell. So thanks, Obi, for that one. Right behind us again. So I haven't seen Obi in a couple days. So it's nice that he's back here. Hopefully he's feeling well as well. So the bell's going to happen in about 30 seconds. So right now, Apple, I like it on the downside. 142 possibly holding. That's going to be a name to look at. CVNA here off the open as well, up to 5. That's come in a little bit here. So we'll see if we're able to get a short here on Carvana. We're waiting at 70 and 85 on that one. So yeah, let's get those likes going, man. Over 7,000 watching. Thank you so much for watching today on PPI Day. And it's going to be a good one. Arun and I will hold down the fort. And we're going to hit the countdown right now as we have sub 10 seconds to go before we get this big day on the go here. With only 3, it's Obi, it's 2, and it's 1. All right, there we go.
Okay, I was expecting more.
We're now open. He's going to run back to his desk, make some trades there. Good luck today, Obi. Good luck, Sharif. Good luck, Arun. And good luck to everybody there watching today as we are now open. Carvana instantly not open yet. We wait for that one to make a move. Apple, the NASDAQ is open, so we'll wait to see here. Apple dancing around 142 and change. What did our friend Netflix do? Was it at 380
It was taking off at like 322 when I last checked.
We knew that was going to happen, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that was, if there's nothing more obvious than that, it was going to be a nice little rip up there for Netflix. Holy shit. Holy crap. It's holy doo-doo. It's a huge move right there to the upside. I knew that we'd only have one chance at this at 320, and unfortunately for me, too rich for my blood. All right, let's go here. It's not too rich for my blood. It's just the fact that the spread was so huge. Now, of course, it's fine to trade, but we're open and making that move down. So up, sorry. So let's go, guys. The market's open. It's time to trade.
Yeah. Okay. So I got a fill in the pre-market here. Well, right as the market was opening on DocuSign, it popped up. I'm wondering how I got this fill, and I feel like there's some dark prints there that filled me in because I got 90, and it looks like the lit book only went up to 89. So looks like some dark prints came in and got me. But I am short here. 33 cents in the money for now, but I mean, DocuSign, we talked about DocuSign, right? And there goes Netflix, by the way, through 323. DocuSign, we talked about this. It's going to be against that 350, looking to move back towards that 45 and change. That's where Shawn's looking to get out or get his long. So I'm going to get some shares out around that 45 and a half mark here as we come on down to the downside. So far, it's 90 cents in the money. I'll take it. Futures market hasn't done anything so far, so we're going to let it go as
futures are tanking,
all over the place so far. It is falling, but I mean, it is
tank is too hard.
It's not aggressive enough. DocuSign is still trying to figure out what it wants to do as it moves down towards that 47.
All right, yeah, the market has come back in here a little bit now, and the TQQs are. Holla. Nice trade there. We are waiting. There it is. We just got that fill. So I was like, we're waiting for it, so let's not celebrate it until it actually comes through. But there it is. It does come through right now. Nice little downside move there for the futures, and we are starting to crash it out. There's Carvana. Again, another name that's on your boys' watch list today. Hopefully it's on yours as well. Good name coming through there for Carvana. Downside pressure right now for that name. So, yeah, good little look there. Let's see if we can't make magic happen for Carvana back down through 4. Is what I'm kind of looking at right now for CVNA. So I just got a one piece out that's 20% downside move happening, hopefully in Carvana for us. Everything else working out. We do have PHVS. We've averaged it back in. If this breaks 9, this is obviously not a great trade. So we're going to see what happens with this one breaking through $9. Then we're going to get out. TQQ's bouncing a little bit off of our level there, but we are temporarily out of that one. Let's just see what Apple's doing as it's trying to, Apple with a nice move to the downside right there. Wow, big break for Apple. It broke that 142 and was like, see you later. It double touched down there at 141. Why is Apple down double the market today? More to come on that, I guess. Carvana nicely now in the money, 17 cents. Any other short ideas that we had? We had Netflix, Carvana, Apple, Docu. No, they're all the longs, and you're already in that DocuSign. So
yeah, but DocuSign came all the way back. It's still just messing around so far. It was up $1, like 90 cents in the money. Now it's flat. It came from 47 all the way to 48, and it's still just trying to figure itself itself out. So we're going to stick with it. Again, 48 against 50 is the play here. What is this? Square. Square is taking off to the upside here. Okay, I see you. I was just lucky enough to have it on the screen there as it takes out 64 and continuing strong. And there goes the alert for Square. Oh man, this is moving quick too. Damn, that was quick. Okay, Square on the table for a potential long. Nice little play here against 62 on the bottom there. So if we can just get this settled up here above 64 with the move back down, I'm all for this long on Square as well.
All right, good. Yeah, so some good ideas there. Arun's busting through there as well. So good trade there. We did take another piece out on TQQ. I need to find some longs because this market is starting to get going a little bit here, but it's not going to be Apple. Apple's getting destroyed right now to the downside. I thought we liked this Apple long, but right now, no. I'm going to cancel that 143 for now. There's going to be better trades coming on Apple, I feel like, probably sooner rather than later. So we'll wait for Apple to come through, but not right now. Let's check out what Microsoft is doing. I feel like Amazon got a downgrade as well today. At some point, I thought I saw something come through there. Netflix already up 5% and still rocking. There's Microsoft just doing nothing but dancing around. You know what? Maybe Apple does take that. Apple's so low right now. I'm wondering about just going short through 141 right now. I mean, it bounced off that level, 140.80. I almost like a 141 short. I'm going to take that on Apple, man. I'm going to take a 141 short. It's not reacting very well here. That one, I mean, we could trade it up against 142, but I want to take a 141 break. I mean, this is getting to be a little bit too much to the downside here. So I feel like there obviously is something going on right now with Apple. So we'll try to take that. PHVS, unfortunately, we tried that. That's a fail. That broke back down lower as well. We'll look for PHVS in a minute. What happened to my daily chart there? I'm going to go find that.
All right. Yeah, I see you guys in the chat. I actually had snow on my radar as well, but through that 145. So I saw it. I'm just like, oh, yeah, I'm all for that here on snow as it breaks through that 145, settles up a little bit, tiny bit, and then comes back in. This is the trade that I actually want to jump in on snow. Let me pull up the chart for you guys. This is what I'm looking at here. Yeah, this is, I mean, we're taking out yesterday's high. We have space to the upside, all good things. But the big thing for me here is the daily. And the daily is opening up a little bit here to the upside. I'm looking, okay, if we can get above that 145, where do we have the targets? 150? Okay, we still have space to that trend line, so 150, maybe into the 152s. That's kind of where I'm looking here. For 150 being the big round number is going to be my first target here on snow, but again, it's going to need some space. I'm okay with it. I'm using the low of yesterday's consolidation point here. Well, and I guess the overnight as well at 141. So the risk is $4. Upside is about 5 and change before we get to the first target. If I can get my second target, it's going to be a 2-to-1 payoff. So we're going to let it work and do its thing. For now, we're long one, short one. DocuSign up 6 cents. Snow out with the spread right now, 76 by 11. So the spread itself is like 40 cents, 35 and change to the upside. So market has decided, hey, you know what? Maybe we are going to rally a little bit after opening up. Here we are at 60 now on the futures markets and still going strong, it seems. We still got that number coming out soon, maybe a retracement point coming in until 10 o'clock. We've still got some action. It seems like we're going to catch a bid here. But the issue is, again, rollover day for me is always going to be a messy situation because, well, it's either the volume is split between two contracts and it gets messy trying to read both of them. So I'm just gonna, give it a chance, let it settle in, work itself out. The other one, I talked about this earlier, Nat Gas. I said somewhere between 620 and 625, there should be resistance. Yeah, no, they decided that they're not gonna respond to this and this is gonna go straight up. They went all the way to 635 and Nat Gas is on one today. So it is running so strong that I can't even figure out where the next level support is. I mean, this is going to have to be one of those situations where you've got to let it trade and come back to it another day because today is not the day for Nat Gas. If you're not long already, this is getting messier and messier the faster it goes up. It's catching a lot of people. I know some people like to call this the Widowmaker, I believe, the Nat Gas.
Do they?
Yeah, Nat Gas has ruined a lot of people's lives. So I would definitely be careful if you are going to be working with Nat Gas or even the ETFs, whatever the ETFs, UNG. Is UNG the ETF? Yeah, UNG is the ETF, but maybe that's a better play. But anyways, Nat Gas on fire today. Crude back up to 1.3%. I'm looking at that 73 mark on crude, see if we can't get above it. We're still working in that range, and at this point, I don't want to spend too much time doing this. So let's get above 73 or below 71 to make a trade on crude.
All right, so you know, if we liked Apple short, we got to like it at certain levels. Then if we liked it at 141, we got to like it up here as well. So right now, let's see what's going to happen with Apple. We did just put on a short against that 142. So if it happens, it happens. We'll see. But we are going to get out if it does snap too much above this 142. I'm looking at like 142.50 there for a snap up on Apple. But you know, again, a pretty dangerous trade, as we know that Apple can go with the market, and the market's trying to be, it is above right now the 50 period. So that's somewhat of a concern. Not a major one, but we are still above there. So let's just wait to hold out. I will take some more shares near 142 flat, and then give it up to that 142.50, right? So let's see if there is something into that trade, but that's that right now. PHVS is halted right now. So I'm going to say that it's probably, if Sharif could find it, great. He's sort of not in his comfort zone up there, but if he does have any news on PHVS, thanks, Sharif, for doing a great job. It looks like it's halted, probably news pending, or sorry, volatility halt on that one. There goes Apple, nicely done to the downside right now. It's cooking a little bit here, so we just got a 50. Let's see if that one wants to continue to the downside here. Apple looks like it wants to go. So we have this trade. Hopefully we have it for a while, and it can break back down below this 144, or sorry, 41 level there. It's at 44. I'm going to put another bid at 40 here for Apple. We're capturing already 20 cents on this one. We knew this, we didn't know it, but it seemed like it was weak early. So we just play that little bump and get a piece out right there on Apple right now. So that's what we're looking at. If we can get it back in here in the 20s and 30s, that's another area to get some out. So I'm sitting here at 40 right now. Hopefully it'll come in and fill us. What was that number that we had coming out again? Confidence number?
No, it's a consumer sentiment.
Sentiment, okay, yeah. So consumer confidence, consumer sentiment coming out there. Sentiment, of course, different than confidence, but relatively the same thing as far as what could happen here as the consumer. Big play here for Apple. So let's wait to see here what's happening. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, Shawn, you're right. Volatility halt to the downside there, breaking down from 10 to around that 870 level. Yeah, PHVS. Reopen right now, so it's back. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, I am shorting Carvana again. I don't know why. I mean, I just missed that 85. I'm going to take an 82 short now on CVNA. See if we can grab that. Oh, I'm not even on Carvana right now. There it is right now. So we just missed it. I even missed the 82. Like, how brutal was that? Yeah, so right now we missed this Carvana short. I wish I was looking at it. We would have been able to hit that a little bit more aggressively, but I was not. But Apple with the banger trade right now, that's a downside move right here. I like Apple breaking through 141. Here it comes right now. Good reload. I mean, good, not reload, but good trade there as it bumped back up. And that's, you know, I was looking long Apple. You guys know that, but we just play the momentum. It started to go to the downside. Didn't really make any sense to me. We're still holding on to our TQs. Let's see where that goes. That's trying to make a move down as well. So far, so good here on the shorts for today. Carvana's not really doing anything at PHVS. Now back open, 878 right now. Look, halted, move down, move up. So let's wait to see what's happening now with PHVS, guys.
Oh man, DocuSign just won't stop, damn it. Okay, so it's taking a complete reversal from that 48 break all the way back up towards 50. Now, we're not completely out, but it doesn't look too good as it stretches into that 50. This is going to be, I hesitate, I don't know. I need to give this one a little bit more of a chance. I'm thinking about the next trade, right? So I'm thinking, can I go long here, even with that move up? It was up 90 cents and then did a complete reversal. I'm thinking, can I go long here against this 48 now, or 48 and change? With this strength, but my concern is why did we do this quick flip here at 51? So what I want to see here for me to go for the long, now that I know 50 is gone, is for us to come back underneath and figure out what's underneath 50. If we can still have some buyers down there, I'm okay with that. I can step in and go for the long, but this is one of those quick reversals that you do have to now plan for and figure out what to do on the other side of it. So this is breaking 50. That's going to be a hit for us, obviously. Now if it comes back in and settles up and finds a buyer, I'm all for this long here above 50 if that does happen. If not, and it just continues, I'm not touching this one. This one is quite aggressive, it seems. I wasn't expecting this kind of aggressiveness this early, but hey, I guess that's why we're going to play this one.
Yeah, man, that's why you never know, right? When the casino opens up, we don't know where we're going to go. What about a stock that I never heard of? BXRX right now, up 45% right now, but halted. Again, this looks like it's probably another volatility halt from $5 all the way up to $6, just halting around right now, BXRX. So if you're in this name, just be careful. It's, well, I mean, it's going to open up here in a couple minutes. Where was that halt time? 9:39. So should open up in a minute, actually. And we'll see where this goes. Now, if it's just a 5-minute alt, shouldn't say for certain it's going to do that, but hopefully it does open back up. And then we'll watch out for this name on the upside. I mean, right now it's tapping 592, so nothing's changing now for the tap. So we'll see 650, possible take of 7 where we've already been. So let's see if it hits up to the upside. We're watching BXRX for you here as well today. Yeah, another low only 500K shares. People in the chat talking about that one. AMC, let's have a quick look at that as that's hovering around $6, I believe. So AMC coming in today, yeah, right at that $6 mark. So good little level for AMC. Not much happening here. I always like to try to play some breaks on this name, but AMC right now just kind of hovering around $6. Not much going on there. Carvana came back in a little bit. We are short here, 78. I'm going to put another bid around 70 to take some out as we have a nice average in on Carvana. But Apple made a move all the way back as the futures are above the 50 period. So yeah, maybe this isn't the greatest trade now. Watch out for this 142.50. I don't think we'll average in too much more into this name as it doesn't look as good as it did last time. Market really taking off now above the 50 period. So that's always an indicator for me.
Yeah, good strength in the market. I'm still watching DocuSign. I'm also watching Zoom. I'm actually going to send some orders out on Zoom here. Potential long around that 73 mark. We also have to be aware that we have a number coming out at 10 o'clock that's also going to move the market. So I don't want to get too heavy too quickly, but I want solid trades if I can get them at the right prices. And what am I looking for? Zoom. Zoom on the daily here is what I'm looking for. And this is why, for me, this is kind of solid. This should be able to absorb, even if it's a bad number, this should be able to absorb anything, I would hope. Through that 73, this opens the door up towards that 75 and 76, but I need to get the right prices. I'm not paying 73.50 for this trade. It has to be close to 73. It's still moving strong, but we should get a pullback here, I would imagine, at some point. This is a nice little failed base break. That 70, try to hold on. They cracked it once, they cracked it twice, and now they completely reversed back through the 73. And for me, 73 was kind of like the point where all these failed moves would have turned, right? And once we settle up, we should open up to the upside. So that's what I'm playing for here on Zoom, if I can just get the right prices here. So that's one option. Obviously, you see me in Adobe and Snowflake. Those are both, Snow's up 90 cents. Adobe's out 47. Adobe's fairly quiet, so I'm going to give it a chance. You really can't do a whole lot with the way it trades, but Snowflake at least running strong at the moment. We picked this one up, and like I said, it's got a ton of upside, so give it a chance into the 50s, see if we can't get that $5 move here on Snowflake to the upside.
I'm going to give Apple a little bit more room, like we just said there a little bit, against that level up top there of 143. It could make a move here into that number, right? So that's something that I want to be concerned a little bit with, that we could have a big number come through. It's still ways away, so there's lots going to happen between now and then, believe me. But yeah, I feel like there could be a decent number coming out here, and we want to be on that. So let's just, if it does float up against us, I'm going to put an order right now at like 142, like 75 maybe, and then we're going to watch out for that break higher now of 143, but I want to hold into this Apple. We did it yesterday, if you guys remember, with Meta, as we noticed that it was going to be strong, and so we had to like sort of hold out for that. I want to do the same thing here now for Apple, so we're going to do that and then watch it up there at 143. If it takes it out, we're gone. But here it is, pulling back in a little bit for that name. Carvana, nice move down. We got to fill that 70. Let's see. It's not moving. It's not like as sexy as I thought it would be today, but hopefully Carvana can make more moves down in here, especially if this market gives it up a little bit. Our TQQ, man, is kind of, we reloaded it here. We got close to punching ourselves out at 40 there, but for right now, it's a decent reload on the TQs. Let's see if that can go. But my main concern right now is just on Apple. I know you're already on DOCU. I was looking at 45.
I got out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You were short. That's right.
Yeah.
My bad. I wanted the long at 45. It only went down to 46.50, so we don't have that one on board. But look what's happening right now to Tesla. I know a lot of you guys are looking at that. This is up 3% right now. We talked about it going to 180, and I was like, yeah, probably doesn't get to 180 today. What? Tesla just went to 180, 179.50. So, yeah, man, there it is, man. Nice move upside for Tesla right now. But I think that's a 180 fade. So let's continue to watch that. We are, like I said, we are on Apple. That has the Apple my eye right now on this trade. So we're going to wait to see if we can't pick something up here on AAPL. Oh yeah, by the way, that movie is not a movie. It's a show on Amazon called Reacher.
Ah, that one. Okay, I've seen Reacher.
Yeah,
I've seen Reacher.
Yeah. So apparently it's, I don't know, Brendan said it was really good. I haven't seen it.
I like that one. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah. So that's
they
what...
filmed it here? That did not look like they filmed that here. Okay.
I don't know, but this season they are. I got the little pamphlet there, so it was Reacher. So anyways, there was some talk about what that was exactly. So, okay, Apple's still upside. Carvana is starting to move around. I still want that $5 short on CVNA. Anything else you're working with, man?
All right, we've got obviously too long. We picked up that Snow position I was talking about. We've picked up, we already have Snow and Zoom. And then we have Adobe as well on the short side. And I think that's it for now. I mean, I don't want to step into too much. There's one name that I'm kind of stalking right now, but I'm going to wait until after we get that number because I don't want to go into 3 positions before we get this number.
Stalker.
Is going to be, a stalker on this specific name, NVIDIA. NVIDIA working through that 170, well, not 175. That's a daily chart. And I'm looking to see if NVIDIA can fail this high break from a few days ago, the first of the month here. If we get back underneath 172, and that's where I have the alert, yes, I saw this kind of high coming in. I didn't trust it. I would rather play for the failed break. Sometimes you go for the failed moves versus the actual move. Like say if you want a breakout move, like, oh, you're looking for an extension? No, I think given how it's trading, I think the fail is more likely than the actual extension. So for me, I'm looking for that failed high move, that I guess the failed high break that comes back underneath the 172. And the issue is it's probably going to break 172 right there. And we've still got 10 minutes, and I don't want to commit. I don't want to commit. But it's going to be about $3 and change to the short, with this still being there. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to wait for the number to come out. And once we get that number out of the way, then I'll step in and put an offer. Maybe I can get my 172 still. Who knows? Maybe I dodge a bullet by not taking this short and a number spins us back around and go up. But for now, NVIDIA is still the number one name that I'm looking at that I already haven't taken. I've got Qualcomm here as well. Let me take a quick look at the Qualcomm chart. It's an alert that's gone off, but I haven't really taken the trade. Oh, yeah, okay. It was, the alert went off below 120, but we traded below 120 by, putting some prints in there underneath there. It hasn't really traded underneath, so we're going to rearm the alert and see if we can actually get that move underneath. So for now, it looks like NVIDIA underneath. Wow, NVIDIA, damn NVIDIA. Now it's at 171. We just broke 172, and now we're already at 171 to the downside.
That means the market
on NVIDIA. Market's coming back down. I mean, it's not that aggressive, but I mean, damn, NVIDIA having a fun time here as it goes up about $2 to $3 and then falls apart here as it still works that 172. But again, we're going to wait for this 10 a.m. number to come out. Then we'll make a decision on what to do.
Yeah, damn, right now it's a chicken dinner winner. I know a lot of people having some turkey coming in for Christmas holidays, but we're going to have some chicken dinner winners here for you today. Look at this Apple trade. We talked about it. We should have, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It doesn't matter. I was thinking like we should have maybe reloaded that, at least got some more shares on the upside, but we were, oops, that's still Carvana, sorry. Apple, we were a little bit nervous when it was starting to break a little bit higher there. So yeah, Apple, we just got a 50, we got a 40, we got a 50 fill. We didn't get the 40. I was bidding 45. And we did miss that. So a little bit out now on Apple as we get ready for the number to come out. Yeah, Sticky Nation is there as well. You guys want to spend the money? There it is for you today. So Sharif liking that as well. Even on the board over there, I hear Sharif getting excited about that. So what's up, my guy? Congratulations, Sharif. Big job for you today. And you're absolutely destroying that. I mean, we talked about Brendan and everything earlier, and we miss him more than anything. But Sharif definitely filling it in. So big shout out to my guy there. We told everyone in the chat earlier, and everyone's super excited to see Sharif up there. So any breaking news, he'll be getting that for us. What other names you guys want to look at, man? Let's look back at Netflix real quick here. I want to get back to that BXRX, of course. I believe there are traders behind us trading that because I did hear some like sort of hoopla and hollering about that name. So but real quick though, let's go back to PHVS, the name that we actually lost on. And again, this is the thing that we do here, right? Like, let's just start talking about winners and losers. Like PHVS, we took it long early. It went up in the money for us 30, 40 cents, and then it came right back and we got hit again. So PHVS to the downside. That other name was BXRX right now. Sharif, if I can task you for this one, BXRX, what's up with that? up to 7, back in right now. Still up 29% today, BXRX. TQQ's now making a little bit of a move down here as Tesla getting a little bit excited with the volume. It's kind of like what Luca says here, tape teleportation right there. It was just at 178, and it's flying to the downside right now. Down $1 right there on Tesla, real quick, real fast there on Tesla. So nice move to the downside. We'll take advantage of that with our Apple trade and also our TQQ back down here as well. Carvana needs to go, but let's keep trading these TQs. That's the futures, of course. I'll put a bid at 03 here if we can get it. Good downside move here for the futures off that reload at 30. So yeah, let's get a piece out here. It's dancing around. Maybe I'll just take an 06 out. There it is. We'll take an 06 out and wait for a little bit lower here on the futures. It could spike lower on this number, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's it's not even surprising that it's moving as quickly as it is. I mean, yeah, it moved up quickly, but that's because we're near the bottom end of the support with the downtrend. So we're going to move. It has like a reason to do so because we're near the bottom end of support. But once you get into that area where you're hitting resistance near that 180, it has a reason to fall apart just as quickly. And this is kind of why I said, I'm like, I just can't do this one. I need more solid trades that have expansionary power, whichever direction. Whichever,
like
is it to the downside? Is it to the upside? I don't really care, but just set it up and give me a reason to actually extend the trade. This type of action, it's great for intraday quick shots, right? You just like get in, couple minutes, it takes off, you go short, and that's just not how I trade, so it just doesn't fit for me. And Shawn, apparently, and this is from somebody in the chat, and apparently they built a fake town in Pickering to shoot Reacher, so even the first season is from Canada. And I'm just like, where in Pickering did they film that? Because that looks nothing like the Pickering that I've seen, but then again, I mean, what do I know?
You said they built a
suburb.
town.
They built a town.
Yeah, so there you go. So, and I guess-
But they need that space though, like where in Pickering do they have that space? Damn.
Yeah, they, taking advantage of a little bit cheaper labor, the dollar and stuff like that here in Canada. So there's a lot of action here. Like we said, the boys, Amazon's really picking it apart here upside. So that's good.
It's those tax credits too, right?
Exactly. And so that's what I was going to say, keep the money flowing to the north here. That would be great for us. But okay, just a couple minutes left before we get this in balance. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. We're just hovering around a few things. So, we have no actor unions? No, I think we do have an actor union up here because my wife was in Handmaid's Tale. And I think there was something about unionized versus not there for that. And by she was in Handmaid's Tale, she was in for one scene. Their caged woman was her role. But that was pretty funny right there. Okay, so we're going to go on that. It was season 3, episode 6 or something like that. I should probably know that if she's watching. All right, Apple is still making that move to the downside right now. I was going to say IBM, but that's not moving. Peloton. What was some other names today? Are the marijuana names moving? Not so much right now. Roblox is pretty flat right now. That other name was DOCU. We talked about that. You've already been on that today. Must raise. Let's just check out AMD. We could check out AMD in a minute. That's like my favorite stock. I don't even know why I didn't think about that. Good call. And good call on Palantir by Sharif this morning as well, talking about that was a little low side there at 7, and he's been right about that. It is a little lower here at $7. So watch out there for Palantir trying to go. Apple going as well. Let's check out AMD. You just talked about NVIDIA sort of teleporting there, making a big move down. AMD, I hate seeing this at $69 because it was just a lot higher not too long ago. AMD was about 90, wasn't it? A couple weeks ago. I feel like it went on a huge run. No, 80, sorry. Huge run to 80 a couple weeks ago right there. But yeah, definitely a destructed name downside. And again, I just feel like it's pretty risky to do anything right now ahead of a number that's coming out in 3 minutes. Their consumer sentiment, right? I said confidence the first time. Yeah. Sentiment the second time. All right, Carvana is getting pretty expensive for me here as that's going right up to $5 again. We could be wrong on this. 5. Do we want to? I don't want to hold it to that top, guys, to be honest with you. I'm going to get out here at 510. If it takes 510, let's get out of Carvana. We can be, we don't have to be stubborn on this one. If we're wrong on it, we've seen the damage that these names can do, especially when they blow up to the upside. So, again, a short interest on Carvana. We're not even down that much on it, to be honest with you. Right now, we're down 14 cents, but I don't want to be in the way of this if it takes 510. Changing my out on that one right now.
Yeah, Netflix is starting to fail the top. Surprise, surprise. 323 break and then coming back down to 321. Huh, interesting, all right? See if we can get this number and then Netflix decides to fall apart and give me a decent risk reward. maybe I take a shot on the short side. I don't know. I have better. I mean, I got some high profile, high risk names like Adobe, which will decide to close the spread and take off if it wants to. So I don't know if I want to step into it just yet. But Netflix definitely on the table as a potential trade, depending on how Adobe plays out. And Snowflake still taking off. $2.38 in the money now. We picked up 145. Good call. You guys called this one out. Yeah, it just took off. I'm waiting in front of 150 to get some out here. Nice call, and you guys called it out. Yeah, I jumped on board as well. I like that setup, so I'm all for that one. Keep in mind this sentiment number, and this goes back to the PPI number. Somebody was wondering, is high is good, is high is bad, high number is bad. It's all about what they think the projection is going to be. If a high number comes in, then on the PPI side, that means inflation's higher. Then they expect maybe the Fed is not going to raise 50, they're going to raise 75, which changes how the whole market is going to react, right? So that's what we're going to deal with here. And we'll just go to Sharif as we go into that consumer sentiment.
Hey guys, welcome to Happening Now, brought to you by Chart Prime. TradingView users, listen up. Chart Prime offers top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, point out reversal, and many more. They're having the biggest sale of the year, up to 40% off membership plans up until December 25th, so make sure don't miss out. That's brought to you by Chart Prime. Guys, we are awaiting the Consumer Sentiment Index, the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. That should be out at precisely 30 seconds from now at 10 a.m. So we're awaiting those numbers. We saw the PPI this morning have market reaction. That one moved down, I think, about 45 points. So we may see something similar to that, 40, 50 points, maybe to the high or low side. We'll see about that. 15 seconds, guys, until we get that number. Then we'll go through the Happening Now. Some great stocks moving, Tesla, as well as DocuSign. So awaiting those numbers momentarily now. We should be getting them any second. Let's go, baby. These are always exciting times when we get these numbers. Okay, so here we go. Not seeing it. There we go. Okay, so no, these are the Norwegian numbers. Nothing specifically. Okay, go to Shawn.
I see it right here. 59.1 versus 56.8. So it's a better number, better than expected number here for Michigan consumer sentiment. Actual 59.1 versus 56.8. But you know what? Apple goes, that's nice. Remember, good news is bad news right now, because we are looking for, the Fed rate there moving to the downside is what everybody was hoping, that we would only raise 50 points. The better numbers we get, the more likely it is that, Powell, et cetera, will go the other way, maybe with 75 basis points. So if you can, Sharif, maybe find that Fed rates tool, because that would be a good thing to look at right now. It'd probably take a couple seconds to update, but to me, that's the good stuff right there, and that's what we need to find out. It did look like we did get a little bit of a bump down there in Carvana. It only went to 90s. I'll take a little piece out because I do feel like we could break that 510 now. Whenever a stock isn't really reacting the way you thought it should, that's a pretty good sign, man, to maybe get out of there for a bit. So we will sort of dance around a little bit with Carvana. If it can come back down into the 90s and 80s, I think we just fill this out, and then we'll probably look back at lunch and say, why did we get out? We're not going to get out of it, but let's just sort of take an L here a little bit. We've already taken a couple wins there. Let's take the L now on Carvana, just a little bit. Temporary L, hopefully. Apple did a dip, man. It went right in. Again, a lot of liquidity vacuums happening now. I don't know if you noticed that on anything you were looking at, but Apple went up to 142.20, because as Sharif was sort of struggling to find the number, it was slow there, Sharif. So don't worry if you couldn't find it. It came right there last second. Apple went to 142.20, and then I got filled at 141.40. Apple had a $1.20 range in that 1 minute there for the number. So no surprise that was a little hard one there for us. But okay, what's up, Sharif? What you got?
Yeah, guys, Happening Now. DocuSign, Tesla, Microsoft, all moving very interestingly. Let's have a look at DocuSign. Look at that move up, guys, from that 47 base. Looks like we topped out there at 51.5. So that's moving to the positive side after having a solid move yesterday as well in the aftermarket. Look at that move up right on the numbers release. So we're getting some continuation there, but a bit of a double top forming here at 51-ish. We got there in the aftermarket yesterday, and looks like we topped out at there again. So that'll be an interesting level. Tesla as well, moving off that 173 base, making it up to 179 and a bit. That one also looking like it's going to continue to the high side. Let's see if we can break through 179 and 180 today. Microsoft not doing much at the moment, but I've been anticipating some movement on this one with the news coming out of Washington that the FTC will be looking to take some action against Microsoft for Activision, guys.
Yeah, all right, futures market making a bounce. So you know what that means? I walk away from Adobe here. This was, I'm all for it. This was like a small hit. It was like 5-6 cents on Adobe. I managed to get it out. So we're going to stick with the 2 longs, dump the short for a 5-6 cent hit, and we're going to let it go. Futures might be setting up for a move as well, potentially on the buy side. We're going to let this one trade a little bit more, and then I might step in. I'm a little bit slower to trade on the futures on days like today because of the rollover, but I think we're starting to find enough action. We fell apart early with that PPI. Now this consumer sentiment came in higher. We fell off a little bit. That CIE number came in as expected at 3%. So everything's looking pretty good. The market can handle that downside action. So I think the strength is there. So we're going to let that one play out. Look at Netflix taking off that 320 move, and now it's at 325. Okay, I guess it's a good thing that we haven't gone for the short, right? We're in for that number and that 320 break to go for the short here. But one thing that is taking off, thank you, Snowflake, still going strong to the upside. Day highs now north of 148.5, and we're $3.27 in the money as it continues its move to the upside. Perfect. Keep on going. Let's go to 150. We have the space. If you look at the daily on Snowflake here, we have a decent amount of space to the upside, so why not take that shot all the way up? 150 and then maybe 152 and 153 as a secondary target. But for now, we're going to let Snowflake take off to the upside. Zoom is still sideways, if not down a little bit. As it comes off a little bit here from that 73 mark. So we're still long there, out 30 cents. But for now, two longs. Oh, NVIDIA. Let's take a quick look at what NVIDIA is doing right now, because we were thinking, okay, that's a good thing we waited then. We were thinking 172 or 170, underneath 172 potential shorts. They found a base around 171, it seems, and the number was enough to get us going back above 173. Okay, good thing we waited. We were looking for that. That was what the number is what was keeping us from taking this trade, and now we found a base, so I'm going to back off of NVIDIA on the short idea. But for now, Qualcomm back above that 120 mark. We've got DocuSign back above that 50 mark, and DocuSign might be, do I want to step into DocuSign? No, I don't, actually. Forget DocuSign. Ignore that. DocuSign is just a little too dangerous for my liking, especially with where it's at. And the other one, Datadog, D-Dog. Datadog above overnight high, sitting above that 75.5 mark. If you look at the daily here, it's got some space into a trend line. I just don't know how to draw this trend line. I'll just use 2 points. And I mean, if you call 75.5, we do have some space. Actually, we have a decent amount of space to the upside. So as long as Datadog can stay above the 75.5, I might step into Datadog as well, potentially on the buy side.
All right, we did reload Apple there. So unfortunately, it's keystroke error for sure. I left out that 40 fill, or sorry, that 50 break fill. So, you know, we were building a short, and then we did get broken out there at 50. So I talked about it. I want 43s as my out. So Apple is starting to take off. I feel like this short, I want to try it one more time, but I'm not, like, this is not like an A+ setup or anything like that on the short. It's just, it's coming up here to 143, which is the 200 period. The only problem is, like Apple, again, the market's now turned positive. And those of you that sort of follow the way I trade and watch that, I don't like to be short names when we're above the 50 period, especially here on the NASDAQ, and especially such a strong NASDAQ name like Apple. So, you know, I'm not in the comfort zone right now with this trade, but if it does move upside, I mean, I am still looking to get short here near the high of the day at 142.80. It's actually exactly at 142.80 is what I'd like to see. So if that can come through, then great. We will take that. But for now, we are short 51s there on Apple. What else, man? BXRX. Let's have a look at that. I just saw someone in the chat again talk about this. Yeah, man, it's sleeping at 5. So just watch out there at $5 there for BXRX. Shopify is a pretty interesting name because that's now above $40 again. So that's going to be a good little look there. I've been wanting to sort of fade Shopify up here at 40. It is decent. I just, so 40, 40, okay. Wow, good bottom there, man. Look at this base at 39.60 and stuff. So, you know, good opportunity there if you were able to get that. But Shopify right now, nice upside move, looking to take out 40. You know, on this move back up, what is Netflix doing, first of all? Apple's doing well. Apple's pulled back in. Netflix, NFLX, is that the right symbol? Of course it is. There's NASDAQ.
It took off to 325 last time.
Ah, shoot, that is where it is. I was going to say, it made this top at 324. I was going to say, let's take the break long, but it already took it itself. Nice little upside move. Let's get some more out of Apple. This, you know, we're 30 cents in the money on AAPL, so we'll take another piece there if we can get it, and there it is right there. We'll ring the registers as we're dropping some cash down for these Apple shorts today. TQQ short as well, man. It's come back in a little bit. I'm going to bid out some right now on these TQs if we're allowed to, if we're able to get it down here near. I'm bidding 11s, but a nice little pullback on the TQQs here. Nice pullback to Apple too.
Yeah,
Apple now 50
back.
cents in the money.
The market's coming back too. They went as high as 70, came back all the way to 60, but we're just like, oh man, if we couldn't move on the first number and stayed, and then we couldn't move on the second number in any direction, the amount of faith I have in terms of directional move from the futures for the rest of the day is kind of low. It's a Friday, it's a rollover day, tends to be quieter, but who knows? We might have some crazy move because some index name goes nuts or something like that. But for now, it does look like the market wants to stabilize somewhere around 60 as it comes back in. A couple names I'm looking at. Obviously, we talked about Snowflake and Zoom, which we're in. Airbnb just started going off on that top end level here, which is around 95.5, and I'm just waiting for them to clear a little bit more, preferably north of 96 here. If we can just get above, that daily looks solid. That daily, there you go, there's the daily. The daily looks solid here. If we can just get above that white line, or actually forget that, let's call it the black line. If we can just get above that black line and kind of stay above, it would be a decent move to the upside, fail, double bottom, potential here, but that's a ways away. That's 86, right? But forget about the daily chart itself in terms of today's trade, but it does help put you on a positive bias, and then today's trade would put you 96 with the stop, I would imagine, depending on where it breaks and how it breaks. Probably the low 93 and change should be enough if we can get above 96 to the upside for today. So we're gonna work with this here on Airbnb to the upside if we can just get that 96 break. So potential is there. DocuSign still above 50. I gotta remove DocuSign. I keep talking about it because it's still here, but no, we're not gonna do that. NVIDIA has taken off back towards its highs, right? We were thinking shorts and then it backed off and then it took off again. NVIDIA, I was thinking on the short side, that's too strong. We're not gonna take that one. Netflix, clearly too strong. I'm going through my alerts right now. Netflix, a little too strong for me. I was thinking shorts south of 320, so we're just gonna rearm the alert. Qualcomm, below 120. Why? That's not a short. That could be a long, but I'm not going to trade it. Qualcomm is it's trading inside yesterday's range, so I'm not a fan. Even with this action, I'm not a fan. If we ignore this and start here, we haven't done a whole lot since the open, so we're going to pull Qualcomm off. So back to Datadog and Airbnb, waiting for some breaks to happen and confirmations. I think Datadog's probably the next candidate for a potential trade if we can just stabilize a little bit more here and take out that 76.
All right, maybe we can find out what's going on with MOMO. MOMO right now, a nice little run to the upside. And I apologize. I know you guys, Scott and everybody was like, you know, we got to cover these runners a little bit. But there's a little bit, the difference between Arun and myself and having Neil on here, like Arun and I really focusing on, you know, a couple positions that we have decent amount of shares in and stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, we do miss some of these runners, and it's not on purpose or anything. It's just, you know, we're built different. So $9 right there. Nice little move upside for Momo. I mean, up 30% today right there. Yeah, you heard your name there, Momo, on the chat. Nice move. I don't know. Again, I don't know what's going on here. This is called Hello Group. This is an ADS. So I'm guessing it's another one of those low floaters here. That's so funny when low floater, like that just sounds so ridiculous. But that looks like that might be what it is. Let's double check out here on Momo. If you have anything on this name, Sharif, of course, come through with that one. Here's float. Oh, that's FinViz. Where's my float checker? Here it is right here. The thing is, it says F on the top. So I was like, oh, I don't know which one it is. Let's just double check right now. MOMO. What are we looking at here as far as shorting is concerned for Momo? I still got to watch out for that Apple. Apple's down near 142 again. So 5%, only 153 million shares. So it's not really a short issue on this name. So let's continue to watch MOMO, especially breaking through that 9. We've just stopped at 9 a couple times. That's probably a decent short. We're going to need to pay for shorts on that name. So Momo right now taking down $9. Let's just continue, man, going to the upside. Yeah, pumpernickel, good one. All right, $9 looks like it wants to break. I think it's probably worth a long on this. The volume's definitely coming in. It's really picked up recently. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, guys, multiple upgrades coming in overnight. Morgan Stanley upgrading Hello Group, which is Momo. as well as, Morgan Stanley, several upgrades there. So that's the catalyst for MOMO, guys.
Several upgrades, you say. Okay, I mean, do we want to take a 9 break? I mean, we could take a 9 break. I don't think it's the end of the world to do this. So let's try it, 9 breaking, higher side than this. Let's see if we can catch some of these shorts off guard and take a 9 break higher now on MOMO. So we're going to try that right now. We did empty out our... we're not completely out. We still have 40% of this trade left on Apple. It's been a good trade to the downside. Sharif is watching all that kind of stuff, guys. So thank you so much to Sharif for once again filling in for Brendan, taking those. Those are big shoes to fill, like you were telling me, Arun, when you were up there. We've not been up there yet, but I don't know if I'll ever be. I'd love to be up there.
No, you wouldn't.
I want to try it. I told you that.
Yeah, but I mean, like.
Not allowed.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so 179 right there to that upside, 179.50. Just to try. I don't think there's no way I'd even be half as good as even Sharif, let alone trying to fill in for Brendan. But it'd be fun, but I never want to get up from this seat. That's the thing. Here we go, guys. Nice move to the downside now happening in this market. Look at Carvana as well. That's now down to 480. So this has been a pretty decent trade for me. Again, 11 cents, 12 cents now in the money for Carvana. So nice move to the downside on CVNA as well. And there goes Apple, now 50 cents in the money, guys. There's Momo, a nice little breakthrough, $9 now. Let's go higher, Momo.
All right, if market coming back, is the market, okay, I'm gonna stop commenting on this market because we talk about it's coming back, but it's like, it comes like 2 points and then bounces 3 points, and that's not really much of a move. Okay, I'm gonna start commenting on the futures unless we break 70 to the upside or 50 to the downside. Anything in between, forget it. We're gonna leave it be because I'm stuck with 2 longs. Well, I'm not stuck with 2 longs. I'm in 2 longs, and Snowflake taking a little break right now, but if we can just use it, this is good. I like when we have this strong move and then we start to go sideways, I'm like, yes, that means we're building up a decent amount of enough buy-side action that's willing to kind of step up a little bit and stay. We're not just chasing, right? It allows us to build a base. And I think we're starting to build a base around 147 for the next leg. And if that's the case, I can now move my stop. Just get into 149, I can actually protect this trade. Right now, we're long at 145.09. Obviously, this is like $3 and change in the money, but if we can just take out these highs, I can then be comfortable about putting the new stop south of this consolidation base. Now, I mean, sometimes you get wicked out, and that's perfectly fine, but at the same time, this is what I need in a rally like this to move the stop, right? This kind of slowdown, this kind of sideways action, and then catch a small offer, put in some new bids, and then take another leg towards the highs. This allows me, don't do this. Okay, if it does this, then I can't move the stop, but if we can put in new highs, I can definitely move the stop as this market is, again, flirting with bouncing around and coming back in and whatnot. But Datadog, all right, Datadog, we're looking at that 75.5. It's taking out 76, but doesn't want to stay above. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more, it seems, on Datadog. So that's the only alert that went off. I'm going to have to rearm the alert. And we're just going to wait for this one. So we've got 2 positions. Zoom hasn't done anything since we've gotten into it. Snowflake is still doing its little consolidation with whatever it wants to do at 148. And then we're not talking about that one. Crude. Let's take a look at crude because we were talking about crude around that 73 mark. Back to the range. We can't work with crude here. All right, forget crude. Maybe nat gas has something. Nat gas has been on fire today. Nat gas is starting to stall out. Okay, this could be a decent move here if we can get above 636. Check the daily on nat gas. Do we have space above 636? Into the 650s, possibly. Okay, so I'll set off the alert here on nat gas north of 636 and see if we can't get a move going on an extension after a decent rally. This is expected, I would imagine.
All right, so great trade there on Snowflake, man. Congratulations on that one. That was a sick one. Snowflake, I love that name, Snowflake. That's a great stock to trade. I need to be on that a little bit more often, obviously. All right, so Momo broke. We got some out there at 9:15 or 9:14, sorry, right there. We got a third out. It didn't really break with too much vigor. There wasn't too much size following it up or anything. The volume was okay. Its biggest volume spike was right at 10 o'clock when we broke that high of like 8:30. 830 upside. So I'm going to watch out, see if we can get something back here around 820, 830 to average into this name. But there's the break at $9. We took it. We're still in it. We're only into it 2/3 right now of a position on MOMO. So yeah, so far not really so good on that one, but we'll wait to see where it wants to go now on MOMO. Carvana, 13 cents in the money. We talked about that. That's starting to go. Apple, we took a big time advantage of this one. That sucks that we got punched out there. But again, noticing that it was the wrong out, we just get right back in to short Apple, right back in. What was this AMAM again? And you know, we are, again, we're a little bit under here on, you know, some of the news and things like that. So AMAM right now, we're waiting to see on that one. It is now halted. So I don't, I'm waiting for these charts to load up. They're just simply not loading. This is like just another major runner here today. This started the day at 40 cents, by the way. Now up huge, AMAM. Wow, what a runner on this one today. Now halted up to 250. It's tapping 250. I feel like these taps are just tapping where they close now. I mean, we saw yesterday on that PHVS that one was kind of going a little crazy on the tap as well. Right now, 250, AMAM, Ambrx Biopharma. Yep. So another name right here making some moves.
Yeah, we keep, Pratt says it a lot, you say it too.
Yeah,
tap,
it's open.
When we say tap, we mean theoretical auction price, right? On our system, it's called tap, but that's what we mean. It's a projected open when it comes out of the auction, out of the halt auction.
Wow,
anyways.
It's going to halt again.
There you go.
Right now.
This? Maybe I want to play this too. I got nothing else going on.
That's what I'm wondering. Let's see if we can get some long here at 66 or something here. Right now, this is going to halt again right now at 66. Just now we didn't get it. I'll cancel my bid. We are bidding there 66. That's all you can do when it opens up like that. Is just try to get long. You know, or short, or get out, or I don't know, whatever your position is. But there it is right there, AMAM. Congratulations, man, and alert to everybody. Thanks for the chat for noticing that. I just tried to get long there, 266. But I mean, how many halts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now it's 8th halt here so far today. So yeah, nice move here, but tough one. AMAM, 8 halts right now today and still going. Yeah, right now we're just cruising around here. It's been a fun day so far. Thanks to Sharif, this guy's killing it again. AMAM making some moves today.
Yeah, there you go. There's your move. Datadog still flirting with that 76. That's the only trade I've got left potentially on the table. We're still managing snow. Zoom is still doing its thing sideways. Now it's in the money, 14 cents. Great. Crude market, we know that's in a range. My alerts on nat gas haven't gone off, so there's nothing there to be done. And that's, Airbnb. Okay, there we go. There's a new alert.
Finally?
Airbnb apparently is working 96 now. Okay, as Airbnb puts its move towards its highs there. Let's check the daily again. I got to remind myself what the play was on Airbnb. Oh yes. Okay, taking out that level. So if we can just get above 96 and stay, this is a little extended. I would like some more traction here on the way up. If we can just stick around and stabilize a little bit better, I think I'm all for that Airbnb play here as we take out that 96. But it is running well in this market condition where the market is coming off a little bit. So I'm giving it a little bit more time, but definitely Airbnb is on the radar. Datadog still needs to figure out how it wants to play that 76 because, you know, we've been here, we've tried this, and still nothing. So give it a chance. That's all we can do. We'll just write out the 2 points that we've got, the 2.5 points we've got on snow. That's all we can do at this point, just write it out there. And let's go to Sharif there with Small Cap Recap.
Hey guys, Small Cap Recap brought to you guys by Masterworks. Masterworks lets you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. And to date, 6 of Masterworks' 7 exits have delivered over 20% net returns. So go to masterworks.art/TraderTV.live followers to learn more. Let's get into the one that Shawn was just talking about here. AMAM, I want to call this one. Looks like we're at a really key resistance level. We reached these levels back in August, that 265 area. Looks like the next important level will be that $3, possibly up to 318. So this is the daily on this one. Let's have a look at the 1 minute. Several halts on the way up. I had the halt levels marked out on my other chart, but it decided to go wonky on me. So it looks like we've had 1, 2, 2, 3, several halts on the way up. I'm not going to bother County, but you know how I play these. If you guys watch the midday show, I'm all about taking dip trades off the halt levels. I think it's the safer bet, and then you have a really tight stop right below that halt level. If you get filled, great. If not, you know, you didn't participate, no big deal. So AM definitely on my radar for small cappers this morning. Next is CLRO. I think the chart's gone wonky a little bit on this one, but look, have a look at that move up, guys. You know, this started the day below my radar. I mean, I don't track anything below $1, but this one up 120% on the day. You know, a measly 120% compared to the 500 plus that AMAM is on. Anyway, this one halted as well at that $2 level, just shy of it, trading a little bit below that, but we'll look for a $3 move on this one. I'm looking for CLRO as well. And then the one that Shawn was talking about earlier, MOMO, this one up 30% on the day. That's a pretty move though. This one a continuation play. We've been trading this one for the better part of a week and a half. Anyway, that $7 level was key this morning. Looks like the $9 level is coming into play now as we consolidate sideways, guys. So those are the three that I'm watching.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Carvana is halted now.
Oh, damn.
To the upside, though, Carvana. So, again, you know, like when this started to bleed down, we already had our 5-10 out, so we're out and now long on Carvana. I took a little bit out there at 18s were the halt. It was halting at 17, but I got some 18s out there. So again, like, you know, we took some out. We were just in the middle of talking about that, getting out at 480s, 470s. So it was a pretty good out for me on Carvana. Can't really complain about it. Let's see where it opens now, but we got out of the way of this. I mean, you know, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And Carvana right there, we punched long because, again, that was our out, and we do have some extra shares. It's not like I punched long into the halt. Let's just see where this thing opens. We are going to get a piece out when it does open back up for Carvana. I don't know where it's going to go. This was obviously, I mean, I should say obviously, but I don't think 80s, again, this is not supposed to have been a volatility halt, and I don't think it's going to be news pending either. So I would say this is a volatility halt. That's Carvana making another move to the upside. So yeah, big time movement there. And again, shout out to Sharif for doing a great job there. Yeah, that AMAM, too many halts today. Are we back open right now on that name? Let's have a look there. Sorry, what was it? AM? It is AMAM. Oh, it must be New York name, not a NASDAQ name. So there it is right now. Ooh, 266. Oh, it's going to halt to the downside now. Watch out for AMAM is going to halt down right now. I don't have paid for shorts on. I was going to say that's going to be a good short right there. Maybe. Is this the first time it might have halted to the downside? It might have halted downside right there as well and opened up. So let's see. There's another halt right there on AMAM, guys. Wow. Yeah, lots. Wow, what a day here today for Sharif and for all of us trading. Lots of halts, lots of news, lots of these small cap runners moving around here today. So again, thanks for joining us, guys. It's been a little bit of a wild one.
Yeah, it's like rolling the dice on these names because a lot of the names that you're in, it's like, we're not doing anything today, it seems like. Rollover day, I despise rollover days for this very reason. Volume just drops out because, like, especially in the futures contract, it gets split between two contracts and it becomes a problem. It tends to be this kind of, more often than not, it's like this. It just goes very quiet very early. CVNA, and then I start looking at things like that, CVNA and things that are moving. And Snowflake, I just got out of. I'm just like, okay, we tried. We really tried. I know 150 was supposed to be the first target, and we really did try to get north of 148. At this point, if we're going to consolidate and break down, I'm not for it. So I'm just going to walk away from it. I'll take my, what did I get on that? Let me figure out what my exit would have banked. It's like $1.80 is what I banked to the downside there as we are out of Snowflake walking away. So what's left? Zoom hasn't done anything. Datadog still not working around those 76s. And Airbnb still not doing anything around that 96 mark. So I guess we're back to waiting. I guess I'm good at that. So this is how you learn, I guess, to wait is when you're presented with not that many opportunities. I'm obviously going through what you guys are typing out, see if I can't find a trade there. I see you guys talking about SMMT. Is it a halt? Yes, it is. It's halted. Okay. Where did it halt at? Did it really halt at 350?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, projected open right now is 398. So, I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, this is not my style, but at the same time, I really don't have a whole lot going on, so I might just start dipping into things that I may not normally do. But again, the risk has to make sense. Everything has to line up. But if that stuff is not going to line up, then I'm just going to back off here a little bit. We'll pay attention to some names that maybe are in a range, and we start range trading. Not my strength, but at the same time, I know Tesla's working the top end of its range. So is that going to break out a little bit higher? And if it does, through that 80 mark, or not the 80, yeah, the 80 mark, if it does break out through those 80 marks, then I might actually potential shorts. I mean, if it wants to go up, let it go up. Just go, man. Go through 180, hit off some stops. Let's see if it tapers off, and then we can maybe catch some shorts on Tesla right now, because I think the longs are too far.
Hey-o.
There goes CVNA.
Yeah, CVNA just opened up. We got a little piece out there on that open, of course. We talked about that level there. So a nice little out there for Carvana. It just ripped up. We got that 30. So a printed 30s there on CVNA. So let's try it again here. We'll offer something up near 30 again. This is going to be a decent, yeah, it looks like it wants to fade back out again. Watch out for this to halt the other way. Now, we did get a piece out there. So far, so good. But Carvana, the wild one today, man. Well, not the wild one. There's many wild ones. But for me, we're actually in this name. We got a good out there at 30 as we got out of half of what we had left there. So that was a good one. But now I'm sitting in the 20s again. Let's see if it wants to rip up, man. This name got really, annihilated a couple days ago on that downgrade. I think it was from Morgan. They gave it that kill shot down to $1 apparently was the downgrade. So yeah, I guess that's not happening. Let's go. Where are we? I'm at 23. There it is. Oh, I have a 27 offer. Let's cancel that. As it just went to 27, I might have got out. That might have been a good fill right there to the upside. So a couple good outs here. We should have took that 27. Let's just hold it. Maybe there is, like I always say, man, maybe there is something here on this name, a beat down name with it's a decent short interest. Let's just see if the momentum can carry this name through. Option eligible. It's the end of the month. Maybe Carvana does have a little bit of a bigger move to the downside rate, or to the upside, sorry, right now.
All right, I'm at this point, you guys see what I'm doing. I don't have that many trades available, so I'm going through the chat, looking at some questions I can potentially answer, of course. What I mean by projected open price, in our system, there's something called, if you're a part of Day Trade the World, any of the offices there, in our system, you'll see something called TAP, Theoretical Auction Price. So that projects based on the order flow that's being sent in. Remember, every order that goes in after a halt has to be tagged. So once you get those tags, our system can calculate what the projected open is going to be based on the order flow, the size of the flow, and where the price should be. Because those are all data points that can be pulled from the exchanges. So right now, 386 on SMMT, 94.95 is going to 95,000 shares is roughly going to be the open, but that changes. The closer you get to the open, you can easily just start seeing these numbers move, right? So that's kind of how we figure out where it's going to open. Again, it's going to be up to your broker, figure out how they, assign things in their system.
Carvana's going to halt again.
There you go.
Possibly. So we still are long Carvana. We do have a crypto update coming through. Oh, it does not. It fakes halt. There was a halt band there, I guess at 545 or something. Now it's going to have to reset, but it did look. Here it goes. There it is, 545. That's the halt band. If it can't go any lower, can't go any higher than this right now, it's going to halt right now at 545. We still got this one on. So there's a banger for you in this kind of a, there it is. So yeah, I mean, we're back positive here on Carvana. So far, so good on that name, as there's the other halt. So we'll hit the sirens, man. Today is one of those halt fest kind of days. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Apple ripping, the market ripping right now. Why am I not noticing this? Nice moves upside right here. Let's watch out for the market and go over there to Sharif at the big desk.
Yeah, guys, time for the crypto update now. The main headline gripping all of crypto right now is the back and forth exchange from Sam Bankman-Fried and CZ, the CEO of Binance. Bankman-Fried accusing him via Twitter of trying to extort about another $75 million from him, stemming from a 2021 deal where Bankman accuses CZ of waiting to the last minute, essentially, and then saying if they didn't kick in another $75 million, that they would break down the deal. So interesting developments here. I'm sure he doesn't need any more enemies at the moment. So this is an interesting choice on his part. Guys, crypto having a decent move overnight. Have a look at this. We were about 16.8, 16.8 about at the close of yesterday, and it looks like we worked our way all the way up to 17,340. So a nice move overnight for crypto. Don't know if it has anything to do with the Bankman-Fried and CZ saga, but that's how it's looking at the moment. Let's have a look here at the different crypto coins. Yeah, BTC up 1.5%, Ethereum 2.21, and then some other names here. We got Doge 0.38, Cardano up 0.5%, and then not much for BNB, just about 1% or so, guys.
I mean, referring back to that story where he said they were supposed to have a deal close, and then the other guy said, put in another 75 million, or we're going to end the deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
problem is crypto's not even
take
regulated.
it however you want, but from my perspective, if I have the upper hand, I'm going to dictate the price. And if I tell you you're going to pay another 75 million and you don't pay it, then I'm backing out of the deal. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. But that's just my approach to it. I'm just like, listen, if I have the upper hand, why would I not do that? Like,
I mean, it's business.
It's business, right? I'm like, I'm not trying to be your best friend. Take it another 75 million, man. You're supposedly worth like billions. Go ahead, do it. But no, now he's bringing that up.
It's a dirty move. I think that was the point.
It's a what move?
A little bit of a dirty move.
It's a dirty move, but you got to play dirty in business, especially in an industry that's just up and coming. You can't be like squeaky clean. That
Arun, ruthless.
It's just how I look at it. I'm just like,
nothing
whatever.
wrong with that, man.
Anyways, okay, we're gonna let that one go. Futures market obviously strong to the upside, and one thing I wanted to talk about, obviously, is one of the questions that we were I was going through and answering. Rollover, and I talked about rollover quite a bit. Obviously, when it comes to futures contracts, and you guys that are trading spiders and the ETFs, you're not going to see it as much, but on futures contracts, the lifespan of a futures contract is about 3 months. The front month lifespan of a futures contract is 3 months, right? It trades for like a year and change ahead of time, but once you get to the front month, which is right now, as of today, March is a front month contract. So from today until the second Thursday of March should be the March contract. So we know it's expiring. So once it gets to near that expiration date, which will be next Friday for the December contract, people have to move over to the new contract. They have to roll their positions over. So you have to close out one and buy the new one, right? So it's going to be roughly the same price. It should be roughly the same price, but at the same time, people do have to move their contracts over and their positions over. So that's just what happens as we get near the expiration dates of these contracts, and it happens on everything, right? Every futures contract has a lifespan, and once you get near the end of it, you have to roll to the new front month contract. So everyone has to do it. You see a lot of, you can easily just sell and buy essentially to the new contract if you want to keep it. If you don't want to take delivery, of course, if you want to take delivery, that's up to you. That's a completely different mess in itself. If you're trading futures like we are, you do not want to take delivery. Delivery is for people that actually want to hedge in some fashion, and actually, especially in commodities, you want to actually take delivery of the product itself. So for us, we want to be moving to the front month as soon as that happens, and it seems like for today, at least, it's going to be quiet. We will be moving to the front month on Monday when the activity's hot. So next week, when we go to trade the CPI and the Fed as well, it'll be all on the front month contract, which will be the March contract.
Okay, so thanks, Arun, for all that. Yeah, and it's glad to have you here for that, too, because we will be looking at that front month contract for sure coming through. Okay, we're still long MOMO, by the way. That's still here at $9 right now. It didn't really dip too much against us, so we're still long MOMO there. Carvana now open Carvana, so up to 515. I'm always taking it out here when we open up, so there it is again. Let's go like that. So congratulations again, anybody looking at Carvana today, especially if you're long. We're almost out of that position. That's a couple good halts there for the upside. So let's just, look, we're here in case it does continue to make that kind of a move. Apple did fade off pretty good there, 143. So now, there's the short. We're starting to get some more outs here as we go to the, what was that out there? Oh, we got it 75. Okay, good. So we just got another out there on Apple, or 78, sorry. Let's now see where we go from here. But Apple's trying to make a move here to the downside. We just stopped at that key level there of 142.60 on that move. So yeah, maybe Apple does want to take this 143 out right now as we continue to watch out for that 143.10. If that breaks, I'm just going to edit my script order now because I don't want to have too many shares because we took a piece out right there. Okay, we're going to watch out for that 143.10 and out here on Apple.
Yeah, good strong move. We're seeing it in the market as a whole itself as it moves back up towards, I don't even want to say 70 because it's at 65.5. Tesla's still running strong, by the way. Tesla north of 80 now.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's moving strong. The futures market bouncing back up towards that 70 mark. Damn it, it's the wrong contract. There we go, Z22. That's moving back up towards 65 and change. I thought we were closer to that 70 mark, but I guess not. With that in mind, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, those got to go as well. You're seeing the strength here in Apple. Apple's the lead weight in these indexes, so of course Apple's got to get going. And I think north of 143 opens the door for that upside perfect. If you're going to make a move on the futures market, then you need Apple's help, right? Here we are on Apple taking off 143. Microsoft, where are we at? Microsoft negative on the day. Trying to work, if we can get above 247, that should open things up on Microsoft as well. That'll add some support, I guess, for a move up on the futures as well. And then Amazon's been having a rough go of it. Amazon's not going to give you any help at all here as it struggles, to say the least. It's been trending down and now is just struggling here as it tries to work back towards 90, but it's not even close and it's got no juice. So we're going to leave Amazon alone. And then Tesla, the big dog right now, it seems like still running strong from the bottom end of the range to the top end, I guess, maybe. But so far, if you're willing to play the range bottom and put up the risk, I guess you're getting well paid here as we move now through 180 into that 180 half, but probably bringing 181 in line as we keep going up. I'm keeping an eye on 185, potential fade move here. Once we get into 182, 183, that should open up some resistance. Doesn't mean it's going to turn. It just means we're going to hit some resistance, and it might take a little bit longer to continue going. So I keep an eye out for potential turn points around that 183 area. Yeah, we got stopped out on Apple there, so we'll flush a little bit down the toilet. Apple's still a good stock, but just got stopped out right there on our last take into that 200 period as the market does rocket to the upside. Good out there for MOMO as well, so we'll go good on that one. MOMO just ripped up to 20s. We got another piece out there, so far so good on MOMO for me today. And then Carvana, so far so good too, because we were able to punch long on that break right before the halt, and then it's a nice little upside move. So that was good. We're pretty lucky to get that trade for sure, but again, you know, it's all about being on the right names. For me, that's the key, right? Every time. It's like you could be on a name and, you know, whether or not it goes up $1, $3, $4, whatever, the fact is you're on the name and you're watching it, right? So make sure that you're always taking advantage of our watch list, everything like that, to make sure that you feel some of these names and what's going to move today for sure. MOMO right there, nice one. Let me check it before we just go back over AMAM one more time here. Holy crap. I mean, really, when you see something like this, it is kind of speechless. I mean, it's just straight up to the upside, 350 right now and halted one more time. So AMAM, Sharif, just continues to go. All right, it's 10:40, man. We're almost done the morning show here. So let's get over to Sharif at the big desk.
Yes, guys, time for Sector Watch. Main standouts looking at me right now are communication services. We have Paramount really standing up here, almost up 6% on the day. Warner Brothers up 4.5%, and Netflix up 4%. Disney kind of lagging here at 1.5%, but definitely a standout day for communication services. Leading laggards, I would say, definitely are healthcare. Have a look at Dexcom here. Healthcare was the winner yesterday, so looking at a bit of a reversal today. Pharmaceuticals, mRNA down also 2.5%. Energy also decidedly down. Devon Energy down 2.6%. Some other notables here around 2% or so. So energy having a weak day as well. Not much else in terms of movement. You can see that by the color of the chart. Nothing really standing out too brightly, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of day. I mean, I guess expectations should have been a little bit better with the kind of day we were supposed to come in. But hey, we're getting some action in some names. Tesla, some major index names. Apple's taking off to the upside. Futures market might take 70. Who knows? With this thing, it's been moving around, like jumping around like 2-3 points at a time, even though there's very little volume flowing through there. Anyways. Disney, I see somebody in our chat put up Disney. It's like, oh, it's been taken off. Yeah, I see it now. Thank you for putting it in. It's just like in a range. Now we're starting to get to that 94 break, which should open up the range. It's one of the today's been one of those situations where if you went long near the bottom of the range, you got paid well. So you had to be range trading from the morning to actually get paid off well on some of these moves. Like Tesla was great at the bottom end, and now Disney was great here. It seems like around that 92, 92.50. 94 would open up the top, right? That would actually break that range through the top and allow you for an expansion. So that's what I'm going to be looking for here. Thank you for bringing it up. Disney's actually not on my, oh, it is on my radar. Do I not have an alert for Disney? Okay, I guess not. But 94 would open up the upside here for Disney. So I'm definitely going to be looking for that range break top. But keep in mind, or the top range break. Keep in mind though, the 94 also ties into some lows here going back to the end of November. So we do need to not just break it, we need to actually settle up above it and trade well, because it could entirely be a situation where we pop up, take out stops and come right back down because of this action going back to the end of November. So just be aware of that as we are going through 94. Looking for that range break, but it needs to be solid here. We can't take it on the first go, and we definitely got to let it settle up here as it moves through here. I'm still waiting, by the way, on Airbnb and Datadog, both still just refusing to solidify those levels. 76 and 95 on Airbnb won't solidify them, so we're just going to be waiting, it seems like, at least for now, as we wait on Disney as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, we were bidding 33 there on Tesla. It came back in and we didn't get the fill. And now it's up 30 cents. Not a big win for Tesla. If we would have had it, we would have been holding. But I like this now that we've broken above 180 here and we seem to want to hold it. I don't mind this long back into this 179.30 area right there. So let's see if it can hold it back down to 179 for Tesla. I mean, let's just see. Want to try to grab some longs. That's the important thing here as it fades back in. I'm bidding 40s and then I'm bidding again in the teens. Again, if I get one fill, hopefully I'll get the other if it does come back down, and then we'll see what happens. Again, there we go. Do we get it? Yes, okay, we got it, 43. All right, so now we're into Tesla, finally breaking this. I mean, too late, off the open there, big time. But look at these bounce, man. We got some good levels here. So let's see if 179 holds. That's 178.77. So, we can't, as the market moves around here, you are going to get stopped out. You're going to have to take some shares against you when the market moves like this. We saw Arun, great trade there, of course, on Snowflake. A couple other ones here for us today as well, including Apple, including Carvana, including MOMO, now trying to move upside as well for us. So some nice trades happening now. There goes Tesla, now 20 cents in the money. Want to hold this one. We'll see if we can, well, now it's back. We'll see if we can get this back to the upside now on Tesla, as we did get that reload down there in the teens. Not a reload, but an average in position. So far, so good here for Tesla on this move back up to the upside. That high is still 181. Let's see if we can get back up there and break it. We're long at 180.30 right now for TSLA.
All right, continuing strong. It seems like Zoom has finally let go of that 73 and has worked its top now above 70, back under 73.50, but it is working a decent move as we expand away from that 73. Reason we're playing that 73, why? So it's right here. We're taking out that last, I guess that 4 o'clock, just after 4 o'clock high here yesterday. Decent trade back underneath, breaking a trend line to the downside. This would be the turning point, I would think. I'm looking at the daily as well on Zoom here, and Zoom looks fairly solid on the daily with the false break through that 70. So why not take a shot? See if we can get it into these 75. 74.50 to 75 is what I'm targeting for the first round here as we get going to the upside. But I mean, it took its time. It took a decent amount of time, actually. Even with this market making all the moves that it's made, Zoom just went sideways for a long while as we now took out that high, put in a new high, and then coming back in. So we don't know how long this is going to take. This might take all day, and it might be a situation where I might be stuck in this one. But for now, I do like the idea of that daily with the way it's been trading. And what was the alert that went off? Nat Gas. Oh, ooh. 638 on Nat Gas. Okay, how did you break this? Let's see.
Your Widowmaker.
Yeah. Oh, on a stopper? Okay, no. All right, this needs to settle up, but I am going to pull up the Nat Gas level 2 here, see if I can't. All right, this is what the Nat Gas level 2 looks like. Yeah, this is exactly what it looks like, by the way, fairly thin, if anything. All right, we're going to wait for the Nat Gas to settle up here north of 637, see how it wants to trade. If it can trade well, then there might be a trade here for an expansionary move. It's run up all day, obviously. Consolidation, can you keep the consolidation on a breakout? Or are you going to do one of those like break traps, profit-taking, boom, kind of drops there? So we're going to watch Nat Gas. Okay, actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't pull Nat Gas for you guys. Most of you guys don't trade Nat Gas. I'll put UNG, ETF. There, easier. If this one actually breaks up and then traps out, I might actually go for the short here. I'm going to do it in the Nat Gas contract, but at the same time, UNG is going to be right there as well.
All right, good look there on nat gas. And again, guys, yeah, a lot of you that are trading that, watch out for the futures. Watch out for some pretty violent moves on that one. So Carvana's halted again right now, but this time it's to the downside. So a downside volatility halt right now. Like I said, we're pretty much out of this. Looks like it's going to open up a lot lower. I'm just going to hold this the rest of the day. It doesn't really, for me, we'll wait on it and see what happens on that one. Tesla moved against us. The market dipped down little north of 180, little south of 180. Again, I'm waiting like around here, 179.40 or so. See if we can pick something up and then let Tesla go back up to the upside as the NASDAQ. You know, after today's move, we only have 13 more minutes until we go to the midday show. But, you know, the NASDAQ today, trying to get back to flat, which is pretty great. I mean, this move was a huge move to the downside. And this is one of the very first times I feel like the market really has kind of gone counter trend to the release, right? So PPI, we had, you know, we've had a couple guests on there that have sort of gone with that theory, and I sort of went with it as well. That the last couple times we've come out with a number, the market really has sort of floated the rest of the day in that direction. Today, not. So I don't know if this is like priming us up for CPI or what, but for right now, it is a nice move to the upside considering where we were 2 hours ago. So yeah, so far so good there. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Tesla's dancing around, so far so good on that one. Carvana still halted, we'll wait. MOMO, we're actually up on MOMO because it's just been holding these levels. So if you do like this one, hello group, you know, 870 maybe as a dip. But again, I'm just waiting to see if we do test some of these VWAPs, maybe get a little bit longer down here near $8 for MOMO. Still waiting for, of course, Carvana to open back up. What else, you guys? Yeah, AM, I mean, and they're still talking about AM, and I know we don't have it on. For me, this is just, I mean, now it's $4.20. Like, is this another HKD here? It doesn't, you really don't have an opportunity to get in. This is all halts. So the only way you can get in is by putting in that halt trade. And that's a little bit risky here. When levels move like that, you know, you don't want to buy because the only way to do it is buy the open. So you're going to have to get long wherever this opens. And then you're really sort of at the mercy of wherever it wants to go from there. Like, and if you caught the top, then yeah, like you only go long at 420, and the next thing you know, it's a downside move. If you don't get out as you're seeing it break down, then you're DOA on that trade. So I say be very, very careful with this AM, but I mean, obviously you guys out there know a lot more about this. 47 million, and again, just coming from nothing, AM, it's another ADR, right? It's Ambrx Biopharma, sorry, ADS here. So big move to the upside, was just 60, 70 cents on the daily chart though. You know, we've been making moves, it's just downside, and then today, boom. So if you're gonna look for any sort of consolidation, maybe we're at it right now, 420, that stupid level, but 420 right there could be a level for AM. Watch out for that one. Tesla's still dancing, not much else happening, but we are getting ready for our favorite segment. It's Money Talks at the Big Desk with Sharif.
Hey guys, time for Money Talks. The notable standout today is the Russian ruble versus the US dollar, up 3%, guys. The ruble strengthened towards 62 against the dollar today, recouping some of the losses essentially sustained this week with a lot of the Russian assets under pressure from weaker oil prices and, you know, a lot of uncertainty over the impact of the new price cap on Russia's main export. Not much else in really to discuss here. Some half percentage moves, most notably the British pound against the US dollar up about 0.5%. Not really much else. The New Zealand dollar. Canadian dollar, though, down 1/3% against the US dollar, guys.
No, I'm leaving to New York soon. Good thing I actually have US dollars.
That's the thing, yeah, get them.
I got them ahead of time. Well, I have had them for a while now, so it's good. Yeah, so I get to avoid.
You had them from when you went to Europe, I guess.
No, even before that.
Oh, even before that. Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, I got them a while ago, actually. I just hadn't had a chance to use them, so I still have them there. So that makes it my time a lot easier trying to get some US dollars, I guess. I'm trying to avoid. It's a crazy thing. As traders, I don't know if you guys see this, or you guys feel do this in your own lives, but as traders, every time, even if it's something that I know I can just go ahead and get, I'm always trying to time it, right? Even if it's gas, Like if I need
gases,
if it's gas, I'm like, I have no. It makes no difference whether I like in terms of prices, like the couple cents that you're gonna really make a.
Don't get me started on gas.
But I'm just like, okay, I'm like trying to time it. I'm just like, okay, I know it's supposed to fall 3 cents, and then on Saturday it's supposed to go another 2 cents.
Thursday night is a good night.
But then I was coming in this morning, and there's this gas station on the way, not too far from here.
Esso, right?
No, it's a Petro-Canada.
Yeah.
And it was 125.
What?
Yeah. I was like, wait, what? It's 125 per liter, and usually here it's like 136 right now, 136 or 135. And I just saw it, I was like, 135? Yeah, perfect buy. I'm going for that buy. So I stepped, I didn't even need gas. I stepped in, bought it just to make sure the tank's full, and now here I am. As traders, I don't know if you guys do that, but I definitely do, and I try to do that with the dollar as well when I need US dollars. But man, it's just, it takes over your life sometimes.
Yeah, today for some reason there was from 7 to 10 a.m. at Esso, there was a 10-cent holiday for some reason.
But that's
so
only at
Imperial
Esso,
Oil.
right?
I know, that's why I just think Petro was probably just saying,
trying to match
screw
it?
that and match it, because I saw it too. And then I drove right past it because I was trying to rush here because I knew Brendan wasn't going to be very long for this today. And I did not fill up, and I only have a quarter tank, so I'm not super happy. But I'm the same way, man. I even tell my wife, like, hey, check out what the gas prices are. Make sure you get a good price all the time on that one. All right, what's making a move upside here? We're still waiting for AMAM. Carvana's back to 530. That's a good trade. But look at Tesla, man. Hold it. I mean, Tesla's a nice move now, breaking through that 181. We're right at some levels now. I'm looking at this 181, like 181.50, something like that, to get a piece out. We're already in the money, about $1 now for this. So a little bit of a move up. We'll take a piece out on Tesla if it gets up a little bit higher than this. I still feel like we can climb. Here it is. Yes, there it is. Yes, sir. There's $1 clean on Tesla. That's kind of what we were waiting for. So there it is. A nice little upside move for TSLA. Let's continue to take advantage of this play, man, on Tesla. It's been a good one here today as we understand strength. And Tesla today up 4.5 and still moving. Good long there on Tesla. $1.80, $1.80, 180. Now upside and still going. We are now $1 in the money on this name as it's trying to make a little bit of a move here northbound for Tesla. So good trade on that one. AMAM still not open yet, guys. I would talk about that if it was for you. Our MOMO is just MOMOing around, not doing much. And then Tesla, Carvana, we're 20 cents in the money on this name. It just bounced off VWAP. Maybe Carvana does want to go back up here. We're going to watch out if it comes back to 580. I think that's a no-brainer out right there, 580 for CVNA. Any other names we didn't really talk about too much? Yeah, let's go on that light count, man. I mean, it's Sharif. You know, we told you guys to put up the ones in the chat if you think Sharif's doing a good job. I mean, congratulations again, Sharif. It's his first time on the big desk. Those are not, I mean, you and I talked about this a couple times already today. Those are not easy shoes to fill up there. So let's give a big shout out to Arun, first of all, for coming in. Thanks for that as well. But then also to Sharif, as we're a little skeleton staff over here and still putting on what I think is an A-class, first class show one more time for you. So big shout out to Sharif. Let's see if we can get that going. Yeah, they're putting the ones in the chat again, Sharif, but we've asked them to put it on the likes. Hit the like if you haven't done that yet. Thanks again for Sharif. It's always like o'clock, Randy, around here, so hit the like button. And again, a big thank you to everybody out there watching today.
Yeah, it's coming back in. We were talking about not crude, nat gas,
sir.
Messing around through that high, and they're starting to do exactly what I felt like they might try, which is that high break fail. So let's wait a little bit more, but maybe the long is not there. I think the better trade, and to be fair, given the way it's been trading today, probably the easier trade is probably the short, given how thin it's going to be to the downside, given how fast we move. So I'm looking to make sure that this is going to hold out, and once it does, I'm going to step in and take a look at the short here on nat gas as the futures market bouncing around between low 60s, high 60s. Now we're in the high 60 range, and we'll see how long this holds. Maybe we take out the 70s for the first time today. Maybe since the number came out. No, not even since the number came out. Yeah, since the 10 a.m. number. Oh, there goes 70 as we are working through the top there and trying to make a move to the upside. Wow. That means Apple's probably going as well there, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that, you know, we wrote it on our sticky note today, and it's one of the only, like, our Apple longs. We said 142 and 143 longs for Apple written on the sticky note. So you'd be thinking, okay, Apple's at 144. Obviously, this guy's long. Not. So we should be long Apple, but we're not. And there it goes, man. A nice little move to the upside. This was, again, it's the only thing. We put on here Netflix long, 320 break. Whatever, you guys know we're not long that one, and we should be long also Apple 143. So, maybe don't follow the trades, but follow the sticky note for sure at TraderTV Shawn, because again, today we had all these longs. We got scared away a little bit from that PPI number by putting on some early positions. But again, if I take them in the pre-market, they're not going to be like a full share size. So I was never going to take this Netflix long break of 320, but look at this. It did come right back in there, and we missed it again. Came right back to 320 before popping back up again. So not only did you miss it through the open, but it did fade back and then a pop up. Now $5 in the money for that. We'll see if we can have a $5 window on Tesla. This market is huge right now, man. We're up now 0.32 on the market after being down about 1.8 on that PPI number. So a nice little number to the upside right here. Momo's starting to work. Carvana's starting to get back upside as well. Near that 580 would be a pretty good out. So that's what we're sitting around with only 2 minutes left. Thanks a lot. Now we got the likes over 2K. So thanks for that, viewers. That really means a lot to us as we try to get that YouTube algorithm to understand that, we need to show the show to every single trader out there.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out my entry price on nat gas here. I think I will make a play on this fairly soon. I want to try to grab some 635s. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 634. Okay, I'm going to make a move on nat gas. I just don't know what price I'm going to pay for it just yet. I know I'm not paying 632. It's going to be 634-ish or 635-ish, one of the two, as long as we can actually keep going down. So this should be the inflection point here on nat gas. We're either going to fall apart here or we're going to bounce up. And there goes futures market north of 70 now. Finally,
let's go.
Finally, if we don't expand here, it's going to be a problem. This should have been the level that there we go. 72s. Can we get 75s into 80s?
You still have snow? No, you're out of snow.
No, I'm out of snow. It's snow.
I don't even want to. Just because the market's ripping, I was like, if you still got that, it's probably. You took what, $3 or $4? Where did you get out? You got a great
like
price.
$1.80 or something.
Oh, $1.80.
No, it's still right there. I mean, whatever.
You took $1.80 on it, though?
Yeah,
okay, it's still right there. We have $2 right now in the money for Tesla. So let's see if that one wants to keep on going to the upside. That's been a decent trade for us here, obviously, holding this now $2 in the money on Tesla. Like I said, this market is really extending out. Apple is the mistrade for me today easily, as we only went short because of that stupid PPI number, which was the wrong thing to worry about, bouncing off of 1.4. Like, look at this, man. It just sucks when you indicate longs and you don't have them, and then you look back and you see this, but whatever. Carvana right back up to these levels that we're debating. Now I'm thinking about holding it. A nice move upside for Carvana. Momo doing nothing, but hey, man, what a great end to the show. With nice little $2 winner. Oh, what's up? True Trading Group is back in the building right now. Thank you, my friends, for that. 100 memberships right now, free by True Trading Group. 100 free gifted memberships. Thank you so much, man. Even at $5 a pop, thank you to True Trading Group. That's $5 right there. It doesn't go to us, of course, but there it is. Well, whatever, Google takes some of it, but the point is, great. Thank you so much for that, man. That's a big one. True Trading Group, find those guys live every single day after we're done. One of our bigger sponsors there in the past, they were sponsoring. We now have Surge Trader doing the open and closing, but thank you so much there. There it is right there. This is from... You're 100% right. I did tell the guys at True Trading Group, and you've got my WhatsApp. Let's hit each other back up on this. Shout out, thanks Adam, for this. When am I coming on? They've wanted me to go on, so I'm going to go on True Trading Group with these guys one day. Let's do it next week. Unfortunately, we do have such a huge, if you guys are watching, we're working a little overtime here with the crew. So let's get back on track, and I'm going to come with you guys on there. So thanks True Trading Group again for sponsoring there. Juul to pay $1.2 billion in youth vaping settlement. So Juul should be MO. This is the one I always get confused between Philip Morris and Altria right now, because they did have that. It is MO. So Altria right now doesn't seem to be moving. Is that the right stock for that one? MO. But anyways, moving around. We do have the guys ready to rock and roll, it looks like. Give me the okay there, Fahad, when we are ready to rock and roll. And we are. All right. So without any further ado, time to get on with the big guys. It's Ian. It's Luca, and it's our midday show. Let's go.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to the Midday Show, another edition of Luca and myself. So, hopefully we can do another exciting show for you today. It's been an exciting one this morning, a little bit of an up and down, but, starting a little bit of a comeback for me now.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Definitely super exciting. Lots of small caps moving. These are the moves that we hope for, right? These are the crazy moves that we hope for. A lot of different things moving. AMAM going nuts. I'm sure you guys are watching that. Halt to the upside, halt to the downside. SMMT's got some kind of move in it a little bit there. And yeah, CVNA, halt to the upside, halt to the downside. I actually had a short there and I kind of covered it. I wonder where we are right now just to see. Oh, we're back at 560. Okay, what a cover. Here we go. I was actually thinking, oh man, I covered, premature on this. Had the long going into the first halt and then for some reason covered that. I just thought if we broke the halt and flush back down, that's a good idea to cover there. But yeah, no, this thing is kind of wild. Maybe it's going to set up some sort of range and, not so much to call it a triangle pattern, but maybe we kind of set up a range over here. I almost want to say that 580 going into 6 level is a really good resistance level. So that's kind of what I'm eyeing here. Hopefully we can get up closer to 580 there, and then I'll kind of try my luck on the short. But yeah, man, look at this. Try the short, stopped out. Try the short, try to hold. Add a little bit, stopped out, runs back, add full size in front of some size over there, and then, cover, and then cover the rest down over here. Try to add back the size, and then this was essentially a break, even asymmetrical risk. I was going for 5, man. I thought, there was potential. We flushed back to 5, maybe even 465, but yeah, perhaps not right now, maybe later in the day. That's something I'm eyeing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It'll definitely be an exciting show today. Lots of things moving, and yeah, hopefully all is well on your guys' end. Enjoying the show. Thank you for the likes, and it's Friday. It's a good day, and yeah, we'll see what the market has to offer for the rest of the afternoon here.
Yeah, Luca, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm in a couple of trades. Well, I actually just got stopped out of one, but I'll talk about this XOM one first. I am long biased XOM. It's something we were discussing a little bit in the pre-market there. They announced a bigger buyback last night there. So, I'm a little bit long biased. I'm liking that 103.50 area, 103.70 area on the daily. It's been holding as support for the past couple of weeks here. So, I was watching it this morning, and I'll make my chart to the 1 minute here so you can see a little bit more detail. But XOM, it was bouncing off the 104 area, 104.20 actually. That's where it opened and had this nice run up. I missed that trade. And then I was like watching it back here, and I was trying to bid and get 104.20s, just missed it here. And then it was having this really tight consolidation between 104.40 and 105 or 104.50. And I was talking to Spencer, we're just watching it, like we could have been just scalping this out 10 cents a piece for the longest time. But obviously, range trading, that type of a range on a momentum name, it could be a recipe for disaster. Obviously, if I'm only trading 10 cents range, I'm obviously going to be trying to do a little bit more size, right? So I tried it once, and then I tried adding a little bit more here, and then I eventually just stopped out, and then I started adding again. Down closer to those prices that I liked originally, and had my last ad here below 104.10. Now this was just a case of being super patient, trying to, I guess, just respect the level, respect the trade, and trust the thesis essentially. And eventually it started to go for me. I had my full size here, and then scalping out on the way back up to this consolidation, right? So I'm still holding a decent chunk of the position here as it's kind of bouncing off of VWAP now, but 40 cents in the money, pretty decent trade there on XOM. It's been kind of my day saver here for me, to say the least. I was short ATVI as well. Just got stopped out of that one. ATVI has been in the news quite a bit recently. It was in the news a little bit yesterday. FTC announcing that they're going to be, suing suing Microsoft based on that deal, right? So, that's something of interest for us here on the floor for sure. What's interesting though is that I think 4 out of the last 5 FTC lawsuits have resulted in losses for the administration there. So, that would explain, why there's some sort of dip buying or why there's still buyers here on ATVI, but it was reserving 74.60 in the pre-markets, and so getting short off the open, that's why I missed that XOM trade because I was busy here with ATVI. That was a really good short, and then I actually played the long off of 74. That was nice, and then I was back short again here. It worked. there the second time, covering in front of VWAP there. Let me actually just cancel that bid. That was for the position that I did have, and now I tried adding one more time. Eventually stopped out as it broke 74.60. That's the level that I was playing off of in the morning, right? So level breaks. I'm up decently on the name. For ATVI here, so a little bit of a day saver on this one. I also had the futures short in the morning. Let me try and bring that up so I can show you guys that one. That was basically off of the number this morning. These are numbers, like I think Arun mentioned it before, like you can get burned pretty easily on this one. So you have to have a very, very sound strategy on it. But yeah, quick scalp short, 10 points in the money, quick scalp out. I was in that trade. I was telling Luca for about 12 seconds. So that was a decent trade and a good way to start off my morning.
Yeah, guys, AMAM is halted again. And I was like, oh, it's halted to the downside. But no, it's actually halted to the upside right now. But it's actually showing 330 open here. You got, they're one of those names everybody kind of knows, like halt all the way up, halt down, halt up, halt up, halt down. These down halts now, like look at this one, man. The spread on this one kind of gives me the feel that, not to say over under 360, but that 360 area, like this, it looks like a top, right? So this is where it opened, 365. This is where it just halted to the downside, 365. So I almost want to say that 365 level is key. This is going to open much lower, and I'm not really sure the timing on this. Let me just do a quick double check. So 11:04 halt, meaning 11:09, if I'm not mistaken, open. So 11:09:24 probably opens, and yeah, showing 3:30 open here. But man, what a spread between that one, 365 down to 316. That was absolutely crazy. Kind of sad that I missed that one, but all good. And yeah, maybe we get a little bit of a pop to 360 area. Then I'm gonna try my luck there. For anybody on Day Trade the World, if you're wondering, like, where is it showing this, right? If you're looking at New York names, you want to bring up the imbalance locator and pull up continuous price. That's where it's going to actually show the indicated open on these things. That is the most accurate for New York names. So if you're wondering, I can't see where this is opening, where should I be looking? Yeah, imbalance locator, continuous price. That's where you're going to want to be looking on that one. Yeah, PHVS from yesterday, everybody remembers, absolutely crazy. Okay, so AMAN is now open again here and going into another down halt. Yeah, let's try this one. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to get the fill on this one, but yeah, we'll see if we can get a little fill here. It's super thick, right? Super thick. Kind of playing with fire on the short. Yeah, okay, no fill on that one. Just cancel that order. Now showing 290, but we got 5 minutes to go. This thing, I wouldn't be surprised if this is back at 2, right? This is kind of giving a very strong topish feel. And again, just to kind of reiterate for myself, just to kind of think out loud here, 335 going into 360, like this kind of liquidity vacuum is where I would want to, be short maybe, 355 and then risk off 365 with the understanding that it can just halt on you to the upside and then you're just kind of, praying that it doesn't destroy you there. But yeah, man, what a move to the downside now, showing 290. When the trade is going to be good, it's very tough to get the fill. It's very competitive. Not having much luck. Didn't have any trades on this name, specifically because I'm just too slow. So that's kind of how it is sometimes. But yeah, hopefully other people doing a lot better than I am. Carvana gap up to 8 to 10. I don't think so, man. I think Carvana 580 is going to be the top here. Let me just pull this one up again. Yeah, 580 is the top, and I'm not sure if it actually got back there, but I want to try to, get into that short closer to 580. Keep in mind it's SSR, right? So it's going to be a little bit more challenging. If you see a flush coming, you start punching into shorts, you just don't get the fill there. So you got to be more kind of sophisticated with your approach on how you want to take those fills. But yeah, definitely get maybe it actually goes from here, but I'm not really too sure. That 550 level is interesting. That's where, when we initially flushed lower, there was a lot of buying in icebergs. Maybe it's covering, maybe people are squeezed and trying to get out at 550. So 550 is a level that I would use, 580 is a level I would use, 6 is a level that I would use, and then just VWAP and 5 are my kind of main levels for that one. And yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Didn't really trade any large caps. I had a small trade on Amazon this morning, but it was more so like, I don't really know what's going to happen. Let me try to short in front of VWAP. There's a little bit of icebergs. Obviously, we had the PPI number, which was, kind of that the cause for that down move. Then we popped and we were showing that 89.30 was kind of this like iceberg reserve, big selling over here. So tried my luck in front of VWAP, but just cut it very quickly. And now it's kind of dancing around. But yeah, maybe that 90 level's in play again today. So if we pop for whatever reason to 90, I think I'll try short there as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple large caps actually. I'm seeing it come through the chat here. One was AMD. I saw a question about AMD. Short time question mark. Here's the thing, like it has kind of traded a range here a little bit today. It's not really doing too much. It's down 1%, right? 24 mil volume on the day. It is up at that 70 area, but I'm just looking at the daily here. I just had a quick look at it. And this 70 area, 69, 68, is kind of like the bounce zone right now for AMD, right? So I don't know if you necessarily want to get heavy into a short on it per se. I know we were kind of shorting it the other day, I believe, but I believe that was around 72. So, you know, now we're a little bit lower. I'm not too sure on that one, especially since the market is kind of grinding up. And, you know, look at this, guys. Like, this is the ES chart, obviously, and it looks pretty much the same as that AMD chart, right? So, you know, I'm not too sure on just kind of like shorting the market here. I'm sure that if you want to play like more of like a market, you know, beta move, like you see us do kind of sometimes in the large caps here, I'm not sure if you want to do it on AMD. Someone said Tesla, 47 mil volume already. What's going on? Tesla is 69. That's kind of funny. Tesla's up 4.5% today. I didn't look at Tesla at all today, and maybe, you know, I should have, but the reason being, I guess, was just because I've been kind of getting burnt on Tesla a lot recently. So, you know, I've just been trying to like lay off on it essentially and be a little bit more disciplined with it, right? So, you know, no trades for me on Tesla. It's something that you can kind of get into that habit of just kind of like over trading with it because you can make money on it so quickly. Like, it gives you the perception that you can make money on it, but obviously, you know, Tesla is super algo driven. Tesla can really ruin your day, right, if you're caught offside very, very quickly, right? But, you know, Tesla making a very, very nice move now off of this 173 bottom. I was thinking this is actually where the bottoms basically are now for Tesla for the past month, right? I saw it bouncing off 172, 173 obviously today, 166 I believe Luca was saying that's like that $500 pre-split price, right? So that's going to be a key area of interest, but you know, huge up move for today, all the way up to 182. It's been a great trade. Obviously, this is the top for Tesla. Yeah, honestly, that I don't even disagree with that. You know, to try and get long now, I think is a little it's a little ambitious. So, you know, maybe you have to show some patience on that one and, you know, maybe hold off, that's for sure, on Tesla there. I'm still long XOM, guys. You'll probably see, I'm going to try and hold that one, maybe look to try to build that position once more. A little bit longer. It's holding up that 104 pretty nicely. Super thick. I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Maybe MRIN. I saw that was kind of in our watch list or in play this morning in pre-market movers and whatnot. It's up 50% today. I didn't look at it at all. 24 mil on the day. This isn't something that I necessarily want to trade, guys. It's not really something that's in my playbook per se. But man, look at this time of sales. And this is why, you know, it's not even moving. It looks like this time of sales is frozen, right? So it's something I'm probably going to stay away from for the rest of the day. You probably won't see me in a trade in that one. Why are you saying hands off on AMD for today? Guys, you know, and this is something I've been really trying to focus on recently is that, wow, XOM making a nice move up. Let's go. I'm actually trying to take more on this position. If it breaks out of this 60 area, I'm going to try and add to this actually. Luca, you want to take over for a second?
Yeah, sure, no problem. That's an absolute banger trade, by the way. This is the, you know, XOM is something interesting for the oil trade. I remember I was mentioning, oh, my mic is off. Hopefully you guys hear me from the other mic because I'm, you know, classically loud, as Italian as I can be here. Yeah, guys, XOM, very interesting setup right now. And the reason I say that, I think, you know, if you're long from the bottom on something like this, 104 is showing you that it wants to hold. I don't think it broke 104 to the downside. 380 to 350 is sort of that, like, you know, if you break 103.50 to the downside on XOM, then, you know, maybe the long isn't good. But right now we're $1 higher. I was actually talking about this before on the daily on 115 rejection for the short going into next year. Oil kind of curling up, XOM showing a little bit of a bid there. So yeah, that 102.50 to to 104 area, sort of like a demand zone. Yeah, Bill. Jesus, every day with the mic, just going shocking. Yeah, no, it's I just came back from the washroom there. I had it muted there. So yeah, XOM, man, absolute banger there. It's going to resist VWAP for a little bit, but if you actually are confident in the longs on some of these names, then if you have the bottom, just make sure you hold for that push back up. Right, we're approaching the afternoon. Things are going to be slower. The moves are going to be less sharp. And there's a really good chance that XOM, once it finally gets through VWAP, just slowly goes sideways, makes its way to 105. Maybe you get 105.20, 105.30. It showed you that it wants to go. It came back, it held the pre-market low. Now maybe we just kind of drift upwards for the rest of the day into the close of oil, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is at 2 p.m. So yeah, with lots of time for that, lots of time to move. And this is kind of what I see. I'm not going to bother removing this dark wick. I'm only going to maybe I'll trade XOM if we get back down, but yeah, kind of dipped in, buying on the close yesterday. Oil kind of strong, very strong move off the open. And I think you were mentioning, actually, Ian was saying they announced the buybacks. I don't know if that was today or if they're just kind of starting their buyback program in general. But yeah, man, congratulations on that long. That's an absolute banger there. And, when so many different things are moving at once, it's hard to catch them all, right? So it's not our job to catch them all. It's our job to find the trade that resonates the most with you, with your playbook, and hit that trade, right? Hit that trade. Don't worry about catching everything because it's going to be rough, man. You're not going to be able to catch everything. And yeah, if you have a trade and it's in the money, and then you get out of that trade, don't worry too much. It'll give opportunities if you are like super confident you want to get back in there. Try to stay positive, and good things will happen, man. Yeah, I was actually quickly referencing PHVS, which I'm not going to trade this today. It is kind of dead. And Luca, got to catch them all. Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Well, this isn't Pokemon. If it was, then maybe I'd try to catch them all. But yeah, to speak quickly on this PHVS over here, yesterday the move was nuts, right? Yesterday the move was nuts. Obviously making its way all the way to 12. And then for anybody that trades a lot of small caps, and is kind of, looking at this chart over here, something I want to point out is this is very classic. It has like a very strong extension. It reverses 50%. Shorts are now thinking, okay, maybe we're going to go back to VWAP. Maybe we could get back to 5 to 6, right? Keep in mind, I think cash value of the company, so the cash on hand is around 6. So, even if you're buying this at $6, you're basically paying for the cash that they have. That doesn't necessarily mean 6 is a good buy for this thing. It just kind of gives you an idea of like, oh, maybe, this is why algos or people are super interested at 4 because, kind of maybe you get that move to 6, right? But going back to the example that I want to give, you have the crazy extension to the upside. Shorts start to get interested, right? Okay, maybe it's failing over here. It breaks the lows. It reclaims the lows. And then this right here, this little down and then back up into the range is a very small tell that, okay, this is probably going to go for high a day clear out because this is what market makers do, right? They have to clear out their books. They have to figure out, okay, where stops? Where can we blow people out to find liquidity? And so, it breaks down, it goes back up. In this situation, I should have gotten long here. And because I was kind of long near 10, I couldn't bring myself to hold. I was trying to take like a little more size because I was confident on the setup, but I just didn't execute properly on it last night, which is okay, whatever. It kind of frustrated me, but it is what it is. But going back to the example, you see this level holding, it breaks, it reclaims. Okay, be cautious because it could go for high day clear out, and that's exactly what it did in the after hours. The high was then 1236, right? So breaking that halt trade or that halt price, breaking the high, clearing out all the stops, accounts getting liquidated, and then here we are, double top, 10, cannot get back above that. But the fact that we are holding right now, again, this isn't something that I'm going to be trading, but I wouldn't discredit this. I would not be surprised to see this, run for 11 or 12. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, and I almost want to say that the same logic on this kind of dip and rip back up is the same thing as how, maybe break 8 to the downside, come back, and then you get a run sometime next week, right? So, yeah, watch the tape, try to gauge, is the algo done with this? Is it not? And then, yeah, you definitely get a good setup there. But yeah, for myself, I'm going to let it go for today. I don't think I'm going to be able to find a trade on it. I'm just going to kind of hang out, chill. Didn't get a fill on the Amazon short near 90. AMAM is going to dance around now. I feel like now it's like chop central. So yeah, I'm going to really be patient and try to wait maybe for a few levels to set up. Just keep in mind, use the halt levels that like maybe 315, but I really think the more significant levels are 335 to 365. This is a very clear liquidity vacuum. And so if we get up here, I'm curious if we reject 335. If we break it, we probably blow right back through, and then we actually have a chance to go back to the highs. But yeah, you know, this is, I don't really know why this is happening. I don't really know what this company is. I don't even know this. I've seen this before. Everything that goes up must come down. Some go back up, some just go straight down. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And last thing I'll say before I pass it over back to Ian is on SMMT. Somebody's asking here. There's actually a lot of size here on the bid. AMM now is going to halt back to the upside. I'm not going to take the long trade just because I'm going to, you know, stick to my levels. But notable, there's 1,000 lots at 3. Now it's halting at 303 to the upside. And indicated open right now, so it is halted. Indicated open is 305. So as expected, it's going to be choppy, probably within this range over here. So yeah, there's that. And then just to go to SMMT very quickly, this was a mover from yesterday. It is day 2 SSR today, if not triggered SSR off the open again today. So just keep in mind that, you know, there's probably better things to trade unless you have a very, very specific setup. And like, look how choppy this was yesterday after the move up. So it's still in that range. It still is going to probably be choppy. So I'd be cautious on this one. It's probably going to be a tough trade, very competitive, and it could easily chop you out. So I would just kind of, you know, I'm not trading it. I didn't trade it today. I don't plan to trade it. If you have an edge on it and you think you could kind of line it up with your playbook, then by all means. But for myself, it's a no trade for sure.
I'm just looking through the chat here. Nice to see everyone too. You know, this week's been it's been fun. You know, being on the Midday show a lot here with my good buddy Luca. It's been fun for sure. But it's nice to see everyone again, and nice that everyone's having a good day. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit. I think we're all kind of just feeling it this week as well. I'm watching this XOM trade. I actually got triggered to add on the break of 60 here. The reason, guys, is like I was talking about this consolidation earlier, how it couldn't really break above 60, and then I saw this volume to the buy side come in. We're making higher lows here on XOM. To me, the trade does look pretty good, so I did get triggered long to add. That was just basically a breakout entry there. That being said, you know, I was holding a decent piece of my position from earlier. So my average didn't get ruined that badly. My average is still 104.24. So, you know, in the money, 30 cents on that name. Hopefully this one can start to go. Probably my targets is going to be closer to this 105 area, right? That's where I'm going to be looking. Obviously, that's where you know, the pre-market highs were. It did end up breaking out. I think the high is almost 106, right? So obviously, you know, if it can get up there again, that would be really, really great. But first targets, I think, going to be closer to this 105 area. That's where I'm going to be looking to, you know, start to scalp out this position. I'm going to try to hold this again and basically just hold to my break even and see where it goes from there. That being said, some selling just came in. I am looking at Amazon as well. On this one, just because it is kind of showing a range similar to that range that we were looking at, I believe it was on Wednesday last time I was on, but it was like, I think what we were shorting, Luca and I were shorting like 89 or maybe against 90, I can't remember now, but it seems like it's kind of trading the same range today, so you know, maybe Luca and I can look at this one as well, but essentially I'm waiting for this to come back up to this 90 area for another potential short. On this one, I don't know if I'm liking the long per se on it. It is down 1% right now, so you know, relatively weak, obviously, on the day in comparison to some other large cap names. So probably stay away from the long side on that one, but you know, definitely something to watch. That's for sure. Carvana, I know Luca's been trading that one. I'm not really big on like the small caps and whatnot. So SMMT, you know, you're gonna have to go to Luca for that one. I know he's been pretty active. In those ones for sure. Microsoft, please, we can take a look at Microsoft for sure. Guys, any stock that you want to take a look at or something that you've been trading, you know, please throw it out in the chat. Please ask questions. You know, that's what we're here for. That's what we love to do. So, you know, please don't be shy in the chat. Microsoft here. Basically flat on the day, not doing too much volume, 6.8 mil on the day. I don't think there's any specific catalyst with this name, so you're not going to see us trading it too often. If you want to just trade like a market play, or that's essentially what you'd be doing here with Microsoft, right? Getting into a trade now. So if you are going to be trying to trade that thing, that sort of setup or that sort of trade, you might as well trade something that's a little bit more like relatively strong or relatively weak in comparison to whatever bias you have with the market, right? So, obviously something that still has a higher beta. Meta question mark, yeah, we can take a look at Meta for sure. I'm just watching XOM kind of bounce off that 104.60. It's kind of interesting there. Meta has been slowly grinding up here. It's up 1.5% almost, touching that 117 area. I mentioned before on Meta that this 118, 120, obviously 123, I think is the top end of that range right before this big gap down. It rejected that, obviously, I believe it was last week or earlier this week. So we are kind of, trending up towards that area. It could be a potential, short the pop, so to speak, thing. But today it is pretty strong, right? So we're trading above VWAP now. Trading above is holding the EMAs very, very nicely. Maybe got to wait now to this, until we get back to this consolidation. If you want to initiate a long, guys, don't FOMO into this one. And then, you're probably going to regret it in that sense. Should you take your money or close stop? I think XOM is going down. Okay, so here's the thing. I made a decent amount. I made basically half my day now on XOM. It's been a pretty good trade for me. I do still like this one, guys. The reason being is because it's still, look at this channel now, guys. It's trading a channel between 104.50 and 104.60, and now we're starting to break out a little bit more. I like the long still because of this big volume spike. They had a big volume spike here, and it pushed up, right? So, I don't hate this trade just quite yet, guys. If it is kind of like figuring out what it wants to do around VWAP, right? Obviously, it is very choppy, but you've seen me. I'm long in it from before, right? So I'm not suggesting you guys get involved into a trade on it just right now. Maybe got to wait for some of those key levels to come back into play. Although by then I'll probably be out of the trade because I'll be stopped out of my break even. I want to answer another question here before we send it back to Luca. I think he's getting into some trades there on Apple. Can you explain relatively strong and relatively weak, please? I'll bring up Tesla because I know that one is pretty relatively strong on the day, guys. So when I say something that's relatively strong or relatively weak, guys, I'm essentially referring to, obviously, is it a higher beta stock, right? So Tesla is going to be something that is a higher beta stock, and by beta I mean something that's going to trace, market moves, right? So essentially, if the market rallies up, theoretically Tesla should rally up as well, right? So Tesla here being up 4.5%, it is relatively stronger than the market because the market it's basically flat on the day. It's up 0.15%, right? So Tesla is much more relatively stronger, much more stronger than the rest of the market, right? So theoretically, if the market were to have a big push up or a big rally, Tesla would, usually it would push up even higher, right? So that's what I mean for relatively strong, and then obviously vice versa for relatively weak.
Yeah, guys, I'm building into this Apple short. There's so much selling coming in on the tape here, but obviously, with selling, there is buying, right? So it's kind of high a day, giving that sort of topish feel to it. I think, and AMAM is actually halting now again to the downside. There's like 5,000 lots. I'm not going to try to chase that one. I don't think I get the fill there. So I'm going to work with this Apple short. I think, if this fails, if we pull back, then this is going to be really good. We could easily flash down to 44s there. But yeah, it is near that high a day. So it's kind of like, doing a lot of volume. And it's kind of like place your bets and see where this one ends up. But it might just dance around here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, no problem. We can send it back to me. I know Luca's probably, busy with his orders and whatnot. Dude, you gotta let the hair go, or let go of the hair. It's so bouffant. What does bouffant mean? That's kind of interesting. Bouffant. Bouffant? I don't know. It sounds classy or flashy. I don't know. Bouffant. I'm gonna have to look that one up later, guys. Okay, so here's the thing with my hair. I know you guys are always super interested in my hair for some weird reason, but. Yeah, I'm basically my birthday is next week. It's midway, or not next week. It's midway through next month. So I'm kind of timing my haircuts because it takes like a month to kind of grow my hair or my hair to like kind of poof out a bit. So I'm essentially timing my haircuts so I don't have to get that many haircuts. I hate getting haircuts. I don't know about you guys, but I just hate sitting in that chair. I feel like it's like a waste of that 1 hour, so to speak. I could have been doing something else, but you're kind of just trapped. But that's the thing, guys. So you might see me looking. I guess my hair is going to be a little bit more bouffant, as some of you guys have said today in the chat. Let's go to this poll, guys. There's a poll in the chat. It's kind of a fun one here. I already know the answer, and I think a lot of us already know the answer here at the floor, but will Pratt come back married? 100% no shot. So literally here, I don't know what you guys voted. I already made my vote there. He already told me exactly why he's going for. So yeah, I don't think he's going to get married, guys. Although that would be a very much surprise. I want to know what the odds are on this bet. Maybe take the over/under or something like that. That would be pretty funny. But I think really a surprise if he got married. But no, let's be real. He's not going to get married. I think he would want to celebrate that with all his boys here at the floor. Come on, man. Like if we're going to do something that big, like we're gonna celebrate with the guys. He's not going to do it abroad like that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, and so yeah, basically working with the Apple short, it's spending a little bit of time here, so it's kind of dancing around. Maybe I'll get stopped out. My worry is that because all the selling is coming on the tape, but it's not going down, the moment that it goes up, it's going to fly up and we'll be at 140 very quickly. Okay, there I am, stopped out. So try to build the short, covered a little bit to kind of fix the average, create the free trade in a sense, and yeah, now just kind of rip back to the upside, stop me out. And I wonder if that's just the stop up before the way down. Maybe I'll revisit this one. Somebody was asking, so just to kind of revisit, AMAM is showing 264 open now. So where are we here? AMAM, this thing is, yeah, still in kind of chop central, but making that low, yeah, maybe now this thing actually wants to go back. What goes up in a halt maybe comes down on a halt. Thank you for the super chat there, Charlie. Bullish on Prad getting married. Yeah, if he comes, I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, he said, no, absolutely not, I'm not getting married, blah, 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 but yeah, no, yeah, we'll see what happens. Amazon now approaching back towards that 90 area. I don't want to start a short on this too early, but I'm still waiting there, closer to 90 to get the fill. Not really sure if it's going to come to fruition or not, but yeah, we'll have to be patient and see. Carvana now sort of going sideways and not really doing too much. I think, if you have the short from up here, you're just basically nursing it and seeing, where do we go from here. I really doubt that we get back to 580 now. It's almost like now, like in this type of action, I want it to pop to 580 for the short. Now, if we get back there, it's sort of like reevaluate and kind of watch it in real time and see what happens there. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Maybe get back into this Apple short. So I'm going to punch right back in. Maybe that was just, stop Luca out, and then now we finally go down. So yeah, if at first you don't succeed, don't necessarily just let it go. Could be a banger. And my target cover for this one is not to say VWAP, like everything's going to move in tandem with the market. And we're just right now sort of holding. How many times do you see this kind of setup here on the ES where it's just like you know what I mean? Just in the most clean channel that I've ever seen it in a long time. So yeah, if we actually flush back down here, that'll give the flush back down on Apple probably to 144. And then if we actually break VWAP now, then maybe there's actually a chance to get back to low a day over here, call it 39.50. So 39.50 is obviously that interesting level that everybody's watching. So for myself, that's the level, very simple. And yeah, if we break trend, go back down, then the shorts might be good, right? So AMAM is now open again. So I wonder if this thing's going to just halt to the downside or what's going to go on here. Oh, wow. Flashing back to the upside now. Jesus.
Yeah, I was actually just leading back to Spencer. I think he has the same trade that I do have here on XOM. I want to talk about DocuSign, actually. DocuSign obviously had their earnings this morning, so a little bit of a catalyst for this name this morning, right? So I was actually thinking more short on this one, and it seems like I was right. Well, at least in comparison to my levels, obviously it rallied in the morning. I didn't see that. Actually, I got to get a little piece out here on XOM there. Wow, that was a really bad fill, but that's okay. That was just a kind of unlucky fill. I just crossed and like I saw like rally up. I was like, I better cross and get some out here. But anyways, yeah, DocuSign. I was actually looking at the 51 level and then the 50 level for like a fade short, sort of like fake out breakout, so to speak. Just looking at the daily on it, that was basically why. Just because this was a resistance area earlier. And then obviously, 52, 54 kind of held, right? So we're kind of in that almost like, so to speak, like, supply area here on, supply area on DocuSign. So, maybe a fade short off of that one. But yeah, I missed that trade. Wasn't something that I necessarily liked after the open, just because it wasn't really doing as much volume as I wanted to see. The spread was kind of wider. Obviously, it's a little bit tighter now, but it's basically just consolidating, just basically just trading the middle of the range now. So it's probably not something that I'm going to get involved in. Netflix was something that we were also watching in the morning here on the floor too. I actually wanted a 320 break, but that happened in the pre-markets, and I actually don't mind taking breakouts in the pre-market. Obviously, you got to size down because it's going to be, the spread is going to be wider. There's going to be less liquidity on the book. But here's the thing, guys. That's going to be very, very situational. Obviously, Netflix, the spread is a lot wider, so not something I really want to get involved with in the pre-market. I'll talk about this a little bit more after, but let's send it to Sharif for a European update.
Yes, guys, European markets largely unchanged, for the exception of Turkey. The Borsa Istanbul having itself a day closing up 3%. Sweden, the index there closing up 1.17%, but not much happening in England, Germany, France, or Italy for that matter. So quiet markets in Europe. But separately, I just want to point out to you guys, HUYA, for those who love small caps. This one looks like it's got all sorts of legs, testing 370 to the high side there, guys.
It goes down. Thank you so much for that, Sharif. Yeah,
I just want to say, like, real quick, like, Sharif has been like absolutely destroying it at the big desk today. Like, he's just been killing it. Obviously, he's coming off of not feeling too well as all, so we got to throw it up in the chat for Sharif. Let me just talk about this Netflix trade, Luca, quickly before I send it back to you. But yeah, I was talking about taking that 320 long. I know Arun was talking about this 323 area in the morning, but it looks like it's just been like basically just grinding up, right? So it's one of those things where if you don't get long early, it's going to be pretty tough to kind of take this trade a little bit later on. It's up 5.5%. The spread is obviously going to be a little bit wider, so just be cautious when you're trading something like Netflix. Obviously, only 8 mil volume on the day, so that's not anything to really write home about. I'll have to look up the R-vol on Netflix there a little bit later, but yeah, Netflix, I missed that trade because it happened in pre-market. Sometimes that's how it goes. That's how she goes, and you just have to live with it, right? And look for other trades. Always got to trade your plan, guys. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, guys, make sure you're trading your book, trading your plan. I am scalping like a madman right now. Look at this, scalp. To be honest, I built a really big short over here because I was super confident. And this is the thing, I'm glancing over at the tape. I see it. There's so much selling. But guys, keep in mind, when you see red on the tape, you see selling. There's obviously buyers that are buying the selling, right? It makes sense. But I just kind of felt that the conviction was there, and then you kind of see some programmed sellings hitting the book. So I'm like, I think the short is good here. And, look at this, right? We sell off, we make the low 141. Keep in mind 140 holds, so that's a banger long off the bottom. Then we have just kind of boom to the upside, boom to the upside, boom to the upside, little bit of a pullback, and then back to highs, creating the double top. I want to remove the fills just for everybody to see here. So this is how I initially saw it. I saw it like this, and I was like, oh, this could be like a double top reversal just over pre-market high. And then we reverse back, and I'm not thinking that we go back to low a day or anything, but I'm thinking that even if we go back to 44.20 and 40s, like that's a good 40-cent scalp. And then, yeah, if it flushes fast enough, then I'll try to hold on to a piece there. So that's kind of what I saw there, and that's kind of justification for my building of the short. Got really aggressive, covered, not even 20%, very small amount there. Kind of was confident. Then we ripped back up, so I stopped out. So not too much damage, but then same plan. Get back into it again. We get the flush, cover. Now I'm trying to eye close to 144 cover. And then if we actually break through this low of 143.80, if again with the overall market, if it wants to break back down, which I think there's a chance that we do that. And the reason I think that is because PPI was negative, right? Keep in mind CPI coming out next week. The market has been moving more based on CPI as opposed to PPI, but PPI is showing you its hand. Maybe CPI comes out higher than expected, and then we get another big leg down. So if anybody wants to position for that trade, big money is trying to position for the trade and make decisions, then here is a great spot to take the short, right? We are not above 399. We are far away from 4,000. Maybe this is now kind of short-term top, and we go back down. So yeah, pretty confident in these in this Apple position here. So I'm gonna hold on. In terms of percentages, how much do I have left? If anybody has a question, I don't know, because a lot of the times I get into like a random amount of size. So it's not necessarily like 100, 1,000. Sometimes it's like 660 or like 235, and I don't really know the logic. I just punch in because I want to confuse the bots, right? They're going to be like, oh, why is he punching into 17? What's going on over here? So that's the logic there. So in terms of percentages, I don't know how much I have left. But yeah, I'm going to try to hold for 144 is my next target. Maybe we get that flush down. So you're going to see if I can get there. And then, yeah, hopefully we break that 143.40. If we break that to the downside, there's a lot of room that we could go to the downside, but we'll have to see what happens.
I just got into an ATVI short once more there. I'm bidding 30, man. Just hit me. Hit me. I'm bidding 30, trying to be patient and take profits here on this name. Basically, guys, the thesis for this trade here, if you weren't watching it, you probably wouldn't have gotten it on that one. Okay, let's go XOM. XOM blasting off to the upside. Let's go on this name. I had an offer there at 89 to get out a big chunk of my position. Now essentially just let me actually adjust that stop, because now I'm just holding basically the piece that I added on the breakout of that 60 area, right? So, this trade has continued to work for me now. This has been a pretty good trade for me, I'd say. And now almost, basically almost $1 in the money from where I was originally in the trade, down at 104.06 was my best price on this name, all the way down up to 104.90 on that name, right? So, 30 cents in the money just because, obviously my average has changed quite a bit on that one as I've scalped it out. But man, what a trade on that one. I know Spencer in the background is loving that one as well. Guys, I was talking about that ATVI trade as well. Essentially, guys, if you weren't watching this name, you probably wouldn't have gotten it. Trade. I'm actually going to just take out a little bit more. I think I'm just going to start taking some profits on this one. But actually, let me get out one more piece. There we go on that name, right? So essentially, guys, there was size that popped up on the offer here for ATVI rather at 75.40. There was size in the offer. I think there was like 130 lots, right? So quick front run. We talk about tape reading and level 2 reading and whatnot. This was exactly that sort of trade, right? And then we get a little bit of a flush. Let's go, man. We're freaking killing it today on the midday show here. Really back to my high point, Luca, man. I had a really good trade, obviously, in the morning, and then I proceeded to LFT. And if you guys don't know, in layman's terms, that's loss from top, right? And then I started a little bit of a GFB action. In layman's terms, that's gain from bottom, right? So a bit of an up and down day for me today. But here we are, right back at my high point for the day, and I'm feeling really good about the trades that I'm in. Boom, Netflix. Is Netflix starting to go a little bit more now, pushing those highs of days? Yeah, it is, right? It's testing that 328.50 area. It looks like it bounced off that 327 area support, right? So, this was a good trade as well. But I talked about, kind of being careful with this name. If you're not long already, it's going to be tough to get long, so to speak. So, keep that in mind. Don't FOMO and don't chase this one, that's for sure. I'm watching Amazon right back up to that 90 area. I saw that one reject 75 or 80, 85 rather, a few minutes ago, right? So, you could have taken that trade. I'm going to be more patient with that name just because, now I'm getting into the afternoon, guys. And I don't want to, I've been at this point before in my P&L, so to speak, and I don't want to, LFT from here, so to speak. So I want to make sure that I'm taking good trades from here on out and trades that I'm really, really, confident about, and that ones that I can actually, potentially, add a little bit more confluence and actually really, really like. So at this point, I'm basically just nursing the trades that I'm in, and then we'll see if anything super interesting pops up. One more thing, guys, smash this like button. I saw a couple comments there saying smash the like button. Please smash it, guys. It's at 2.2K likes. I think when we got it on the midday show, it was at around 1.8, 1.7. So we're already getting a handful of likes here on the midday show. Obviously, this week has been topsy-turvy. A lot of different hosts coming through. I believe yesterday was you had Greg and Brankles.
Yeah.
Guys, if you haven't seen that episode, rewind it and watch that segment with Greg. He dropped a handful of knowledge bombs on that episode, and that's something you should always take notes with. Something that we always say as graduates when new trainees come in to the floor is listen to Greg. Listen to Greg, because obviously he knows what he's talking about and he's been here, he's done it, right? He's seen everything, right? So he's like our fearless leader. So if you guys get a chance, rewind and watch that one. But as always, guys, smash that like button, hit subscribe if you haven't. Join as a member, hit the notification bell. Let's keep it going for the rest of the day.
Yeah, man, keep it going here. So try to reload. So that Apple, this is why I cover, because I'm like, I don't know, are we going to go down? Are we going to go back up? So I kind of got stopped out, tried the short again, quickly ran to 145. 145.
Send it over to Luca, Fahad. Fahad?
Yeah, Fahad over here is
he's watching the game.
We got soccer in the back
they're streaming Croatia and Brazil. 90, eh? Okay. It seems like this one's been a pretty exciting game so far. That's a joke, but man, I'm cheering for Brazil. I don't know about you guys, Sharif. Fahad, we're really liking Brazil. I know Prad's a big Brazil fan. Richarlison had that crazy goal. I believe it was that second game or the first game that they had in pool play. But yeah, I'm liking Brazil. Obviously, Neymar is one of my favorite players as well.
Yeah, man, Neymar is one type of player there. I'm actually surprised. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but I'm actually surprised right now at this at the score that's happening. So yeah, here I am back in the Apple short, back in still in the Amazon short CVNA, which kind of went against me for a moment there, but I think I'm good again here. Not very light on the size, because obviously we're far away from the top, so it just doesn't make any sense. I'm kind of short this and hoping that we get below 5, but because it's very little size, I'm willing to let it free float around. It's fine with me. It's just kind of like maybe we get to 5, maybe we don't. If we don't, I don't really get too hurt on that one. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens. And yeah, these small caps not really doing much now that I glance back at them. Amazon moved back to 89.90. I covered some on the flush in front of VWAP over there, but yeah, that 90 level is kind of looking good. So yeah, maybe we get one more little pop there, and then I'll try another short. We'll have to see what happens there, but if it is going to be a good level, yeah, maybe we actually don't get back there. But again, it is kind of chopping around, not really doing too much. Someone saying AMAM did a fake halt. Yeah, man, you got to. Well, now it's going to halt to the upside. I think traders are done with this. You have the move up, you have the move down. Now it's just going to be a chop fest. I would just leave it for the rest of the day. For anybody wondering, the indicated open price currently is showing 303. I mean, maybe it's real, maybe it's not, but that would be pretty big for right now, actually. But yeah, maybe that 3 level kind of acts as a short-term resistance. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. And yeah, I think maybe the double top that I saw is no longer a double top. So maybe I gotta let these shorts go now and kind of back off, reevaluate, and then see where we go from here.
Guys, I'm reading a comment here. I'm out for the day with a loss. Hope next week gets better. Good luck, everybody. Don't be ashamed on that one. Actually, wait a second, real quick. I'm just gonna start taking some more profits out here on XOM. I'm seeing some size on the offer there. I'll quickly flash to it on my main screen. We just missed it. There was 150 lots at 95 there on XOM. So, just make sure that I take out most of my position there. I'm holding one last piece, essentially for the moon here on XOM. If it goes, it'll be nice. If not, then whatever. I'm not going to be too sad about it. This has been a really, really great trade for me, and I'll talk about it a little bit here. Essentially, guys, like I said earlier, they announced a buyback or an increase in their buyback last night, actually, around 8 p.m. And then obviously, I'm liking these levels. XOM has been testing, near all-time highs, right? So it's obviously strong. And then, today that 104 area, that 103 area was holding as a multi-week support, essentially, right? So, it's been a good name for sure. There I'm seeing stacked offers on the offer there. So, XOM, clearly there's some sellers here, some profit takers potentially here closer to this 105 area. So that's why I'm out most of the position now on XOM, but it's been a great trade. Essentially just going long in that 104 area. Luckily it didn't break, and now here we are, $1 in the money from my first entries there. Pretty sure that was 2 nights ago. I don't know, I thought I saw it on FinViz yesterday. I could be wrong though about that buyback. Ian, Luca, is your day's goal about the same as your shutdown? Okay, so here's the thing, guys. Like, this is something that we kind of debate about all the time. And I know Pratt has kind of mentioned it a little bit as well. And he was saying how, like, if you make your shutdown, that's obviously, a great day. And there's no denying that, that if you make your shutdown, it's obviously a great day, right? But you shouldn't really anchor to that, guys. Like, and obviously, when you progress in this firm, like, your shutdown gets higher and higher, the better you get. Obviously, they give you more risk and, more leverage and whatnot. So let's say your shutdown is like, X amount of money. It's going to be tough to make that every single day, just because, obviously the more leverage you get, the harder it is to put in that sort of size into the market, right? For example, here on XOM, you're seeing a lot of 1s and 2s on the book, right? If I'm going to try and trade, let's say like 10,000 shares, where am I going to find those shares, right? So it's something that you have to really kind of keep in mind when you are trading more size and whatnot. But for me, honestly, I just try to take good trades, man. Luca's the same way. Try to take good trades within setup. I don't necessarily have a P&L goal every single day. I think that's not something you should really kind of do, because let's say you're anchoring, for arbitrary number's sake, $100, right? If you don't make $100, if you made $89 that day, is that a bad day? No, it's not. Of course, it's not, right? But if you make more, like, is it a better day? No, not necessarily, right? I think it's just if you take good trades, if you follow your plan and take good trades and within your setups, and maybe it goes your way, maybe it doesn't, I think that's going to be a good day.
Yeah, 100%. And CVNA is actually holding up here. I think I'm going to add a little bit more to this one and see if I get the fill there. Amazon's still not out of the money, so yeah, maybe this short is a little bit better there. I want to revisit back. I was trying to actually short in front of this 105, and a little bit of a cheeky. I'm probably going to get stopped out, and I did, but maybe 105 short-term top. But again, it's my bias on the day is long. 104 held. We're kind of moving to the upside, but obviously we're going to get pullbacks along the way. It just feels like the buy programs there are a little bit stronger than the sell programs. So yeah, just going to keep that in mind and remind myself. Apple now through 145. So safe to say that abort the short on that one. So I'm gone there. I'll revisit it again if the market wants to turn. Market is just kind of making its way back up here. So yeah, just got to be cautious on the shorts. Going back to this, right? It's like I see the selling, it fails, but then it kind of holds, goes back up. The selling disappears, and you get boom, very, very strong moves to the upside. So just being cautious of this and understanding that this is definitely a potential there, and then kind of managing the orders. I don't know if you guys can see the keyboard, the keyboard. I got a new keyboard here. It's all red. It's got colors. I don't know how to change the colors on this thing, but I think it's pretty cool.
You might have to download like a program or something, some software on the actual computer to change colors.
Oh, okay, I see. I feel like because it's red, I have to short. So I'm only taking shorts. The keyboard is red. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. Blotter is lit up red. And someone's saying after full time, no score, Brazil 0-0. Going into penalty, or is it penalties now, or do they do extra?
No, they do extra. Yeah, they do overtime first, right?
Overtime,
Yeah.
okay.
So, gonna be watching that one for sure. Guys, a little bit of a mistake there. By any means, like it cost me like a dollar literally, but ATVI here. I had my stop out at 73.40 or 74.40 rather. There was that size there. It came up and it actually got taken, and I forgot to change my size on my stop earlier, so it flipped me long. Guys, when something happens like that, get out immediately. I lost 1 cent on the trade. Like, obviously, I'm not going to care too much about that. I've made a fair share of money here on ATVI today. But when something happens like that, you fat finger into a trade, get into a trade that you weren't expecting, so to speak. Don't hold it and be like, well, let's see where this goes. Get out right away. It flipped me long. If I'm holding that one and now I'm like 3-4 cents out of the money, it might hurt a little bit more, right? So kind of always be disciplined in that sense. That's a gaming keyboard. Yeah, exactly. That is a gaming keyboard. If you're a gamer, I know Pratt is. His keyboard is a gaming keyboard as well, but I'll agree with Luca, and this is why he changed the keyboards. It's a little wonky with the keys, right? Like some of the keys are like kind of misplaced on his keyboard, and it's something that you definitely have to get used to. And then, obviously with us, like our main trading computers are back there on the actual trading floor, right? These are the stage computers, so it's a little bit different, but that's why you see us sometimes, sizing down and taking down kind of different kinds of trades here on the show.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm seeing a little bit more. I'm battling for the short, but guys, I might just get chopped up a lot on the short over here, which is okay. Just kind of battling, seeing if we finally get the flush down lower. If we don't, no big deal there. And Pratt's keyboard from the other day, it was giving me trouble. I was like kind of messing up a lot of the orders that I'm sending. I'm like, no, today I need a new keyboard. I gotta, the escape key has to be top left, just because, canceling orders, kind of readjusting everything in real time here. So that's kind of been a big help so far. And I'm glancing back. I didn't talk about MRIN today. Traded this. I think I traded this. I I paid for shorts. I tried to get long here, but I wasn't super confident in the long. This was sort of like, this one's a little bit slower. I thought maybe it had the gas to run to $2 area. And, everything else was halting to the upside. So I was like, maybe in sympathy, this can run and also potentially halt to the upside. But yeah, I was just kind of chopping around. So I took like a paper cut on it, nothing serious, and I just let it go and focused on other names. But yeah, look at that, all the way to 185 and then just kind of sharp reversal. Probably won't get a trade going on this for the rest of the day, but yeah, we'll see what happens there. Stay tuned to find out. Amazon's still working. Carvana finally working. I didn't get the extra fill there up at 31s, which is unfortunate, but yeah, just a product of SSR. Now we're actually finally flushing, so I'm gonna try to cover this at 5, near 5 if possible. If we get to 5, I'll cover that. That was kind of the level that we broke yesterday. We opened below today. That's sort of where it printed. Now we're kind of above. Maybe we get back there, get a little bit of a bounce there. So yeah, I'll stay tuned on that one. We'll see if we get the fill there. And yeah, somebody's saying 487 next stop. That's a good bet, man. I'm gonna take it ahead of that just because, yeah, maybe we flush lower and then kind of bounce again, and whatever it is what it is. No big deal there. I'm gonna pull up Amazon again just to see where are we on this and where's my cover. I'm gonna try to get 89.40-ish area. Like if I can get 89.40-ish on the rest of the size, I'll be happy with that one. I'll take that one as a small win. Glancing back, XOM, yeah, man, the longs are good here. Just kind of making its way to the upside. I guess I said like 520. Yeah, this probably gets to 520, and here we are, 517. I'm not going to try to short it anymore. That was kind of one stab. If it worked, it worked. If it didn't, it didn't. I'm just kind of showing you that 105 didn't really want to break, and then kind of broke. So now that actually happened, I'm just going to let that one go. And yeah, we are approaching 12 o'clock right now. So yeah, we'll have to kind of revisit all our positions, see what's moving. NVIDIA rejecting the 200. I haven't looked at NVIDIA today, but let's have a look.
There's actually a super chat on NVIDIA if you want to.
Oh, really?
It out. Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. $20. Thank you so much. And how y'all feeling NVIDIA short? Well, so yeah, again, you want to watch futures, you want to watch NASDAQ futures, you want to watch ES. Everything's going to probably move together. You want to watch AMD. You want to...
Did you see that?
Yeah. That's it. I think, it's just keep in mind, because it's up 2%, you want to just be cautious of the short. Like maybe you get the fades back down, but as you guys can see, the moves down are slower and the moves up are a little more sharp. So like sharp move up, slow move down, sharp move up. So even though we're high, even though it could fade back down, maybe you're playing off a 76 level, but keep in mind the moves up will be sharper than the moves down. It's sort of the same thing with Apple, right? It's like the moves up are sharp, the moves down are, you know, kind of slow and not really doing anything spectacular. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts over there. Carvana now inching its way closer to 5. So yeah, you know, I think I did this last time where I was like, oh, let me wait for like 501, and then 503 was the bottom. So not again. I'm covering some there, and yeah, actually no. Now we're getting a little bit of selling that's coming through. Maybe I should add this back. Actually, I'm gonna try to add this back.
Yeah, go for it, Luca. Thanks for covering that super chat, and thank you again. Yeah, here's my take on NVIDIA. I was just looking at the daily. It's super strong in the daily. Essentially, you're going to be trying to pick tops on NVIDIA here. So, you know, unless there's some sort of inclination, of size on the offer, or, you know, some big sellers or something like that, some big sells on the time of sales, you know, I would probably stay away from the short on that one. You talk about something that's relatively strong on the day, that's going to be NVIDIA. It's up 2% on the day, right? So, you know, keep watch on that one. What else are you guys trading, guys, in the chat? You know, call it out. We've been talking about a lot of the same names. I mean, I could keep talking about how great this XOM trade was for me, but that would be kind of boring. Ian, I just touched 200-day moving average on daily. Huge resistance is short, level off of. Okay, so there you go, right? So, you know, if you're going to, you know, obviously trade this short, make sure that there are you know, some sort of you know, confluence to this trade where you can kind of build you know, a strategy or a thesis around it, right? And then if it is like that Trader Gorno rejecting off of that you know, 200 on the daily there, maybe if, you know, now if size shows up on the offer, it's going to mean even more, right? So, you know, kind of keep that in mind when you are trading. Let's hop back to Meta. I'm seeing a couple of people talk about it in the chat. It's not really doing too much, guys. I told you about you know, waiting for this 116 area to come back into play. It's just kind of, you know, diddling around the top around this 117 area. So, you know, be patient with that one. I think you're going to be chasing tops essentially if you are going to if you are going to try to trade that one long. What's the plan for next week? This is something I want to bring up as well. Next week is going to be very, very exciting. Greg mentioned that one too, how it's kind of like the triple crown of trading this year. It's going to be probably the last sort of offering for big tendies, so to speak. You know, next week that is. You got CPI on Tuesday. That's going to be at 8:30 there. FOMC meeting, obviously those 2 days, and it's going to end on the Wednesday. So at 2 p.m. they're going to announce the next rate hike. Right now, I was looking at this here. The Fed rate tool, it looks like it's going to be more or less, you know, a 50 basis point rate hike, you know, as expected here for that FOMC meeting next Wednesday. But, you know, obviously there could be a surprise, so going to be watching that one. And then obviously on Friday as well, there is a quad witching event, right? So, you know, those events, you know, can often lead to a lot of volatility at the open and the close, right? So it's going to be an exciting day for sure. But honestly, plan going into next week. I think I've executed it pretty well this week. This week essentially just try not to lose, and, you know, try to save some risk, mental capital, emotional capital going into next week, because next week could be a big week, and you could potentially make your entire month, you know, just next week, maybe potentially make your entire year. Who knows, right? So, you know, next week could be something to watch for, and it could be exciting, and that's something that we're preparing for here on the trading floor.
Yeah, guys, I'm taking along on BXRX because, you know, we had a strong move up. We came back down to the level that it squeezed at. And now I'm thinking if we want to hold this $6 level for like another leg up, maybe a quick scalp, I'll try it. If not, if 6 breaks, I'm going to be out of this, just to be completely transparent. And I do kind of expect 6 to break. It's a little bit of smaller size, so I don't really care if it does happen. But this is kind of interesting. I actually saw this kind of move up, and I didn't realize it was halting. I punched into the halt, and then I was like, I'm in a halt trade right now. I'm like, I don't even know if I want this. But I was like, okay, whatever, I'll take it. And then it opened and just kind of tanked. I'm happy that I got out. For a loss, I did take an L here, but I couldn't figure out how to get out on the open. My keys just were like not really working for me. But yeah, this one, I'm not really 100% confident in this, but I kind of want to hold for 7. I want to hold for 7 on this. So if we can like pop to 7, that'd be awesome. I don't expect it really to happen, but yeah, the high is around 650 we rejected, right? So maybe we get to 650 and then reject again and go back down, but maybe there's a potential that we actually run to the pre-market high of like 730. The book is very thin on this thing. It's a low flow probably. Anything is possible, so that's kind of the reason why I say that, right? I say, it's very low float. This thing can be, it's here, and then it's at 7 in an up halt 2 seconds later, and then boom, it's down at 570 afterwards. So if you are trading this, obviously watch your positions very closely. There's some stack size on the offer here. I think we chew through it, break 650 again, and then run to 7. I'll reevaluate if I want to cover 7, or if it goes into a halt, then I'll just kind of chill and maybe just hold on to it through the halt there. And I think Amazon's going to finally start filling below VWAP. It's just been above VWAP for so long that, maybe we finally get the flush through VWAP. So yeah, I'm going to keep my order there just in front of 40s, and we'll see if that one wants to fill. Apple is not actually flushing with the the very slow, I'll say, market pullback. So obviously it's showing you that this is the channel that it's in, and so maybe it's going to go there, but maybe it's going to be support until we actually break and then get a VWAP test. I don't think, I guess I have to say that the shorts are probably not in there. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. Obviously chopped up here on Apple, fighting for the shorts. So now I'm just kind of being patient. If I do jump back into a short, I might have to just take a little bit less size until it confirms. Then I can actually really hit that one hard.
Yeah, nice one there, Luca. Luca's got a handful of trades on the board, guys. So, if you're with him on that one, I'll watch his positions very, very closely. Someone said Tesla rolling over. I'm going to try it. Okay, here's the thing, man. I feel like a handful of us on the floor here had our fair share of trying to short tops on Tesla when it's been up like 5%. And I guess like the thought is like, okay, it's up like 5%. It's up $10, almost $10 on the day. It's got to go down, right? It's got to go down, right? That's like the thought, right? I know that's what some of you guys are thinking in the chat. I've had that same thought. Well, here's the thing, guys. Like it can keep going up, and it's obviously strong on the day. And something like Tesla, when it's going, it can go, man. Like you don't want to kind of get in the way. It's kind of stepping in the way of like a freight train or something like that, right? So. Be very, very careful with that one. I would say hold very, very tight stops. If you're getting long now, or getting short now rather, it's got to be high a day out. 182.43 has got to be your out. Ian, Luca, can you take a look at NIO? Let's take a look at NIO. Here it's up. It's down actually, down almost 3% on the day. Man, NIO and a lot of the Chinese ADRs are very back and forth, eh? Like it's like you'll see them one day they'll gap up like 5%, the next day they'll gap down 5%, and it's very hard to kind of gauge trades because you're dealing with such recycled levels over and over and over again. So it's something to kind of almost stay away from or steer away from. Today it's only done 25 mil volume on the day, which I think is pretty low for NIO. I know it can get up there in like the 80s and whatnot, so it doesn't really seem like we're going to get there today. I don't think there was any specific catalyst on NIO, so something that I'm probably going to be staying away from for the majority of my time here. BA having selling. BA is something that I actually like to, whoops, it's not in New Zealand, is actually something I like to kind of look at sometimes. BA has been something that's been really, really strong recently. Okay, so I see what you're kind of saying there. Kind of fell back below VWAP, and then now it's rejecting that VWAP area, guys. Oh yeah, I saw someone saying earlier, what are the lines on my chart? So the dark blue here, guys, is VWAP. The light blue or the teal color is going to be your 50 EMA, and then the purple is the 200 EMA. These are the lines that I like to have on my chart. To be honest, guys, I don't necessarily trade off of them all the time. It's something that I use to like kind of manage the trade, if you will, a little bit, or manage a position that I'm in for a while, so to speak, but I'm not necessarily making trades off of them. But yeah, BA not really looking too good here to the long side now. It was looking a lot better in the morning, kind of rallying off of this 180 area. But again, guys, these are recycled levels here for BA. And it's not something that I necessarily like to day trade all the time unless we are breaching new levels, right? So kind of keep that in mind. The spread as well, it's 13-cent spread. I've seen the spread open up on BA 30, 50 cents sometimes if it's really, really moving, right? So, you know, kind of really be careful with that one. Yeah, you see guys there, the spread just opened up to 20 cents, right? So if you punch in, you're going to be out of the money 20 cents right away, right? So, you know, keep that in mind. BA has news coming next week. Okay, so, you know, let's keep that in mind for next week. Maybe you can throw that in the chat. I'm not too sure about that one. Tesla eating shorts for breakfast again. Yeah, that's exactly what I just talked about. PLTR, I think Sharif was talking about PLTR in the pre-market there, if I'm not mistaken, on that one. As the chart loads, here we go. Why did that not change my other charts here? Okay, there we go. PLTR, it's basically flat on the day, guys. It's been chopping around VWAP, essentially, getting a little bit of a breakout on volume, actually, above this 715 area. Looks like these are the highs now for PLTR. I like to trade PLTR when it's doing so much more volume, guys, when there's more size in the book. Obviously, this is only a $7.16 stock, so this size is not going to really mean much, like monetarily wise. So, you know, you're going to want to get involved when more big money is in play. Probably not something that I want to look at here for me on PLTR.
AMAM is just continuing to halt up and down. Yeah, this thing is kind of interesting. And I'm trying to figure out, is there any, you know, we're probably making our way to VWAP. And I would not be surprised if we get to VWAP around 2, hold 2, and then go back up. And then, you know, this thing's done, what, 65 million shares traded today? So, yeah, like it's definitely something of interest. If we get to $2 level and $2 hold, and then we start running back to the upside, I feel like we could be back at 3 very quickly. And then, you know, again, just to highlight to anybody that just kind of tuned in, 335 to 365 is that kind of liquidity vacuum area that's very interesting. So if we get to 2 at some point, maybe I'm going to try a long, and then if I'm in the money, I'm going to try to hold that for a potential move through 340 and then back to 4. I don't think it'll happen, but if it does happen, it could be very lucrative, very good. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. I think I'm stopped out of ATVI. BXRX is still good to the long side. And CVNA, yeah, this is why I cover. I don't even know what the low of that move was. I think it may have been 04s. So I was like, not again. You're not getting me again. I'm getting out at 04s. I'll take the win there. All good. And yeah, you know, that's kind of just my thoughts in real time. Yeah, Brazil scored. Luca Radev. I don't know what that means. But yeah, okay. Yeah. And yeah, I halted 10 times today. Rent. Oh, somebody was saying, can you check Jewel? Yeah, sure. Let's have a quick look here. At Jewel, this, I didn't look at this today, but oh man, what is going on over here? Jesus. Is this not loading, or is this like an IPO? Maybe this is an IPO today, and it just, yeah, that's kind of like around the time IPO is open. Yeah, Jewel maybe is an IPO. Oh wow, halt to the upside, halt to the downside, halt to the downside. I didn't even, this thing is, oh man, I wish I saw this, but it's kind of light. 500,000 shares traded today, 400,000. Nothing crazy. I'm probably going to stay away from this one. The spread is like, you know, 10 cents, 20 cents. It's just kind of chopping around. This is like look at this chart, Ian. Jewel. I don't know if you looked at, maybe it's like I think it's an IPO if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, no, this is crazy, man. Yeah, everyone in the chat saying IPO. Very lucrative. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I got it now, yeah. I'm slower to the party here, just kind of glancing here. I'm worried about BXRX. I have to make sure my stop is in, because yeah, that can get dangerous very quickly. But yeah, no, I think I'm going to be good there. And yeah, we'll see where this one wants to open, AMAM. This is probably going to be a 5-minute halt, so I want to say 12:15. 35 is going to be the open. So in a minute, it's going to open. So I'll have that here. I'll actually pull it up on the other level too, in case my screen's up, and we'll see when it's open there, and then yeah, get some exciting trades going perhaps. And then yeah, if Amazon gets back to 90, I'm going to try to recycle that level again. Yeah, I guess it's just Apple. Like, okay, I could have shorted anything else. This is what I decided to short, eh? I decided to short Apple. It's like, nope, we're going way up. And
I thought you had that Amazon short.
I did have Amazon. Yeah, I covered.
Oh,
Amazon was good.
Okay.
I covered, like, this is not too bad. I cut short 89 and then cover in front of VWAP there. But I was kind of confident on Apple, so it is upsetting. XOM now giving that little bit of a pullback. Something to be said about, like, it reaches a key level, call it 105, does a little bit of sideways action, blows through the level, does a lot of volume, then you get the reversal back down. So I had the right idea, but I just didn't execute on it properly. What else is new? But oh well, no problem. AMAM is now open again, so we're gonna see what this thing wants to do. I'm gonna pull it up on this screen as well. I think yeah, there's a good chance that it really does nothing here, so we'll have to see. But yeah, it could be interesting if we do get back below that 240 to the downside. Then maybe we get towards 2, and then maybe I can consider the long if we get close enough.
Let's send it to social sentiment with Sharif at the big desk.
To look at what people are talking about online. CVNA, no doubt being talked about as well. We know that they're having bankruptcy issues after having an epic collapse in their stock, their price, and their valuations in general. PHVS, Shawn was on that today. I was on that yesterday. That one is being talked about as well. NRBO, some of these ones that we've seen before. COMS, Amazon on there. We talked about these ones in the morning. Lucid, Coin, DWAX on here for some reason. So is GameStop and SoFi, Neo and Ape, Mara. I mean, nothing really standing out too much, to be honest. But CVNA and PHVS, I think those are the two main plays, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Sharif. Doing a wonderful job. You know, just want to say hats off to you and give the slow clap because yeah, you know, he's doing this over there. Yeah,
he's absolutely crushing it. I don't think I can imagine myself doing that one. I think I'll just stick over here to trading. I got stopped out of XOM, guys, off of this 104.60 area. It's breaking down below VWAP now. Like Luca was saying, the trade is pretty much done now. A lot of you know, size and a lot of sellers were up there at 105. I was talking back there with Spencer, and he got most of his position out there around 105 as well. Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, some sellers around there, probably some profit takers. I know I was taking profits there, and, you know, obviously a very, very good trade for me on that one. So I have to spend the money for that one. This is not bad for a Friday. Yeah, I'm there with you, man. This is definitely not bad for a Friday. Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, a couple more people just giving props to Sharif there in the chat. Letting losses run might work for a time, but by reinforcing that behavior, you will eventually lose 20 times more on one trade than you ever wanted to. Yeah, exactly, guys. You know, trading is one of those things where you can see your profits or your gains go away very, very quickly because of one mistake, and because of maybe you know, your ego gets involved, or you FOMO into something, or you hold size against you and you lose big, right? You know, that's the thing, is you got to keep your losses very, very small, guys, when you're trading. That's important because, you know, wins sometimes don't come that very often, right? If you could win 50, 60% of the time, 70% of the time, that's incredible, right? So if you're doing that but you're losing more, your losses are bigger. You're never ever going to make money, right? So, you know, keep that in mind. Yeah, I always hold sides against me. It's tough. Yeah, one of those things that you got to write down every single day, guys. It's something that I talk about all the time. If you keep making the same mistake, write it down every single day until you do not make that mistake once again. So I'm looking here at Amazon, guys. I like this short, like Luca was saying. I should have been offering around 89.80 there. It seems like it's kind of trading that tight range now. So let me actually just toss out that offer to start that position if it comes up there, back up to 89.80, essentially just shorting off of this 90 high, right? So let's see where this goes, kind of thing. If Amazon, you know, tries to show some volume to the upside, then I'll probably stop out of that one very, very quickly. But that's the next trade I think I got from me on my board. Amazon 100, it's going to be a ways away to get there once again. Obviously, it chopped around that 100 area for a very, very long time. And then now it's kind of broken down, and now it's trading a different range, right? So different range, different types of trades here. So, you know, keep that in mind for Amazon.
Yeah, guys. XOM, just to note here, 104.35 for anybody watching is an interesting level. We sold off very, very sharply, stopped right at 104.35, and I want to almost say that that's where the big dark pool kind of took place before the big fast move up. So it's a level of interest for sure. And yeah, we'll see if we can quickly get back down. Again, we are going down, right? And we are not close to 104, but this is maybe if 104.35 wants to hold for the time being, then we bounce back and probably test the 104.50 again, and then you know, potential to break, and then do a bunch of VWAP sideways action. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. So I got the long, and yeah, we'll see if we want to bounce here. Okay, no, it just broke. So I guess my call on that doesn't make any sense, which is fine. I'm not going to be right all the time. AMAM, I'm looking at 250 over here. Maybe this level wants to hold for the time being. I think there's a lot of either dark pool or icebergs that are sitting at 250, $2.50. So yeah, if this wants to hold, you know, there's a good chance that we just kind of pop back 40 cents to the upside. So I'm not really too sure, but we'll have to see what happens. It is SSR, making the short a more challenging trade, but at the same time, there's longs who are probably, you know, quickly will dump and kind of flush back to the downside. I also got stopped out of BXRX. And this was my worry, man. Look at this. Long, okay, it looks good, but I know where my stop has to be because this breaks 6, and now we're at 535, right? So I actually had to stick out on that. I think my out was like 95, so I didn't, this was like, what, risk like a 10 cents. I was trying to go for like a $1 move, so 10 to 1. Didn't come to fruition. It's fine. I had a little bit of a smaller size anyway, so yeah, not too worried, not too big of a deal there. We'll see what happens here now with the AMAM, which I think actually popped. So I may have missed the chance there, but yeah, we'll have to see there, and kind of revisiting everything else. SMMT kind of flat, PHVH not really doing anything. Guys, let us know in the chat if you're looking at anything or if you have any questions. People talking Jewel as well. It's not really doing enough volume, so I don't want to kind of bring it up and trade it anymore. Maybe there's a couple good trades on IPOs, you know, in the first kind of 5-10 minutes. You find the levels, and then after that, you just kind of let them go because it'll be chop fest for sure.
I'm thinking about this NVIDIA. I was looking at the chart as a couple of you know, traders in the chat were kind of adamant about this short. So I'm going to give it a try. Small position here. I'm offering waiting patiently at 90, so that's probably going to get hit. And then, you know, I'm going to have to you know, essentially risk off of the high a day here on NVIDIA. It looks like 175. Am I really? Okay, there we go. Finally into this position now. So new position alert on NVIDIA here. 175 or 174.90 is my position short on NVIDIA. So risking high a day here, guys. And what I was looking at is that it is kind of at that 200 EMA on the daily. So I don't mind that trade. I see the thesis here. I'm actually just going to look up to see if there's any specific news on this name to kind of add confluence to my trade. Not really anything of serious interest, I think. So, you know, warrants a try at this trade, I believe. But small size potentially for me. So a new trade here for me on NVIDIA. I'm still offering out on Amazon, although I don't think that this one is going to give me another chance, nor is it going to give Luca another chance to kind of get short on this name. And it's one of those things where, like, if it comes back up there, do you really want the short at that point? I don't know, right? It's a tough one. I don't know if I actually want that short if it comes back up there, because then obviously that would show that there's you know, obviously some buying interest above VWAP, right? So it's going to be something to kind of keep in mind in that sense there on Amazon, and probably something I might steer away from, as you know, now it's like 40 cents in the money if I would have had that short, right? So, you know, that trade might have kind of come and gone there for me on Amazon. XOM flushing. Let's flash back to XOM. And guys, this is why, oh wow, we're right back down to that 104 area. That's something there, nearing low a day. Yeah, you're right. This is why, guys, that I was taking profits in front of that 105. I saw big sellers there at 104.95. They did eventually get hit and eventually got taken out. But just the fact that there was sellers there was stacked offers there in front of 105. Just looking at the chart, obviously it was a pre-market resistance area around 105 as well, right? So, there's a lot of confluence to kind of get out there or start selling that name down at over at 105, right? So a lot of people were trying to sell there, and that's exactly why I got out and took most of my profits. Eventually just stopped out break even for the rest of my shares there. Yeah, XOM all the way back down to 104. This is probably something that I'm not going to try again because it's bounced now 3 times, I want to say. 1, 2, and 3 here was the 3rd time that I got back into it. 3rd time's the charm. 4th time, you're probably asking for it if you are risking off of that 104. And I'm looking at my side screen. There's not any significant size there at all. So, kind of be careful with that one. Is Netflix breaking down again? I'm seeing that come in through the chat. Let's take a look at this one. It's not breaking down. I wouldn't say it's breaking down. It's still up over 5% on the day. It has pulled back $2 from the highs. The high is 329.02, so it has eclipsed that 329 dollar mark there. But obviously a $2 pullback is significant, but something on Amazon, or Netflix rather, it's not going to be that significant, guys. Like obviously Netflix has moved $10 today, right? So $2 in that range, 1/10 of the range. That's not going to be something to be too worried about or try initiating some sort of short on it, so to speak. But definitely, obviously, something to watch. Be careful with that one. Obviously, the spread can open up quite a lot. Tesla breaking up or down, guys. How many times am I going to tell you about Tesla today? Tesla is at the point now where if you're not long already and not nursing that position, it's probably not something that you want to kind of involve yourself in now, since we are basically at the highs. Shawn, are you still long Tesla? I saw you long around like 180, right? So. Yeah, exactly. So, Shawn's been nursing this long. I don't think he's like necessarily trying to like add to this position, so to speak. Like it's basically just nursing along now at this point. So it could be a tough trade if you are trying to initiate a position on it now. Just be careful with that one, guys. It could pull back from here and rinse everyone, right? So if you aren't already long, it's probably one of those names where you kind of just look at it and be like, well, chalk it up as another missed opportunity. There's plenty of those to go around all the time.
Yeah, guys, AMAM halted to the upside. That 250 bottom was good, and I'm beating myself up for not taking the long. What am I doing? It's okay, though. No problem. There'll probably be another opportunity that we get back there, and I almost think that this thing could just continue to chop around. I'm not really sure anybody's left involved in it, but, yeah, now it's showing, again, a 3 open. And remember, it halted here. I think it was here. Or, no, it was here, actually. We halted at 280, and then it actually opened at 303. So now it's showing a 303 open again, halted at 280. This would have been a really, if I had that would have been actually like a super banger long that I would have had there. But okay, that's good. So good to know that that's a key level there, 250. I was scared to take the 250. Yeah, man, the thing is this, right? If you take the 250 long, like the way that I was saying, for me, the stop has to be like maybe, there are some size at like 48s, 45s. So like I'm out on that size. I'm not going to risk going into a down halt and then this thing opens at 2. I'm not going to risk 50 cents. For myself, I'm trying to kind of, risk maybe 5 cents for 50 cents to make it more worth my while. So yeah, if you got that, if you're the type of trader that can be fast with these scalps, you identify the levels, it's not breaking, you're in at this level, it runs, it's an up halt, I would just be getting out on the print, right? If it prints, let's say 280, if it prints 3, like you kind of take what you can get there. So yeah, that's that. And I know Ian was saying that, he's not going to try the bounce play at 104. I did just because I'm like, okay, this level, I mean, it's there. There's not size, but I imagine 104 was sort of the level. Maybe it wants to respect it, maybe it doesn't. So you kind of tried the trade at what I identified as, an iceberg. Maybe it's there, maybe it isn't. It's not, so now I'm kind of long here. And this was, keep in mind, this went 88 cents to the downside. So as fast as things go down, they could retrace 50% of the move. So I think this will be back at VWAP at some point today. The question is just, do we break and then go to 103.80 and then spend some time here and then kind of pop back and then finally go? Or do we just go right now? So for myself, it's I kind of want to respect the fact that, maybe that buy program is in place at around the 104 level. So I'll give it a couple stabs. I feel like, you see something like this, the range is probably in. Yeah, maybe we go down to 103.70, we get back, but yeah, it's probably going to touch VWAP again today. So, and then if we get there, you know, lots of liquidity around VWAP, so I'm not really too worried about that. So that's the basis there. So that's kind of my thesis on the long. We'll see what happens. AMAM, I want to just kind of revisit this. It's 12:26:01, and so the open will be 12:31:01. So in the next 2 seconds.
I was watching XOM there. It's kind of iceberging 06, hey? Like, I don't know. I was watching that on the bid on XOM, so that's kind of interesting. Back right at that 94 level, like Luca said. Someone was asking about Airbnb short here. Airbnb has only done 2 mil volume on the day, guys. It's not something necessarily that's drawing my attention here. Just looking at the daily, it does look like it. I think we're missing a couple of days of data here, but anyways, it is having more of an update. It is kind of bouncing off of these lows here around 92. I think I mentioned that 92 level the other day. Oh wow, yeah. Okay, so apparently the game is very, very interesting.
Oh, they just scored?
There's a recent development.
Wow.
Sharif saying here for the game. So you know this is kind of a heater now in overtime, but. I mean, you guys are talking about, okay, guys, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. It's 1-1, guys. You know, this is a heater here for Brazil and Croatia. Here we go. But no, it's a great game, guys. So tune into that one if you can. But yeah, back to the markets, guys. Airbnb. I don't know about shorting. You're basically shorting a top here. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. I'm not really seeing any indication to initiate a short here. It is kind of bouncing off of those lows at 92, right? So kind of keep that in mind. Like I said, low volume. Probably not going to trade that one. Has been a short for months. I mean, yeah, it's been short. It's been a short for months. Kind of shorting some of the pops, right? Just looking at the daily here, Airbnb is not something that hasn't been beaten down. It's been getting beat down repeatedly. Look at these, man. Wow, Airbnb was up at 180 back in April. Wow, so even just this year, 190 this year. Now all the way down to $96. So, you know, like the rest of the market, Airbnb has been getting completely destroyed, but I don't know about trading it today. Now people are talking about the game in the chat. SMMT, are you still trading that one, Luca?
No, I kind of let it go. It was in play yesterday, but now it's more of a chop fest, so I'm trying to just stay away from that. That's what I mentioned from before. And yeah, this game is, I'm actually happy to kind of have this in the background here. It's pretty exciting there.
I think Fahad's watching it too because we're just kind of glued now on my screen, but.
I'm just doing the talking and Ian's just there like.
I'm just like staring there like, you know, but no, it's all fun. It's all fun.
That's pretty funny there. Yeah, guys, stopped out of XOM there below 104, so it did break. Let me just try to pull it up here. Where are we here? Yeah, so stopped out on that one, flushing down maybe 103.80, next level of interest, but I'm not going to try to overtrade it too much. Took a couple stabs, didn't really work out the way that I wanted to see it, so that's fine, no big deal. Carvana now back at 5. Somebody before was asking Carvana short, so I mean, hopefully you're short from like, you know, 580. That's kind of the level. Now it's like, I mean, look at this, right? I had to really hold this against me. It was smaller size, so it wasn't really stressful, but you don't want to short into a hole, right? You don't want to short here. What's your upside? I mean, maybe you can get 20 cents, maybe, but it's SSR, so you're punching. You only get the fill if it's going to rip up. Then the bid is kind of thin going back up to like the 10s, the 15s. So I would just say let it, if it pops, like short the pops, you know, like do yourself a favor, short the pops. That's probably the better idea. Oil hitting fresh lows, yeah, I know exactly. So it's maybe let oil bottom out. I'm not really, you know, tuned in with where oil is, so that's kind of my own fault there, but yeah, whatever, no problem. I'm going to look back at Apple here because this had a kind of move up, very strong move up, then kind of move down, but now it's sort of chopping, and you know, now that we broke trend on the ES, again, it's not like, I wouldn't say this is like a hard trend. You know, it could easily just, you know, stay here sideways and then get back above and go back up. So yeah, something to note there, something to watch. Definitely interesting. MRIN is now actually back below 150, but yeah, kind of slow there as well. And yeah, I don't think Amazon is going to give another shot at that 90. If it does, maybe 90 actually breaks to the upside. It only did it once today, intraday, and then kind of rejected it very cleanly at around 11 o'clock. So yeah, 90 is interesting, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I think if it gets back up there, I don't know if I necessarily want to try it the third time or the fourth time now that it's been up there. I'm still in this NVIDIA short, guys. It's not really doing anything. Like, the market is just kind of bouncing around these levels now, not really testing back higher, just kind of trading in the middle of the range. So this is something I'm not necessarily willing to add to, nor kind of take off my positions, right? So something I'm just kind of letting ride, right? Maybe a time stop or something like that. But with this position, with it being a rather small position, I might just try to like let it work to see if this market continues to maybe fade from here. I noticed that the 174.50 area held a couple times there on NVIDIA, so that's going to be something of interest there. A couple people saying, Luca, bad calls today. Guys, here's the thing, man. Like,
oh yeah, I have. Well, I'll speak to that. I have somebody was asking BXRX. What are your thoughts? This is the thing, man. I said stop below 6 because it could get ugly very quickly. Obviously, liquidity is very low, so I thought there's a chance that we go to 7, and I'm risking kind of 10 cents with slippage on that one for the 10 to 1. Yeah, man. Sometimes the calls are bad. Sometimes they're bad. Sometimes they're good. Some afternoons are good and they're kind of fluid and you have the right idea. Other times it's chopping around. We're at the high and I'm trying to short for like mean reversion on something like, for example, like an Apple. I'm like, okay, mean reversion back to VWAP, but it's just hanging around, right? So I'm not going to go long over here. I'm going to try the short. I lose the short. I go, okay, whatever, on to the next, right? Same with XOM. It's like tried the short, was kind of wrong, but had the right idea. Then going for the bounce play once, twice, just stopped out. So it is what it is. That's the thing, man. Trading, you're not going to win all the time. So we always preach. You gotta trade your own book. If you follow the trades, great, but just understand that you want to have understand where your stop is, understand where liquidity is. You gotta make these decisions, right? So it's good to learn, good experience. But yeah, it's kind of one of those frustrating afternoons for myself. Not really getting anything going right now, but whatever. I mean, it's Friday, the game's on. I'm just kind of hanging out here. Are we going into? Or no, I guess we got.
Let's go to penalties. Oh wow!
Wow. Okay, we're going to penalties.
Is there going to be another upset? I remember Spain got.
I think my money's on Croatia. Croatia for the win. I think. Yeah.
Were they okay?
I think this is like. Oh, I have a Croatian friend. He's probably going nuts right now. Oh
This is definitely exciting, guys. Back to what Luca was kind of saying there, guys. Man, like one thing is we're trading live. Like we're gonna try call out shots here that we might see. We may or may not be wrong, right? So have caution if you're trying to follow us. Trading is something where obviously there's no guarantees, right? So you could easily be long or be wrong rather. Very, very quickly, right? So, some days you have it, some days you don't. It's not something that, you should be ashamed of or anything. Luca kills it in his own way all the time, right? So I'm in a short here on ATVI now, off of this 74.55 area. This is something that, I've been working on pretty much all day for me, right? There's going to be a tight stop on this name. I saw 55 there kind of reserving on the offer pretty interestingly. So that's my new position there on ATVI. I'm probably going to be trying to scalp this one out for 10 cents like I've been doing all day. Yeah, some people are talking about the soccer game now in the chat. Maybe if you guys pay more attention to trading instead of the game, you have better calls. Okay, maybe.
Wait, did somebody say that to us? Or?
Yeah. Somebody said that to us. Yeah, that's a funny comment. Anyways, guys, yeah, go ahead.
You gotta live life. You gotta multitask. If you, if you're in something and then it goes against you, but you're watching the game, it is what it is.
That's why you have stops in. That's why you have stops in.
Like I'm watching the game, guys. Don't get me wrong. When I take an L, I'm not too thrilled about it. I'll be honest. I go. Look at this. I just took an L. I'm not too happy about this. But who cares? You just kind of move on, and that's trading, right? You're gonna lose all the time. You're gonna win all the time. Just keep going, keep staying positive, and it's better to just focus, obviously, on the trades. But yeah, no, this game is getting extra exciting. Multitasking is the way, for now at least. For now, AMAM is coming back down to that 250 area. I'm cautious of a break, right? I might take a stab at the long, but I'm cautious that 250 breaks and then we instantly flush into a down halt. So that's definitely something to be aware of and to just kind of be cautious of. If you follow this trade, right, you guys should be trading your own book. Don't just blindly follow trades, and understand the names that you're getting yourself into as well, right? If you're getting into something like an Apple, it's going to spend so much time at the same price as Apple. It's a large cap, $1 trillion valuation. If you're getting into a small cap, BXRX, understand the float, understand how fast these things can move, understand where traders are positioning themselves, and the kind of structure of the market of what you're operating in, right? That's the most important thing. Now currently just with CVNA on board with the short, 10 cents in the money, nothing too crazy, nothing spectacular. So yeah, I'm just kind of watching AMAM, waiting for that setup, and yeah, we're gonna get this first kick here and see, see what wants to happen here. Someone, no way Brazil, M Trades, no way Brazil will lose in penalties. I don't know, man. Yeah, Sharif's saying penalties is a crapshoot. It's a lottery. And here's the thing: didn't Spain miss all their penalties? So watch Brazil miss all their penalties, and maybe they want round 2. Is it even possible for France and Croatia to be? Is that a lineup that could be the finals there? Or?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure of the bracket, but yeah, definitely something interesting here for the World Cup. Obviously, Sharif's a huge fan. I think the whole office is just kind of turned into temporary, at the very least, soccer fans during the World Cup, like everyone here. Someone's asking about Li Auto. Li Auto had their earnings this morning, I believe. It's down 11%, guys, on the day.
Arun.
It's down 11% today, guys, on the day here for Li Auto. Again, guys, see, this is exactly what I was kind of talking about earlier with these Chinese ADRs. You'll have a large gap up, and then it'll just fade the entire move. Like, it's kind of weird, and I haven't really kind of locked down a strategy or a trade on it per se, so you might not see me trading the Chinese ADRs that often anymore until they kind of start to make more regular moves, because when it gaps up like this and just fades, like it's kind of weird. We're just kind of going through recycled levels, right? Like obviously you could have had the short in the morning off of these pre-market lows. Okay, so you could have taken 23 short maybe this morning. For Li Auto here, but I'm not too sure what their earnings was. It wasn't really on my watch list, so maybe if you guys want to talk about your trades in the chat on that one, we could kind of go over them with you. Etsy, please. Let's take a look at Etsy here. NQ, my bad. There we go. Load the charts, please.
There
Load
it
the charts.
is. There it is.
Oh wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, getting very, very heated over there in the World Cup game. Etsy here, down 5% on the day, guys. It is kind of fading this entire move. Obviously having a big down day today. Watch this 125 level. Yeah, exactly. I'm watching this one here, actually. This 125 area could be interesting just because that was the previous resistance, so that could hold as a support here for Etsy. But no day trades for us on it today. Only 1.5 mil volume on the day, guys. If Brazil loses, the market tanks. I'm in a couple of shorts, so actually I don't necessarily mind that one. SPY to 395. Wow. I'm assuming that's a little bit higher than that now. I'm actually going to bring up the SPY now. Let's see here, 395. So you're thinking the market's going to continue to go down. I think the market is kind of deciding what it wants to do, really, around these areas. So I wouldn't necessarily involve myself into big positions, that are going to trade high beta in comparison to the market, just because the market is kind of deciding what it wants to do, and nobody really knows where it's going to go. It's basically just kind of chopping around this same level, 39.70, 39.75, not really doing anything, right? So kind of keep that in mind. Obviously, if you are in trades right now, you're kind of just nursing them, right? So, kind of keep that in mind. No new positions for me other than ATVI, which is working now for me. I'm bidding at 45 on ATVI, so I continue to be successful here on this name on ATVI. Come on, man, just hit me on 45 there. I'm waiting so patiently here in line to get hit on the bid, but it didn't want to hit me. I was like waving, please pick me. But I didn't get picked there, so gonna have to wait a little bit longer for my name to be called.
Yeah, guys, this is.
Yeah, I tried. I
think Brazil just scored. Yeah, guys. All right, yeah. So XOM back. Back at, oh, okay. XOM back approaching 103.80 area for anybody that wants that and is interested. I think I'm just going to stay away for now. All eyes on AMAM if we can get to the 250 area. Luca's parlay about to hit. Yeah, no, no, man, I don't gamble on sports. Come on, I just watch them and make calls for anybody who's listening. It's so easy when you're not a gambler to be right. I'm just like, guys, look, I'm right. But did I put my money there? Absolutely not. So I'll just be transparent about that one. Did that guy have France? He had France. No, he had France. Yeah, yeah. So the 7-leg parlay where he put $25 to win $560K if France wins the World Cup. Called out all the big winners there. Absolute, legend there. And you know, some, what was I going to say now? I totally forgot. Oh, somebody was saying, why are you short Carvana when True Trading Group thinks a big move to the upside is coming? I think somebody in the chat, I don't remember who said it, but they said it best. Like, I'm a scalper at heart. So, you know, I'm like taking my wins as they come, right? As they kind of pay me. Very light on the position now where I'm just kind of waiting. Are we going to break 5 to the downside? And then can I get like 480 on the bid or something like that? That's kind of what I'm looking at. But yeah, for the time, if that doesn't set up, then I won't have any more trades on it. Guys, I'm like not having a good day. I'm losing so many of my trades. I think I lost on every single name that I've traded. I lost, but I'm up on CVNA, and I had the short from over here, and I like covered, and I had like pretty big size. Wow, I covered pretty big size, and I covered like at the bottom. So I'm actually up on the day. So I'm having a good day, even though I'm losing on so many different things. So yeah, you know, put the odds in your favor. That's kind of what trading's all about there. And wow, what a nice shot. That was a nice shot. Yeah, just kind of now waiting. Are they? Yeah, it's 4. Okay, okay. Wow, the pain in his face. Oh,
guys, I gotta say, like, I know obviously everyone's super excited about the soccer game right now, but I'm buzzing. I'm super excited about my trades, man. I was waiting here patiently at 45, you know, and I finally got my name called. I finally got picked for the front of the line, and I got hit there on the bid. So you know, this is another winning trade here for me on ATVI. It's been one of my best names on the day. Wow, it looks like the game is over now.
Wow, okay, I gotta.
Yeah, that's gonna be a sad one for any of the Brazil fans. Luca jinxed Brazil. I think I jinxed Brazil. I jinxed Brazil too, though. I was saying Brazil was my pick to win actually the whole thing, but wow, that kind of sucked there. Meta breakout.
Wow.
I'm trying to slowly bring it back to the market here as obviously the game fizzles down here. But yeah, Meta is kind of breaking out now to the upside. Man, wow, what a move for Meta today, honestly. Like, it's been just grinding up. It basically broke out this 115.80, these pre-market highs, these 116 high here in pre-market. Just broke out completely, and now it's just been slowly grinding up. So, you know, tough to kind of initiate a trade on it after the fact. You know, kind of just tuning into it now. The move is kind of come and gone, right? So it's one of those things that, wow, the market is kind of dumping now. After that, after Brazil's loss there, the market kind of dumped a bit. So, you know, maybe some of you guys were right on the market there in the chat. Someone's saying, Ian, 10 cent went on ATVI, LOL. Guys, you guys don't know how much size I'm trading here on the show, right? So, you know, 10 cents can mean a lot more to you or to me than it might mean to you depending on your leverage, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, guys, trade your own book. I'm trading my own strategies here that have proven to work for me time and time again. You know, they're working for me today. So, you know, it's been a good day for me. Hopefully it's been a good day for you guys.
My God, I'm just watching this AMA. It finally broke 250 and then instantly back to the upside. Somebody is getting squeezed on this one. I think we're going to go back into an up halt here, but I just got to make the risk make sense. I want to get long on this name. We got Iceberg at 65 soaking on the offer, and we got bid at 259, which is chasing it up, trying to get the fill. If you're watching this and you're the one who's getting squeezed, trying to get long, I'm sorry, but I just call it like I see it, man. I call it like I see it, and yeah, this does feel like we're going higher here. And, sorry, Ian, I'm just trying to...
Yeah, no worries. Do your thing, do your thing. That's the thing. We always try to help each other. Obviously, we are trading live, guys, so it is kind of tough sometimes. When we are trying to trade size sometimes. BA selling now. We talked about BA a little bit earlier there. Wow, okay, actually BA is quite weak today after the kind of opening drive there. After it kind of fell back below VWAP, it's just been fading below, and now it's actually below 180. So, I don't know if anyone caught that short there on BA, but that's been a very good trade to the short side now. Showing some weakness today. 3 mil volume on the day, guys. It's obviously not something that was necessarily on our radar, but if you watch BA a lot, if you day trade BA, maybe you've locked it down, right? That's the thing. Like, if you get really good at trading a stock, then you can trade it all the time, kind of thing, right? So don't be afraid to trade something just because Luca or I say that it might not necessarily be in play for us, right? Well, obviously, we're all trading our own book and trading our own strategies here. VIX looks to be flatlined. Let me actually look at the UVXY here. And guys, I've said this numerous times now. You always got to have like these barometers up when you're in trades to kind of add confluence to your trades and kind of justify the trades that you are in, right? Because obviously trading so hard, and the more evidence that you have to back up your trades, obviously going to be the better, right? So kind of keep that in mind. UVXY is obviously going to trace the VIX here, and it's basically flat, guys. I know it's kind of tough to see this black charts. That's usually the charts I use on my side screen here, but it's basically flat on the day, trading around VWAP. So it's not going to be anything of true interest here because the market has kind of died down in volatility the past, I want to say, like hour or so. Obviously, we made these highs around 39.80. And now the market is kind of trickling back down to VWAP. NVIDIA for me is now 30 cents in the money. I'm not going to look to take profits here, guys. It's been kind of bouncing off of that 175 area. I want to see if it can actually, kind of fade below this 174.50 area. Just because it's been bouncing off of here. You guys can see here on the chart. It's been showing that there are some buyers here, to say the least, around this 174.50 area, probably defending like the 50 EMA. Obviously, VWAP is down at 173.50. I don't know if I'm going to hold all the way down to there. Probably going to try to scalp out some. Let me actually just get some bids. As I see some stacked bids there, actually. I am going to get some out now. I'll just take out a little bit of the position there. Just because, guys, okay, so I was looking on the bid there, and there was some stacked bids in the 40s on NVIDIA around 174.40. So, guys, this is kind of the quick decision making that you kind of have all the time in the market. I was literally just talking about how I wanted to try to hold this trade until 174, and then I quickly changed my mind because I saw something to kind of give me evidence to change that, right? I saw some stack bids there on the book on the level 2, so quickly try to take some size out of the trade. I don't want to be too cheeky with it, and it's been down here 174.50 3-4 times now, and how much of an idiot would I look like if I didn't take profits and it came all the way back to stop me out like $1 out of the money, right? So taking some profits out there on NVIDIA. I'm still holding a piece just in case it continues to fade and that evidence that I had ceases to exist. But now taking a little bit of profits on NVIDIA. Again, a trash day. Honestly, there's been opportunities today. Like I'm up a decent amount today. I know a few of us are having decent days today. There's been opportunities to kind of pick your spots, right, in the market today. But that being said, guys, like if the market today is not really trading like how you like to see it trade, if it's not really trading like your strategies that you like to participate in all the time, there's nothing wrong with calling it a day and leaving early or something like that, or not trading, right? Always trade your own books, guys. That's something that we always kind of preach here in the chat. Ian, how big was your stop on ATVI? I didn't mean to disrespect. Nice trade. Just wondering about the setup. If you said it, I missed. Okay, yeah, gladly to kind of talk about that one. So guys, I saw something very, very interesting on ATVI at 74.55. I saw it reserving on the offer. There almost 3 times there on the offer. So I got in at 54. You guys will see that. I'm short 74.54. My stop out, guys, was 56. So literally running a 1 cent stop. I was basing the trade on a front run of that reserve, right? So if that reserve breaks, I'm out of the trade. My reason for being in the trade no longer exists, right? So that's my thesis around that trade. you know, I had to stick to it. So obviously, I got the little bit of a flush move there. I scalped out a little bit more, if you guys have noticed, around the same price, just because I'm noticing now that it's really struggling to get below this 45. Every time I've kind of, you know, re-entered that line to bid and wait patiently, it's been taking a while for me to kind of get hit on that one, right? So on that note, I scalped out most of the position there for a cheeky little 10-cent win. Risking 1 cent, guys. So, you know, there you go. You talk about, you know, only a 10-cent win, Ian. What's going on? Guys, I just told you how much I was risking. I guess 2 cents, you know, since my price was 54, but that's a 5-to-1 R to R, guys. So, you know, obviously, depending on your size, 5-to-1, that's a killer trade. I'm sure all of you in the chat would enjoy a 5-to-1 trade. Exactly. So there you go. 0.2 stop for a 0.1 or 0.02 stop for a 0.1 reward makes sense. Great context, great trade. Thank you so much, guys. I hope some of you guys, you know, had some of these trades as well. I don't know. I've been a little bit of a heater this midday show.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, congratulations to that. Absolute heaters all around, baby, guys. I'm long, and I didn't actually realize I wanted to take a break to the upside, but what I didn't realize is that it was like the halt level on AMAM. Okay, so now we're open, and I'm out of that trade. Okay, perfect. So just wanted to make sure my order was good there. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. It 5-cent loss on that, so no big deal. And covered the CVNA as well. CVNA, I just noticed that it was at 481, and I did hold for 5 to see, you know, what's happening. And I remember somebody in the chat was like, yeah, 481 inbound, and then I saw it. I was like, okay, I'll take it. And go figure, nice little bottom there. So whoever called that, well done on that one. Just covered the rest of my position. Trying, you know, now that XOM finally breaking back to the upside, maybe it wants to now go back to VWAP. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to this long that I have here. Try to get some out at VWAP and then see if we do want to push back to the 105 area. And AMAN is this classic, man. Look at this. We finally break the sort of shelf that it had at 250. We flush lower, lots of selling, and then big size pops up on the book. Nobody's filling it, and I, you know, try to get long, and I scaled accordingly. Like I took less size at the top here, so it's like I'm not really too worried. And now it's just kind of, you know, choppy as sort of expected. So yeah, no big deal. We'll see if another trade comes up on that one. So yeah, pretty much now just nursing XOM long at 103.85 area. And yeah, somebody before was mentioning, oh, you know, Luca's a scalper, so you have to understand, like, he's scalping, he's going to be in and out very quickly. So yeah, with XOM, I'm going for VWAP, right? I'm going for VWAP, but if this thing wants to, like, break the lows again, which now, like, we're really pushing higher, so I don't think we do. But, you know, if it breaks the lows, like, I'm not really going to hold losers against me. So now 21 cents in the money, not too bad. See if we can ride that back to the upside. Somebody's asking PHVS, what is going on over here? Is it going to break I think you said 950? Man, PHVS, like, look at this. You look at a chart, like there's no edge here. Like, it's like it just does nothing, and then it flashes down. It does nothing, then it flashes up. There's absolutely zero edge from my perspective. I would stay away from this. You know, maybe it gets to like 11 or like 12, then it gets interesting. Or if it gets to 16, it gets interesting. Or if it gets down to 8, maybe there's like a bounce, maybe. But like, I'm not going to be trading it. It's not something I'm going to be looking at. Just kind of, you know, watching a few things here, trying to figure out what the plan is. Let's look back at Amazon. Did it even test that 90? I guess it got to 84s. Yeah, man, that 90 level, that is the level for today, I guess. And yeah, looking back here, nothing really too crazy going on. Someone's saying ANAM support 230 on the HM. I don't even know how to pronounce that, Ichimoku Cloud. Yeah, I know that there's the technical analysis there. I didn't really look too much into those ones. Someone's saying Tesla down. I didn't trade Tesla today. Let's have a look at it and see where we are. I know it had a very sharp, strong move kind of out of the gate. From 173 all the way to almost 183, $10 range, kind of crazy, up 5%. Now kind of rejecting that topish area, 182.50, and making its way back down. Yeah, maybe you get a 180 test on this. I would just be cautious at VWAP. You know, maybe it gives a bounce unless the overall market wants to really sell off and do something special there. And yeah, what else do we got here? I don't even know, man, what to look at anymore. I think, you know, as we approach this time, it's kind of slow. Great time for questions. I'll glance back at the chat if you have those. Someone's saying Argentina out next. Yeah, man, I think Argentina's out next. I don't know if, like I was saying before, I don't know if France can face would it be France, Croatia final, or do they have to play each other next? I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, no, that would be an interesting kind of rematch there. That's kind of what it was last time. And yeah, you know, wondering if anything is moving, kind of just very slow. Let's check a Netflix where this one is. I know it was at that 320 to 323 area. Now, okay, now we actually topped out at 329 there. Sort of holding VWAP, but yeah, for the time being, now we're getting like kind of like a, call it a falling wedge, but you know, very muted action. You know, this could probably retest 329 maybe. Just not going to take a trade on it. Netherlands cannot be Argentina. No way, bro. I lost $50 watching the penalties. Yeah, it's okay. Small price to pay. You know, don't worry about it.
That's entertainment cost there, I think. Shopping for a trade. Yeah, I think, you know, it's okay to be looking for trades right now. Just be patient, guys. I did take cover my position here on NVIDIA. A dollar winner there for me on NVIDIA. So, you know, solid trade there. I guess the patient pays with that one. But it looks like I covered a little bit too early. And that's going to suck because I had that first cover when I saw those stacked bids up around 174.40. And I don't mind that cover, honestly. Like, I had a reason for it. You know, I tried to be disciplined and tried to do the right thing. And then obviously it continued to flush, right? So, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And I probably would have been able to, you know, hold the full position or, you know, try to scale it a little bit better. But, you know, obviously being a dollar in the money on that one, you can't complain. We'll chalk it up as another win here on NVIDIA here. So, you know, thank you to the people in the chat there who was thinking about the short on NVIDIA. Because it was at the 200 EMA on the dailies, right? So, you know, that was something that I tried, and it worked here for me. And now it's kind of bouncing off of VWAP, right? So I don't even mind these covers. It's right around where I covered anyways. What else are you guys trading, guys? Is the market going lower into the year end? Typically, there's like a Santa rally, right? Typically, there's like this like sort of Santa Claus rally. I believe it's like the last like 5 or 7 days of the trading year. You know, typically the market kind of rallies. We'll see. We'll see what happens this year. Obviously, this year has been a lot different than some of the previous years, right? You know, with the bull market being of 2020, 2021, and then this year has been a very, very tough market. It's been a market where you kind of have to just kind of take what you can get, so to speak, right? So I think next week is going to be a big determinant of you know, how the year kind of finishes off. And it's going to be something you know, that we're looking forward to for sure next week. Obviously, you got CPI coming next week. You got FOMC coming next week on the Wednesday, and then also quad witching on the Friday, right? So some definite market movers for tomorrow. So it's going to be something that you know, we're all going to be watching. And something that you guys should definitely brush up on and be prepared for next week leading into the rest of the year. XOM running. I kind of veered away from XOM. After taking those trades on it earlier. So it is kind of giving a little bit of a bounce here off of this 103.80 area. So it did make a new low, guys. It made a new low. It broke off that 104. That's where I was going long off of earlier, and you know, that obviously broke down. I think Luca had a trade off that 104 and it didn't work. So you know, it is giving a little bit of a bounce now, but that's the thing, guys. Like, if it's made a new low, there's not the reason for being in the trade long is no longer there. So you kind of have to show a little bit of discipline and kind of steer away from that one. Obviously, you know, there were some good trades on XOM earlier in the day, right? But you don't want to, you know, keep I guess spamming a level if the level is already, you know, kind of come and gone, right? So, you know, the trade's kind of not there anymore. It's time to kind of move on now. If you are short off of this 105, that's obviously proven to be a great trade, you know, all the way back down to the lows, right? So I talked about those sellers up at 105, and that was my big reasoning for covering that trade. And, you know, obviously it's been a good one, right? Wow, NVIDIA really hurting my feelings now. It's all the way down to, let's bring it up here, 173.25, right? So I covered that really, really early. It is what it is. It wasn't for that much size anyways, so I'm not going to be too hurt about it. But you hate to see that one. Now it's trickling down below VWAP. I was thinking that, you know, maybe a VWAP reversion was going to be a thing here for NVIDIA, but to show weakness below VWAP, That's pretty interesting. It was up almost 2% on the day earlier, and now it's only up at 1%, right? So, NVIDIA is showing some weakness into the later hours of the day.
Yeah, and sorry, I beg to differ on XOM. I think opportunity to the upside. VWAP out. I'm holding. Maybe I'll be wrong, but at this point I'm in the money, so I'm probably not going to lose on this trade.
Oh, but you're long down at 103.80,
yeah,
right? So,
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out, like, I want to add to this, but yeah, we gotta dip, right? We gotta dip. Maybe add to the winner and then kind of see where we go from there. Maybe not. Maybe just ride it out there. And yeah, someone's saying, could you take a look at Alibaba? Sure, of course. Alibaba, the level that I'm looking at is 100. And obviously we're far away from that, but Alibaba's been really, really strong. So let me pull it up on both of them over here just to kind of get the broader view. And I'll pull up the hourly just to kind of show the kind of move that it's had there. It sort of topped out 94.95 for the time being. A lot of the times these ADRs are going to gap because there is action that's happening in China in the overnight session to us overnight. And yeah, maybe we actually get to 100 and it gets kind of interesting. This thing was beat up for so long. It was over 100, then kind of flushed down. I think it was maybe the low was near 60, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, now we're kind of running back to the upside. Now giving a little bit of sideways action. So maybe this thing wants to test 88s again before then going back to the upside, testing 94s, and then giving that true test to 100. For the day, it kind of looks like it does not want to stay above VWAP. So kind of with that in mind, maybe not today, but maybe sometime next week, you get that pullback. Maybe it's a gap down, who knows. But yeah, if 85 holds for the most part, then maybe you get that kind of continuation move all the way to go to towards 100. This thing is just kind of like up and then kind of pull back up. Then you get maybe a pullback and then up again. That's kind of my bet on it. Follow the trend. The trend is your friend. But yeah, for the time being, from a day trade perspective, it's I don't really see anything there. It's kind of just chopping around. 92. I'm not sure the ATR on this, but I feel like it's had way bigger moves in the past. So yeah, those are my thoughts over there. I think 92 breaking right now. They're not really much size at that level. But yeah, no, from a day trade, I mean, maybe you get back to VWAP. Maybe you could justify that, but I personally would not. I'm just going to stay away from that. Somebody's saying Nike 110 breakdown. And you know what? I think it was you who mentioned the Walmart 150 breakdown from yesterday. And I'm like, you know what? This kind of feels good for a swing trade. And I saw that 150 yesterday, I think it was. Or no, it was the day before that. Somebody called 150 saying Walmart breaking down 150. I think it was you, Trader Gorno. That's why I'm referencing this quick before I look at Nike 110. Yeah, it kind of broke back through 150, and then I pulled it up on the daily. I was like, this kind of feels like we could, spend some time over 150. Now we fade back down. There needs to be some sort of pullback, I guess, in value as sort of yields pull back there. Maybe that's kind of the whole idea of why all these things are moving lower. And now here we are, 146. So yeah, no, nice call over there. Unfortunately, I didn't take the swing trade, but I guess I should have. Now let's have a look here at Nike, and I'm just reading. I'm swinging Walmart. I'm swinging Nike now. Yeah, so maybe, the 110 breakdown, well, it was over 110, but I guess I sort of want to zoom out here, maybe pull up 30 minutes, and just to see where this came from, because I didn't really look at Nike. But yeah, if the consumer's hurting, if inflation's higher, we're going to get that print on Tuesday next week. It should be interesting. PPI today obviously causing that flush in the market going down. So yeah, maybe we get the, more follow through if print higher than expected. To the downside, and then a lot of these names will just go down, right? Everything's going to move together. Yeah, maybe this is a little bit of a double top on, this is a 30-minute, guys, so I'm kind of zooming out here. I'm not planning to take a trade on Nike right now. Just kind of, I know it's like a little bit slower. I don't really think there's a level for a day trade, but yeah, no, if it's giving that kind of double top, maybe break down, test that 107, and then, but again, CPI, right? Watch your trades going into Tuesday. Everything's going to move so much that the levels that you see now aren't even going to matter. It's, if higher than expected, we go down. If lower than expected, we probably go up. And then we're just going to create a whole bunch of new levels there. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That's kind of what I'm telling myself. If I was positioned in any positions, I would probably lighten up going into the print unless I had super high conviction or a really good price and I wanted to ride the win because, yeah, you easily just get stopped out if the print goes against you type thing. So yeah, that's just something to consider. And last thing I'll say before I pass back to Ian, Meta about to hit 116.50 for support long bounce. Let me have a look here. I haven't looked at Meta today. Let me just quickly glance, and I'll pull back the 1 minute to see. Yeah, sort of showing that, this is the short-term support area, but I guess the market now back below, it's just very, choppy, and I guess the move was in the morning, and now it's kind of, a little bit slower. And yeah, maybe this bounces, but at the same time, you know, I guess it depends when you looked at it, right? It's like it had to move up, some sideways action, then broke the high, kind of couldn't hold. Now it's coming back down. Just watch the tape, look for bidders to come in at that 116.50 area, and then maybe you get the push back to 117. But you know, it's you never want to get too aggressive when you're fighting the trend, I guess, for a bounce, because it showed you that it, you know, reject the moving average, now move down again. Maybe at this level goes sideways, moving average catches up to it, then it rejects it again and goes even lower. If we break back to the upside, yeah, maybe good for a move back to 117, 117.50. I'll kind of give this maybe 2 minutes, and then I'll kind of revisit it and see, do I want to take a long. I sort of want this to break 116.50 to the downside and then kind of see how it reacts. If it pops back up, then I'll take the long there for a 50-cent move.
Real quick, guys, I did end up getting stopped out there on ATVI. So, you know, obviously I told you guys what my stop was. It was at 56. I got 56.97 on the way out. So, you know, lost a couple of cents there on the last few shares that I had on that trade. Obviously now it's back down below, but I don't really care. That was a solid trade, and I took off the bulk of the position down here. So, you know, good trade on that one. I am long Apple now. This is kind of like a feeler position, honestly. I don't like love this position at all. I'm just kind of watching the tape, and it's not looking like that great for me here. My essential, yeah, I'm probably gonna get stopped out on this one. But essentially, my thesis, guys, was it's kind of nearing this like kind of pre-market consolidation area around 144 here on Apple. So I was thinking like maybe the market you know, bounces off of this down move that it's having and reclaims kind of VWAP here. And Apple is up 1% on the day, so I was trying to pick something that is maybe a little bit more stronger on the day. I think I'm just going to stop out if it breaks this low here. So it is trying to work for me there. My price isn't the greatest, 144.10. But essentially, guys, we're just going to that like 144.80 area, I think, here for Apple to see if we get a little bit of a bounce play. Like I said, like be wary if you are following me on this one. So far today, I have been having a pretty good day and been on a little bit of a heater. And this could be, if I end up losing this trade, it could be my sign to kind of stop trading for the day and kind of, you know, call it a day sort of thing. Tesla going down. Let's take a look at that one. I was actually looking at this as well. It's kind of pulling back, obviously, from that 182. But here's the thing: like if you get in a position, you kind of want to see it work for you right away. And if you were short that one on Tesla, look how it just kind of trickled down very, very slowly with the rest of the market, right, off of that 182. Now it's testing VWAP. It looks like it is trying to hold up above VWAP here. So, you know, maybe it's, obviously it's relatively strong on the day. So I wouldn't even be surprised if Tesla finishes above VWAP for the day. But, you know, Tesla is pulling back a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to go straight up all day sort of thing. So, yeah, if you had that short, congratulations. It's probably as good a time as any to start taking profits. AMD short, 70 cents in the money. I haven't looked at AMD since we talked about it a little while ago, guys. Okay, so you're basically shorting off of the tops once here. So, you know, a lot of the plays very, very similar today, guys. You know, the market obviously grinding up and then started to curl. And then now, you know, flushing and showing some weakness to the downside, right? So, you know, maybe today continues to show that sort of rangy, you know, market player, rangy strategy that has basically been employed for the whole year, the whole trading year, right? So, you know, why would we expect anything different today? Obviously, you know, the market has some big catalysts next week, which are probably going to shape the market going forward for the rest of the month, right? So, you know, if you're going to expect a breakout or something like that, it's probably going to happen after next week, after Wednesday probably, right? Or maybe on Tuesday. I want to thank Mohammed here for his super chat. Thank you so much. Crude oil flushing last 2 hours. Will it break 70? I want to actually, I'll bring it up here. I don't think I have the entitlements over here, so I have to bring it up over here. Here we go, crude oil futures. That's not going to be the right, maybe it's just CL. Is it this? I think it's this one here. So let's take a look at this one, guys. Let me just do this so it makes it look a little bit better. Okay, year to date. I want to look here. Will it break 70? Crude oil, look at this downtrend, guys. It is showing a lot of weakness, but it does look like it's trying, to catch some bids down here. With these wicks, it has kind of, there has been some buying down here at 70, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if the 70 area does get tested. I'm looking back here, basically a year ago from today, there was a tight consolidation around this 70 area, right? So no surprise that it's trying to bounce around this area, but I wouldn't bet on it, for it to not break. Definitely looks like it is going to get tested there. But regardless, thank you so much for the super chat, guys. If you haven't already, I feel like it's been a pretty good show here in the midday. Obviously, it was a great morning show as well. 2.4K likes, guys. 2.4K likes. I think this is around the same like count that we had earlier when I checked. So, if you haven't already, please hit that like button for us. It really helps us here with the YouTube algorithm, obviously, and we obviously really appreciate it. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. If you go to the channel, we obviously stream every single day from 8:30 to 4. We produce pre-market videos, aftermarket videos, a lot of content on the weekends. I know they're going heavy into like the shorts and the Instagram reels, TikToks as well. So there's lots of content to be had, guys. So you don't want to miss out on anything. If you scroll all the way here, I always find the need to like tell people about this because this is like something I didn't even know before, but. If you go all the way to the right here, there's a little search bar, and you could search like anything, and just search in VWAP here, and a bunch of videos just come up in regards to VWAP, right? So feel free to kind of play around with that. We even have a store as well, and I know Prad's been talking about like potentially a new adaptation for a store, a new store here. So I don't know how long this merch is going to be here, but feel free to check it out, guys. As always, we thank you for your continued support. Smash the like button, guys. It's been a great one here. For now, let's send it to the big desk. Again, your main guy, Sharif, is killing it for an energy update.
Yeah, guys, oil headed to the downside, as you guys were mentioning. Brent crude, NYMEX light sweet, which WTI, all down, guys. This has been the move the entire day here. Looks like we topped out at that 72.90 level on West Texas Intermediate. But we've just been creating lower lows on the chart here, guys. Looks like we're at that 70, 71 level now. So looks like more lower lows and to the downside.
Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, no, sorry, Luca, they cut you off. No, Sharif's just crushing it. But it's funny, their energy update, I didn't even know that was coming up as we were talking about oil.
Yeah, no, it's I'm just hearing now oil flush to the downside, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm long XOM, though. But yeah, no, I scalped some out, kind of added, took some off, and my average is below 104, so I'm, sitting pretty here, not really too worried. I'll just put my stop into place there. If it triggers, it triggers. And yeah, AMAM halted to the downside. It's now showing, what, 225 open. This is what, like, the bid just got super thin. We flushed to the downside, and then I instantly try to hit it to take the short, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get this. This is too good to be true. And yeah, no, I didn't get it. I tried to hit that short, didn't get the fill there. Now it's gonna open, yeah, maybe 225 it's showing right now, but maybe 2-3 more minutes. So the open on this should be 115.47. So yeah, maybe 120.47 would be the potential open there. So just keep your eyes on that if you are watching this. Yeah, showing 225 there. So yeah, we'll see if this wants to open 225. I don't know if we like open 225, go into another down halt. I guess I'm kind of looking at these levels. Maybe you got 211 in front of VWAP. And then where was that other halt? 196. Not really sure how relevant they are now because it just kind of happened so much earlier there. So yeah, maybe 2. I'm gonna watch that 2 level for a potential bounce. It's not, I mean, I don't love it, but I said to myself, if we get there and we hold, then maybe some games we pop back up. So yeah, I would love to see it, but as I glance at the tape, kind of for the afternoon, it's just like, yeah, maybe we are done over there. And yeah, I think I just got out of my XOM here. So yeah, that was a lock it up winning trade, break even on the last portion. I think my average was below 104, so stopped out for break even. And now just in the meta long that somebody mentioned, And yeah, we're actually going back to the upside. So target on this, hopefully 117 if we can get there. Probably gonna, that's, you know, if we get to 17, we print there. And then yeah, maybe we go to 1720s, maybe we go to 50s. But not gonna hold there. I'm just gonna get myself out at 17 for the scalp, take the 50-cent win. And yeah, just short ATVI here and seeing, yeah, maybe we get a flush to VWAP and then probably some action over there. So that's kind of my target on that one. And yeah, everything else is kind of, just kind of glancing here. Amazon now at 89. Wow, so yeah, that short is actually, just gotta be, sometimes you gotta be patient. I'm okay with like this win. This is like a part of the plan. I'm just kind of sad that I didn't get the chance to add that back, right? Yeah, oil short, oil stocks down again, oil. Yeah, you know, as a scalper, I'll say like there's definitely opportunities on both sides. You just don't wanna overtrade and get yourself caught off guard with too much size when things, you know, aren't, yeah, because here we are now. Right now we're like really flushing back down with oil on XOM. So yeah, maybe that 103.80 is the more respectable level. And then if you want to give it like a real stop of like 103.50, if you're really confident that like, okay, this is the level, we're approaching 2, oil is going to close, and then XOM has a chance to just then go back to VWAP because less fluidity with oil in general, oil futures I should say. But I mean, I'm not super confident in that statement. I'm just kind of confident in the 103.8 level. And then maybe playing off that 103.05. I'm personally not trading that and putting the stop there. I'm just kind of discretionary, looking at the tape in and out. So that was this kind of long. Okay, we broke trend, nice. All right, add a little bit, take some off, and then take some off because it turned into a loser. So yeah, no problem there for sure. And oh, somebody was saying I think RXDX from before. I want to quickly glance at this. This is the name that went from like 40 to 130 in like 10 minutes, maybe a few days ago, and now kind of just holding, not really doing too much. I don't think there's necessarily, it's very tough. This thing is choppy. I wouldn't be trading this today. But yeah, maybe that 110 level, it's showing you nice icebergs, like across, like as kind of, you know, the day progresses. It's like, you know, maybe there's an iceberg buyer at 110. I remember there was some type of action at like the 100 level. Or no, maybe this is 90. Yeah, before the 100 was holding. So yeah, this is like a crazy move to the upside. And then you're thinking, okay, maybe we could get back to 70 or 60 because of the move. But no, this thing is holding, right? So yeah, not to say that this is gonna, there's no volume. It's not really doing anything too exciting right now. But yeah, kind of interesting that it's not actually breaking down, giving you know, a 50% retracement or anything like that. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because somebody mentioned it from before. Michael R saying 225 is a big level on AM. Yeah, now it's showing 230 open. Oh, it's actually open. Sorry about that. Yeah, I missed that. So I guess, yeah, the opening price of this was it was 230. Okay. So yeah, it didn't even actually test 225. So maybe you're right to say that on the 225 level. I don't know this thing. It's probably going to continue to chop around. I don't know where did my oh, there it is. Yeah, and yeah, now we're kind of back up. I really want to see it get to 2. If we can get to 2, I'm going to try the bounce play. I tried, you know, the long here. It lost me 5 cents, which is not a big deal, but it's just more so like I'm like no, I'm done with that. And then somebody's saying offering. Yeah, maybe. You know, is an offering coming? These are things you have to be aware of, right? As a trader, I don't know what this company does. I don't know their cash position. I don't even know why they're up. They're up 450%. Are they going to get an offering done the day that they're up? Probably not, right? But maybe tomorrow, the next day, maybe in the pre-market, these kind of things happen. So yeah, just be cautious. Be cautious of it, and just yeah, definitely be aware. And Meta is kind of giving a top-ish feel here. So I'm not going to cover all of it, but I'm not going to be silly and think that, you know, we can't go there.
I'm seeing a super chat come in here from Playmaker, our main guy there. To my man Sharif, can you check that stock? What stock are you referring to? Maybe I don't know. Maybe Sharif knows that one. But if he's heard me there, Playmaker is asking Sharif if he could check something there. But thank you regardless for the super chat there, Playmaker. You've done too much for us, honestly. You've done way too much for us. I'm seeing a couple of comments there. The NVIDIA short has worked for me very good here. So yeah, that's short off at 175. I think it was Logan that first said it there. What is short off of that 175? Obviously, you know, basing it off of the 200 EMA rejection. That has worked very, very good. I tried it with small size. I ended up covering pretty early, but now it's down all the way to 173. So nice little $2 pullback on that one. Hopefully, some of you guys had that short as well, because it's been a pretty good one. I guess, you know, with Nvidia kind of hanging up there, and then now flushing below VWAP and showing some more weakness. Right, that's something I definitely wish that I had a little bit more conviction on that trade, but I never even really expected to take that trade, so I got a dollar winner out of it. I can't really complain about that one. Someone talking about NIO is down, right? Not really too sure about that one. Yeah, Nvidia was a good trade. It was kind of risky though, TBH. Yeah, I mean, like, that's why I kind of sized down on it, right? And I was kind of just going off of you guys in the chat too. But yeah, good trade regardless, and thanks for that one. Ian looks like Miles Teller. Am I the only one? Miles Teller, is that the guy from Top Gun? Correct me if I'm mistaken. Yeah, it is the guy from Top Gun. Okay, yeah. I don't think I really look like him. I don't know, Luca. Do you see it? Maybe bring that up on the screen there to show the chat. Maybe they can vote. Do I look like Miles Teller, guys? I don't know about that one. I think Miles Teller is probably a definitely better looking dude than I am. That's for sure. But. Awesome. You do, Justin's gone. You do look like him. Okay, I'll take the compliments, guys. Interesting about Top Gun. If you guys haven't seen that movie, obviously it's been out for a while now, so you know, no spoilers or anything like that. But all the actors had to go through an extreme training regiment that was directed by Tom Cruise himself. And then apparently they filmed like that beach scene. Where they're obviously all like jacked up and whatnot, and then Tom Cruise didn't like how the scene was filmed. And then they actually had to refilm it like a few weeks later. But at that point, everyone had already kind of let go of their diet, and they had to go back on it. It was kind of interesting. If you guys haven't seen that movie, check it out for sure.
Yeah, AMAM halted again to the downside, 215, showing 210 open there, and. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm going to get ready for a 2 bounce. Maybe it's going to be a destruction bounce play that I should not be taking, but maybe it'll be a banger. We will see. Somebody was like, Luca, get ready, 144 breakdown on Apple there. The thing is I had the right idea, like shorting here, but then I wasn't willing to, like, you know, short all the way up. That's why I was like, try it, and then I'm like, okay, I give up. And then it goes a little bit higher, then slowly fades its way back down. So that was just bad execution on my part. But yeah, here we are now back at 104. See, I would be if I was short here, I'd be covering 104, and then maybe covering the rest at VWAP. But it's almost as if like it's kind of choppy. Like I wouldn't think you know, a move to like 141. That would be like a very strong move. So I almost think that you could get a flush down and then pop back up. So many things can change in the last couple hours, last hour. There's going to be a lot more volatility and volume that comes in, right? So just, yeah, make sure you're aware of that. Things change in real time, so obviously kind of update as you go. I'm pulling this up here. This thing's moving back to 10. Not to say that there's any edge here, but PHVS moving back to 10 for anybody that's interested in something like that. Personally, I am not. XOM back at that 103.80 there. I guess crude flushed a little bit, and I'm not really too sure where it is right now. But yeah, 103.80 is kind of showing that it wants to hold there. Might consider another long just as time progresses, but it's way better when, you know, we actually break trend back to the upside. So yeah, just got to probably be patient with that one. And AMM, just to revisit this, halted 125.26. So I guess the open will be 130.26 if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, 130.26. So maybe in about you know, 3 minutes or so, this thing will open. And then, yeah, we'll see, you know, what kind of happens at 2. This thing might get interesting, but maybe not. Maybe now it's kind of, the short is good. It's, you know, it's a lot of people were perhaps shorting over here for the breakdown and then trying to cover. The book was super thick before, and then it kind of, you know, got very, very light. There was really no size, and then we sort of broke down. So yeah, maybe it actually just continues to go lower and like halts down, prints up, goes up, halts again, prints back down, chops around at VWAP. But yeah, if it gives that sort of action, if I can actually get along and then we actually go back above VWAP and then go back through 250, that would be like a sick long, but I don't think it has it in it. It already moved so much, retraced now 50% of the move. Maybe the trade is just done and I'm just kind of overthinking and, you know, calling levels that aren't really there. So yeah, you know, somebody saying going to the gym, be back later. enjoy your workout. Glad that people are staying healthy here, and yeah, super important for sure to stay healthy. Hit the sauna if you can. You know, I preach that every time. Sauna is great for long-term health for sure.
I need to get on that sauna game. I know you guys have been
yeah.
kind of crushing the sauna game recently, but yeah. Someone's saying here AMC getting flushed to the downside. AMC is down 3.5% today. It's something we haven't really looked at for a while. I don't know I think we're missing some data on some of our charts here, but basically AMC was consolidating above 7 here. And then now it's just kind of, I think it was SSR the other day as well. AMC, guys, I said it before, I'll say it again. It is definitely a fade the pops, short the pops kind of thing. Now we're right back down, obviously, to this 5 area. 5 is going to be, I think it's like your 52-week lows on AMC. Excuse me. So, you know, AMC is going to be something that is going to be on everybody's watch, I guess, moving forward to the downside. I know there was like some bankruptcy rumors the other day that we covered here on the show. So AMC is not worth to look at. Yeah, I'm gonna look at anything you guys kind of throw in the chat here that I think is worth it, right? So, you know, don't be afraid to. AMC is gonna squeeze. No one's sold. Okay there. I don't know about that one.
There's like one comment like that every single day, and I think it's a joke.
I think the squeeze has been squeezed, guys. AMAM about to reopen any second. I know Luca's been on AM quite a bit, so you know I'll let him kind of take that one. I'm making a premium for AMC. Okay, I'm gonna get off AMC. SQ thoughts. Let's take a quick look at SQ. Here's Square. It's down. Low there. Okay, no, it's actually up 3%. I feel like the charts are always kind of slow there when we go to different markets, but yeah, Square is up here 3% on the day. It's just kind of chopping around the same levels, guys. Like, I'm not really seeing a trade here, just looking at the daily. When I like to find trades, I like to make sure that, like, they're you know, these stocks are hitting new levels, right? They're doing volume. Square's doing 5.8 million volume on the day. Like, that's not something that's going to be super, super interesting for me. You know, so I'm going to probably just stay away from this one. I don't really see... wow, it's had such a great open there, great opening drive. So I don't know how you kind of catch that move there on Square, but regardless, this just kind of grinded up the whole day. So I've been watching the daily chart. Next levels I'm watching. Oh, okay, you're talking about something else. Sorry about that. COSM, here's your dip. Let's take a quick look at COSM. This is a small cap that was in play a while ago as well. I'm not going to really trade these penny stocks, guys, too much. I've had a few trades on them in the past here on the floor, and all unsuccessful. The dip, I guess, was closer to this VWAP area here on COSM. Obviously, now you're kind of chasing the move. The move is kind of come and gone there off of these. This is what I'm kind of talking about here. What I'm kind of get to here is that VWAP, there was VWAP buyers, right? So where do you think these VWAP buyers are now selling or covering their position? They're covering their position here, right? So, you know, kind of keep that in mind where, you know, people are positioned in the name, right? So if you're buying here, just kind of keep that in mind that these guys are probably covering there. And you also have potential people who were short up here reshorting or new shorts entering the market here too. So, you know, lots of selling interest, I believe, here on COSM. I'm not seeing the time of sales moving at all, guys. So, you know, that's something I'm going to steer away from for sure on that one. Rent. Let's take a quick look at Rent. I haven't looked at this one. It's going to be another small cap name as well. Here on Rent, it's up 18% on the day, 12 mil volume. But guys, when I bring up a stock here and the time of sales is barely moving, it's not something that I'm going to be particularly interested in trading. I'll talk about it and I'll show it here. Obviously, having two huge, absolutely huge days. I'm looking at this 3 level probably for, you know, some sellers to come into play. It held as support here. There's a consolidation area around here. You know, so, you know, probably some sellers moves going to be in play around that 3 area, right? So going to be watching that one on rent here, but probably something I'm going to stay away from just because it's not really doing that much volume or the volume that I really want to see if I'm going to get involved, right? Meta moving. Let's take a quick look at this one before I send it back to Luca. I just took some profits out, guys, on Apple as well. That popped about 30 cents in the money for me, so I'm going to take some out. Just a quick one-to-one trade on that one. It does look like Meta here is trying to make a lower high. Just going to look here at the 5-minute. It looks like this 117 area is kind of held here as a resistance. It couldn't really hold up there briefly. It held up there briefly, but couldn't really do much more. So, you know, it does look more and more like a short now. I'm still long Apple. I did just say that I took some out there above 30. You know, I waited long enough on this one, so you know it's kind of like that time stop or using time that Greg was mentioning on the show yesterday, I believe. You know, I was in this trade for like half hour. And it wasn't really doing anything. So finally, once it pops 30 cents for me, I'm gonna take some out on that trade, obviously, because you know this whole time I've been waiting patiently and it hasn't done anything. And you know, obviously now when it does something, I'm gonna look to take some out. So, you know, that's a quick win scalp there for me on Apple, about 30 cents. Basically a one-to-one, guys. I told you I was not very in love with that trade at all. I was risking basically down to this 143.80 area. It came very close to stopping me out multiple times. I wasn't willing to kind of add to that one just because I wasn't really in love with it. The market, this is basically a beta play, guys. This is basically a market play. The market is really struggling with VWAP to kind of stay above VWAP now, right? So it is kind of bouncing around this 39.60 area. That 39.60 area has been a very key area, I believe. The market has been really kind of bouncing and chopping around that price for the past, like, basically 2 weeks now. So, you know, no surprise that it's kind of chopping around that area once more here, right? So with the market kind of not really doing anything, if I see my position in the money, I'm gonna start to, you know, look to take profits on that one. You reported incorrect information. I think that's just back to AMC. Okay, I did see that actually. Maybe it was AMCX. I'm not too sure on that one.
Yeah, guys, we were like loosely paying attention to that, but it's I think you're actually right on that. On that. But the funny thing is, you know, it actually flushed. So it's like it's so funny when it's like, oh, you know, this other company with AMC in its ticker is. You know, whatever they came out and announced, and AMC flushed. It's like going back to like, oh, Twitter's gonna go public. This is like way back. But it's like, oh, Twitter's gonna go public, and like a name like close to Twitter like had a crazy run. So yeah, no, it's kind of funny how that sort of comes to be there. I think AMAM is now halted. This is unfortunate, man. I actually took the long there, but I didn't.
How many times is this halted today?
Oh yeah, let's actually count right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, maybe 30 times. 28 times, Michael Lloyd. Yeah, and then I don't know if this is the 28th or the 29th or close to the 30th. Kind of crazy, yeah. So it's halted at 242, showing a 247-ish open. I wouldn't be surprised if it opens into a loser just because now it's running into that 250 resistance area. I actually tried the long here, but I sort of punched. I thought it was good. I didn't really notice like what I was doing. I like punched in, and I tried to punch like 21s, but I got like 26s, I think. And then I looked and it was at 17, so I like quickly punched out like in case, you know, we're gonna flush down to 2. So I punched out, then I tried it again with like a better stop the second time, but that was sort of wrong as well. But I guess like right idea in terms of, you know, down and then up. That's kind of what I was thinking. But yeah, no, it was just you know, another sort of bad execution. Yeah, man, it's sometimes when I was saying this before, I'm like, man, when you're good, you're good. But man, when you're bad, you're bad. You know, it is what it is.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not too good. And yeah, you know, it's easy to have an A+ plan, but the execution sometimes is the one that gets you. Gets me every time, but I don't care too much. Whatever. And yeah, I'm long CVNA here just because we're at 5. Maybe we can get to like, you know, 510. I'm not really I don't love this position. There's just a lot of dark pools that are going off over here. If we hold 495, like the short is probably better, honestly, but I'm long small size. If we break down through like 495, then I'm gonna get out of this trade. But if we don't, then I'm gonna hold, and yeah, maybe there's room to like, you know, go to like, I don't know, 510, 515 for like a 10 cent, 15 cent scalp there. But yeah, it's gonna be slow, and I'm risking 5 cents. I don't love this position. It might lose, but yeah, I'm gonna just kind of give it a try here and see what happens. What brokers do you guys trade on? So we're with Day Trade the World prop firm, so we're trading on P Pro 8 platform, internal platform. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Lightning fast execution. It's just a matter of can you react to the execution. You know, that's kind of what that is there. And yeah, we got a little bit of a bid at 499 on CVNA. You know, SSR, so shorts can't really slam that. Not really sure if anyone's long and needs that size to get out. If that level holds, then we pop. We got some size at 505, maybe 30,000 shares. Nothing crazy, but easily could get through that. But yeah, again, I'm just kind of going for, you know, like 10 cents on this. But yeah, if I lose, I lose. It's not a big deal.
I'm just readjusting my stop there on Apple, guys. You know, it's about 30 cents in the money now, 40 cents in the money on my long here on Apple. I'm basically just moving my stop up the break even. This is probably going to be one of my last trades of the day here, so I'm not willing to like lose on it or anything like that. So, you know, decent trading for me today, and another good one here with Apple. Guys, a couple of things here. We have a poll going. It's will Prad come back married? You guys all know that Prad is leaving us for a couple of weeks. Well, I guess he's been pretty much gone this week, but obviously not feeling well. We obviously wish him to get well soon. Yeah, Prad is going to India for a wedding. Will Prad come back married? 100% no shot. Place your votes. But one very, very interesting thing, guys, I noticed about this is that we have 3,869 votes here. And then we only have 2.5K likes on the video, right? So, you know, I'm no math wizard, but those numbers don't really add up for me. You know, we're clearly missing some likes. So guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button. You know, obviously we really, really appreciate the support, and it really helps us with our YouTube algorithm and everything, and it just helps us expand the channel, right? You know, obviously everyone here really loves the content that we do put out, so you know, smash that like button, you know, for us, and show your continued support, and we can continue to keep putting out great content, right? But as always, guys, it's been a great one today, and I hope you guys have stayed profitable as well. Make a poll, have you hit the like button? I think the numbers just kind of show that one, but I see some people in the chat as well saying smash that like button. Wow, I'm looking at ATVI here, and it's back up to 75. I see some size there at 75. There's 500 lots on the offer there. So I think I might try to initiate a short position here, actually. And this could be a decent trade here on ATVI on this one. Okay, there, I just got triggered in. Let me just set up my stop. Luca, you want to take over for a second?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So yeah, ATVI here coming up to 75. Guys, keep in mind that 75 was that sort of level of interest. Not really sure why we got a super kind of strong spike to the upside. Gotta imagine there's somewhat of a liquidity vacuum. It just depends if bids want to, you know, step in there and do their thing. Obviously, ATVI is the Microsoft buyout. We had the news where, you know, maybe the FTC is trying to block the deal, blah, 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 this and that. And then the CEO coming out of nowhere and just kind of saying, oh, yeah, you know, CEO coming out of nowhere and saying, yeah, you know, saying, no, the deal's not falling apart. Sorry, I was just kind of adjusting my stop there, too. Saying, no, the deal's not going to fall through. It's fine. And then it kind of went back up yesterday. So, yeah, no, 75 is the level of interest here.
That was so weird.
And I'm not really too sure. Like, ATVI is one of those names that you look at the book, you're not really going to see too much. You got to kind of place your bets and hope that you have the level correct. And I think I'm going to get stopped out of CVNA. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to punch out of it. Most likely I get stopped, and you know, I was hoping that it would hold trend. It didn't. So yeah, small loss there. Nothing too bad. Not really too worried about it. And yeah, you know, maybe this ATVI. I mean, that's like and this is like the 10-minute, right? So this is like prior days over here. This was when the deal's gonna fall through, like the dip and then the rip, the dip and then the rip, the dip and then the rip, right? So I mean, I don't really know. I'm not really too sure about kind of the, is it actually going to fall apart? Like what the details are? What does all this mean? I think buyout price is like 95, right? So this thing is trading. It's been trading for a while, just kind of far away from the price. So not really too sure what the dealio is there. Going back to the overall market, I know somebody before was asking me, Luca, what are your thoughts on the market going into the end of the year? I almost want to say, next week being CPI, that's going to give the direction as to where we're going. So if less than expected, so if inflation comes in and it's less than expected, inflation cooling off, then we probably go up because we kind of sold off, and then that's going to give justification for the pop to the upside. But if we come in higher than expected, then maybe people are positioned to the long, and then we could really sell off, right? So yeah, if higher than expected, we go down. If lower than expected, we go up. And then that's kind of my call over there. Somebody's saying AMAM halted to the upside. Oh man, yeah, I had the long. See, I had the long. I wasn't just another one of those days. Okay, whatever. That would have been a crazy long for myself. Kind of sad that maybe I should have given it like 14s. I wasn't even paying attention too much, but yeah, no, I had the right idea there. That was actually, and now that would have been almost like a 50-cent winner on that for some size. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when you live in a shoe? It's it's all good. Luke would be like, it's bearish, it will go down if it's bullish. Well, no, it's just CPI, right? It is CPI. It's like if CPI is gonna move the market, and that's that. There's nothing else to say there. I could say like, oh yeah, it's gonna go up, but I don't know what CPI is gonna come out and do. I almost want to say everybody thinks it's gonna be lower than expected. And so with that in mind, if it comes out higher than expected, maybe people are offside, give justification for more kind of short to the downside. AMAM is showing a 270 open, so halted at 267 price, 143.13. So that would be 5 minutes, so 148.13. So yeah, if you're watching this, yeah, just watch your positions there, and yeah, maybe get something going there. ATVI gonna glance back at this one. I guess the long is,
that was pretty weird. Like I guess the long is in. Like I actually tried the short twice on that one because okay, so the size was there, and then it showed that it broke or it got taken, and then I didn't get stopped out for some reason, and then it was reserving 75 on the offer. So that was weird. And then eventually I did get stopped out, and then started reserving 75 again on the offer. So I tried the short once more. I guess I should have just been trying to get long, or maybe just not trading at all. I don't know. I LFT'd a little bit. I'm not too distraught about that one. But that was pretty interesting because once it broke, ATVI ran up 15, 20 cents on that trade. So that could have been a good long entry on that one. Obviously, Luca and myself were a little bit more short. Bias on that one, and that was a decent amount of size that I saw there on ATVI. Tesla long off 180. Let's take a quick look at that one. I think that's where Shawn was long earlier in the day. It did kind of bounce off of VWAP there and bounce off of 179. So, I mean, I guess like if Tesla does hold up 180 here, potentially holding kind of like a higher low, so to speak, from the most previous low. But just kind of beware. Obviously, Tesla is one of the volume leaders for the day, pushing 80 mil volume on the day. So, Tesla's been pretty strong today. So I don't even hate that long idea. But at this point in the day, you got to be really picky and choosy with your spots. I think that's for sure. Be very picky and choosy with your trades. Be very disciplined with your sizing and whatnot. We are getting into the later hours of the day, right? So only a few minutes left now, 13 minutes left here on the midday show. And we're going to send it back to Shawn, Arun, and Sharif, who's been killing it on the big desk today. He's been doing a great job. I think he's obviously covering for Brendan. Check GameStop, please. GameStop was, they had their earnings the other day. Look at this 22 level on GameStop, guys. This is something that I pinpointed from just like and the daily didn't load there. So maybe I could just show it on this chart. Oh, no, there we go. So, okay, so yeah, watch this 22 level, guys. I'm going to zoom out. Okay, so obviously GME split, but look at this 22 level. It held there, and this is going to be your 52-week low, basically your low for a long time on GME, right? So it held the other day off of the earnings, right? So that's going to be something of interest moving forward. It's down 7% today, guys. So, you know, it's getting obviously hurt today, but, you know, watch that 22 level for it to potentially bounce around that area. It's only doing 3.5 mil volume today, so not really doing that much volume or not really showing that level of volatility that's going to want you to kind of get involved on this name here, but you know, 22 is definitely a level of interest for sure. Wow, look at ATVI now, man. ATVI is just cooking to the upside. 75.30. I hope someone on the floor had that long. I know this is like something that we've been really focusing on a lot recently, but wow, what a long off of that 75 reserve. Yeah. That size broke out. For once now the breakouts work, eh? Like when we're trying to front run it, like, dude, that was the most size I saw on ATVI probably like all week, right?
I know.
So
I think
I don't hate trying to take that short.
Yeah, I guess you kind of try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know, no big deal. And I don't know, maybe if I tried another short, maybe a too early kind of stop. But again, the problem with this is like, you know, you're picking your spots. You're like, yeah, maybe this is a level, maybe it's not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah. And I know you just touched upon GME. What's the story with AT? Yeah, ATVI is just Microsoft they announced that they're buying Activision like a while ago, actually. I want to say maybe earlier this year.
That was like a year ago. That was like in January.
Yeah, exactly. Earlier this year. And it's just kind of, let me pull up the daily here. And wait a second. ATVI, where is it? Okay, ATVI. And then let me pull up the daily to kind of show you the action. I mean, you guys obviously could pull it up and kind of look at it. But yeah, maybe this wants to load. Like this is like, all this price action is, the buyout price is 95, right? So it's like they announce the deal and then it's just kind of, you know, floats around, it goes down, it goes back up. I think Warren Buffett announced that he's buying it here and quote unquote, he's like, yeah, you know, if we're right, we make some money. If we're wrong, we lose a little bit of money, asymmetrical risk. So that's kind of what he announced, and I think that was cause for the spike. And then obviously all the kind of regulatory factors come into play and sort of, you know, switch it up. You know, it's like, oh, FTC kind of blocked the deal, this and that. Okay, it goes back down. But yeah, for the most part, that 72 area holds, and it just doesn't want to get above 80. But yeah, I guess it's pretty not like crazy exciting. Guys, Brazil lost, heartbreaking. Yeah, man, for sure. Definitely an upset over there. But for everybody who's sad, there's one happy camper on the other side of things. For any Croatians out there, definitely very happy to see your team go through there. So congratulations on that one. Amazon now slowly inching its way back to the 90 level. But yeah, we got about 9 minutes to go here. I don't know if you know, I'm going to try a trade. Probably after this, maybe go for a walk, get an espresso, relax a little bit. It's Friday, you know, going into the weekend. Yeah, Croatia with the upset, exactly. You know, probably a huge upset. I don't really know what the odds were on that game, but I'm sure Brazil was favored. I mean, they got to be, right? And yeah, you know, so I guess we'll see next what Portugal. Do you know who Portugal plays next?
Portugal, I think Sharif probably knows it.
So Portugal's playing Morocco next. It would be a huge upset if Morocco wins.
This year's been kind of the year for upsets.
So year for
like
upsets, yeah.
If you like upsets, I think this has been kind of your year for World Cup. But penalty kicks suck. Go to overtime until there's a winner. Yeah, that would be something. But you know, man, I feel like they would be playing forever some games. You know, if they didn't go to penalties eventually.
Yeah.
Like some games would just last forever, right? Luca, 100% my favorite trader on set, always smiling. There you go. Yeah, Luca's the main guy, the Italian stallion. What does Shawn always call him? He always calls him. Leisure Suit Luca, yeah, Leisure Suit Luca. I like that one. Just because that one day you're wearing like a matching like tracksuit, that was kind of funny.
That was Halloween.
Oh yeah, that was Halloween.
Yeah,
that was Halloween. He had that that little hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was cool. Yeah, that was cool for sure. Man, where's my love? No, I'm kidding. Mario.
Hey, you got the love earlier on. Everyone's like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we need one for me. The problem with me is my name is too short. It's 3 letters, man. Barely 2 syllables. You can even call it 2 syllables. I don't know. I've always had that kind of thing with my name.
Yeah.
Whatever. You guys can call me whatever you like. Mario and Luigi. That was that day that Prad had the Mario costume. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
On that one. Next time we need to get Luca with that Luigi costume. That would be pretty cool. Wow. ATVI retracing that entire move. All the way back down to 75.15. So that was a good trade until it wasn't, I guess. I think Luca had the right idea to kind of try to short there, but I don't know. That's a tough one, man.
Right idea, wrong execution.
Yeah, right idea, wrong execution.
Again.
Chalk it up as another one like that. Obviously, we have those all the time. I have those all the time. But it was tough because there was no real size on the offer or anything like that. That's why I said I don't mind trying to take that short at 75. I guess of course we could have taken the breakout, but that's the thing. When it comes to these levels, it's either or, right? Pick your poison, so to speak. Either trade could have worked, right? So I don't really hate taking that trade. I think it was obviously within setup, and you got to live with those ones. Somehow still cranks massive. I'm not too sure what you guys are talking about there. No upset whatsoever. Croatia was a runner-up in 2018. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people just cheer for Brazil. I know I was cheering for Brazil, but partly because I'm a Lewis Hamilton fan, and he's an honorary Brazil citizen now. So Brazil is kind of has to be my team, right? Too much espresso, and then the anxiety kicks in. I actually haven't seen Luca drink that many coffees today. Have you drank a coffee today? I guess you had one in the morning,
I had
right?
one every morning, and no spro, because just kind of here, enjoying the time, kicking it with you guys. Somebody said it best. They're like, oh, I love the show so much. I'm just having it in the background. I'm just kind of working from home, feel like I'm a part of the team. Absolutely, man. It's a lot of fun all around. And it was a lot of fun watching the game. I guess Netherlands coming up now at 2 o'clock, so 5 minutes. Place your bets if you haven't already, if you're a gambler. And, as much as I want to see Messi go through, I just don't think my money would be on the Netherlands. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong there. We'll see what happens. Anyone's call is as good as mine. Just to kind of highlight a few of these ideas going into the close here. Amazon 90 for sure, something on watch, but obviously discretionary. AMAM all the way up to 280, and just rejecting that 280 level. So I don't know if 280 is going to just be respected now. I don't know if there's any size there. I'm trying to glance up to see. It's too far away for any kind of size to come up. But yeah, keep in mind volume's a little muted. Maybe it just kind of chops around. If it really gets over 3 at this point, then it's kind of interesting for the move back up. Butchered the long there. What are you going to do? XOM actually did flush down. So that 103, that 103.80 level was so good for so long and sort of holding there, and then finally kind of falling off there. This is the reason why I didn't want to use a 103.50 stop on a long. It's because you could kind of tell. It's 108 is holding. If it breaks, then you're probably wrong. You don't have to give it to. You could, but you could probably hit it a couple times, be discretionary, watch the tape, make decisions. So that was kind of my process looking at something like that. CVNA, yeah, I punch out and I'm like, yeah, it's probably gonna trigger my stop anyways. Wouldn't have triggered my stop, but I can always get back in. It's pretty lackluster, not really doing much, so no big deal there. And yeah, man, ATVI, what a retracement. I was like, maybe I'll take a stab at it. Maybe I could get this here, maybe not. But yeah, I hate when I have these kind of arrows where I'm like, okay, short here, risk off some of the size on the book that's there. It kind of, if it breaks, then who knows, maybe it goes to 76. Yeah, we could be at 76, right? So it's not, I tried to short here. If I really gave it room, then I would have had a huge 50-cent loser. So kind of same thing, just chopped up, but, maybe the right idea. Just, again, it's not really something that's going to move too much, so obviously keep that in mind. BXRX, man, I'm happy I had that stop in place. Just knowing the things that I'm trading. I try the long, it kind of breaks. What a great out over there, and just instantly flush to the downside. When you're trading these names, you got to be quick. You got to use stop orders. Stop orders save lives. You could probably ask SBF on that one. He'll probably reiterate that. And yeah, Apple's still at that 144 area. I know you mentioned you had an Apple trade from before.
Yeah, I just actually just covered it. It was right back down to my price. Not really doing anything. The market's back in the same range. The show's almost over, so let me just cover this position and call it a win here on Apple. You know, I took like a few cents on that last piece, but 30 cents on the first piece. So, you know, it's an okay win. Like I said, I wasn't really in love with that trade, guys. Like, it was basically just like a market beta, market bounce play, and obviously, you know, you guys have been with us watching the show and watching the market. The market hasn't really bounced, right? So, you know, Apple is basically in the same price now. So I thought I just cover that one. I wanted to answer a couple questions here in the chat. First and foremost, Ian, do you speak Korean? No, I do not. I am not Korean. I'm actually half Filipino, and then my dad is born here in Canada, so he's native Canadian. DOCU about to break down. Let's take a quick look at DOCU. Obviously, they had that catalyst this morning with their earnings. They're up, having a great day today, up 14%. But it is kind of coming into that range where there were previous sellers, right? So this is something I talked about briefly earlier, how there's some sellers around like the 50 area. Obviously here, 52 was the most recent high, right? Just looking at the daily, right? So obviously it's going to run into some sort of resistance here. And a lot of the move had already happened, obviously in the morning, but of course overnight, right, with their earnings, right? So kind of keep that in mind. It hasn't really moved too much after that kind of opening drive. I was thinking more of like a fade short off of those levels. Never really got involved as I was just kind of paying attention to some other things, but definitely some money to be made here on DocuSign, that's for sure. And obviously, if you're holding that one long or for a swing, then you know you're loving life today. We're just about finished here on the midday show, guys. About 30 seconds left. Man, it's been a great show. I think it's been a great week. Luca and I have been on here quite a bit this week, as you know, people have been sick and rotating out and whatnot. I think, you know, I've enjoyed my time here on the show, and I think I could say the same for Luca. Luca, any, you know, closing words before we hand it off?
Yeah, all I got to say is I had a great time. It's Friday. Enjoy the weekend, everybody. Spend time with the people that care about you most. And if you are watching the game, good luck to whoever your team is. I also have a friend who's Argentinian. I'm sure he's not watching me right now, but sorry to say I don't think Messi's going through. But best of luck. I would love to see, you know, I think it was Argentina, or, you know, Argentina. It would be interesting to see them in the finals. So, yeah, definitely a lot of fun there. I'm going to have a great weekend. So, again, hopefully you guys too. And we'll be back next week. We'll see you next week with lots of excitement, CPI coming through, all these things I'm sure they'll talk about on the closing show. So, yeah, you know, have a great weekend, and thanks for watching for sure.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome to the close markets in flux, making a big move early on that PMI number, but ever since then retracing and you know, just hovering around and doing absolutely nothing. You guys heard Ian and Luca talk about that during the midday show. S&P down 0.08%, the Dow down 0.17%, the NASDAQ up marginally, up 0.15%. The TSX in Canada up 0.25%, not too bad. Crude's the bigger story though, guys, down 1.5%. You heard Ian